In his picture of the misery or wretchedness of man, Pascal draws on the writings of the Pyrrhonists or Sceptics, and up to a certain point he sides with Montaigne and Charon. Montaigne, he said, is invaluable for confounding the pride of those who attribute too much to human nature and who ignore man's corruption and weakness. But we have to remember that what Pascal wishes to show is the wretchedness of man without God. His aim is not to promote scepticism and disillusionment for their own sakes, still less despair, but by showing what man is without God to facilitate favorable dispositions for considering the claims of the Christian religion. Pascal was very conscious of the powerlessness of mere argument to convince those who lacked the requisite dispositions. But there is another aspect of man to be considered, his greatness. And his greatness can be inferred even from his wretchedness. The greatness of man is so evident that it can be inferred even from his wretchedness. For that which is nature in animals we call wretchedness in man. And by this we recognize that his nature being now like that of the animals, he is fallen from a better nature which formerly was his. For who is unhappy at not being a king, except a deposed king? One even man's excesses reveal his craving for the infinite. And his power of recognizing his wretchedness is itself a sign of his greatness. Man knows that he is wretched. He is wretched, then, because he is wretched, but he is great, because he knows it too. Further, thought constitutes the greatness of man. 8 Man is only a reed, the friliest thing in nature, but he is a thinking reed. It is not required that the whole universe should arm itself to crush him, a breath of wind, a drop of water is sufficient to destroy him. But were the universe to crush him, man would still be nobler than that which slays him. For he knows that he dies and that the universe has the better of him. But the universe knows nothing of this, for spatially, the universe encompasses and engulfs me like a point. But by thought I encompass the universe. 5 Man is filled with an insatiable desire for happiness, and this desire is a source of unhappiness. But the infinite gulf can be filled only by an infinite and changeless object, that is by God himself. 8 So here again man's wretchedness reveals his greatness, his capacity for God. We are faced, therefore, by contraries, man's wretchedness and man's greatness. And we must hold together these contraries in our thought. For it is precisely the simultaneous presence of these contraries which constitute the problem. What a chimera then is man! How strange and monstrous! A chaos, a subject of contradictions, a prodigy. Judge of all things, yet a stupid earthworm, depository of truth, yet a cesspool of uncertainty and error, the glory and the refuse of the universe. Who will unravel this tangle? 7 The philosophers cannot do so. The Pyrrhonists make man nothing, while others make of him a god. Man is both great and wretched at the same time. If man cannot solve the problem which arises out of his own nature, let him hear God. But where is the voice of God to be found? Not in the pagan religions, which lack authority and proof and which authorize vice. In the Jewish religion? Here we have an explanation of man's wretchedness in the scriptural account of the fall. But the Old Testament looks beyond itself, and its prophecies are fulfilled in Christ, who provides the remedy which is not provided by Judaism. Here we have the Mediator and Redeemer, foretold by the prophets and proving his authority by miracles and the sublimity of his doctrine. The knowledge of God without that of our wretchedness produces pride. The knowledge of our wretchedness without the knowledge of God produces despair. The knowledge of Jesus Christ forms the middle point, for there we find both God and our wretchedness. 1:6. In the Pensées too there occurs the famous wager argument. Its significance and purpose are not immediately clear, and a number of different interpretations have been offered by commentators. It seems, however, to be sufficiently evident that Pascal did not develop this argument as a proof of God's existence. Nor did he intend it as a substitute for proofs of Christianity. It appears to be addressed to a particular class of persons, namely, to those who are not yet convinced of the truth of the Christian religion, though they are also unconvinced by the arguments of skeptics and atheists, and who consequently remain in a state of suspended judgment. Pascal wishes to show people who find themselves in this state of mind that to believe is to their advantage and happiness, and that if it depended entirely on their own wills, belief would be the only reasonable course of action. But it does not follow that he demands of them faith simply as an outcome of the wager argument. What he seems to have in mind is rather the preparation of their minds and the production of dispositions favorable to belief, dispositions which are hindered by the passions and by attachment to things of this world. He is speaking to them selon les lumières naturelles, according to their natural lights or to common sense, but he did not consider that belief is simply a matter of a self-interested wager, of a betting on an objective uncertainty, because, if it were true, it would be to one's advantage to have staked in favor of it. If he had thought this, it would be impossible to explain either his projected reasoned defense of Christianity or his conviction that it is God himself who imparts the light of faith. Either God exists or there is no God. The skeptic blames the Christian because he chooses a definite solution to the problem, although reason cannot show which solution is true. I shall blame them for having made, not this choice, but a choice. The right course is not to wager. Yes, says Pascal, but you must wager. It does not depend on your will, you are already embarked on the affair. In other words, to remain indifferent or to suspend judgment is itself to make a choice, it is to choose against God. And if, therefore, a man cannot help choosing one way or the other, he should consider where his interest lies. What is involved? A man's reason and his will, his knowledge and his happiness. His reason is not harmed more by choosing one way than by choosing the other way, for choose he must. As for happiness, it is obviously advantageous, and therefore reasonable, to wager for God. If you win all, if you lose nothing. There is here an infinity of an infinitely happy life to gain, one chance of gain against a finite number of chances of loss, and what you stake is finite. Now, the finite is as nothing in comparison with the infinite. There is no need, therefore, for further deliberation. It may be said that wagering for God means risking what is certain for what is uncertain. To risk a finite good for a certain infinite good is clearly advantageous, but the certainty of loss balances the possibility of gain when there is question of abandoning a certain finite good for an uncertain infinite good. In such a case it is better to retain what one actually and certainly possesses than to abandon it for an infinite good when one does not even know that there is an infinite good which could possibly be gained. But to this Pascal answers that every gambler stakes a certainty to gain an uncertainty, and he does this without sinning against reason. Moreover, even though the man who wagers for God abandons some pleasures, he will acquire others, and he will win true virtue. At each step you take in this path, you will see such a certitude of gain and such a nothingness in what you hazard that you will recognize at the end that you have wagered for something which is certain and infinite and for which you have given nothing. The prime requisite is to wager, to begin, not by piling up arguments for God's existence, but by lessening one's passions, and following the behavior of those who believe. In other words, though a man cannot give himself faith, there is a great deal that he can do by way of preparing himself, and if he does this, God will give him the faith which he seeks. Pascal's words do indeed sometimes imply that religion lacks rational support. If one should do nothing except for what is certain, one ought to do nothing for religion. For it is not certain one, but he argues that we are constantly running risks for the uncertain, in war, in commerce, in journeys. Moreover, nothing in human life is absolutely certain. It is not certain that we shall see tomorrow, but nobody thinks it irrational to act on the probability of his being alive the next day. And there is more certitude in religion than there is in our living till tomorrow too. It is only reasonable to search for the truth, for if we die without adoring God, we are lost. But, you will say, if he had willed that I should adore him, he would have left me signs of his will. So he has done, but you neglect them. Search for them, it is worth the trouble. 3. I tell you that you would soon have faith, if you abandoned pleasure. It is for you to begin. If I could, I would give you faith, but I cannot do it. You, however, can well abandon pleasure and find out whether what I say is true, for the whole wager argument is obviously an argumentum ad hominem, a device to move the skeptic to abandon his attitude of indifference and to do what he can to put himself in that condition in which faith becomes a real possibility. In spite of the way in which he sometimes expresses himself, Pascal does not intend to deny that there are signs of the truth of the Christian religion which in their convergence amount to an evident proof. But a man cannot, in his opinion, read those signs aright or grasp the force of their convergence unless he first abandons the state of indifference and makes serious efforts to conquer himself. Hence the wager argument. 7. It is obvious that Pascal wrote as a convinced Christian. He did not seek to convert men to theism but to Christianity. And he was profoundly conscious of the need for certain moral dispositions before conversion could be a practicable possibility. It is certainly possible to select and emphasize statements in which he plays down the work of reason to an exaggerated extent. Hence the accusations of fideism and immanentism which have been brought against him. But if we take a broad view and remember that his main concern is to bring men to the point at which God himself can operate, and that it is Christian faith and not philosophical theism which he has in mind, we must acknowledge, I think, that his originality and genius as an apologist shows itself precisely in his concern with the moral preparation for faith. The value of his general attitude as an apologist for Christianity far outweighs in importance and perennial validity those aspects of his thought which are considered to be questionable or censurable by the Catholic theologian. It is a pity to miss the wood for the trees, and not to appreciate Pascal's importance and influence in the history of Christian apologetics. But if Pascal was eminent as mathematician and scientist on the one hand and as a Christian apologist on the other, have we to conclude that he was not a philosopher? The answer depends, of course, on what we understand by a philosopher. If we understand by a philosopher a man who sets out to create a system by the use of reason alone, a system which is supposed to represent reality as a whole, then we certainly cannot call Pascal a philosopher. For he believed that problems arise which reason, unaided by faith, cannot solve. And he also believed that there are mysteries which transcend the comprehension of the mind even when it is enlightened by faith. The notion of an omnicompetent human reason was abhorrent to him. But, as we have seen, he had a reasoned view of the different modes and methods of human knowledge and of the different orders, the order of the flesh, the order of the mind or of science, and the order of charity. Even though he did not develop these ideas and distinctions in a technical view, we have here theories in epistemology and in the philosophy of values. His analysis of man can obviously be called a philosophy of man, even if it is a philosophy which to a great extent raises problems that are not soluble without reference to revelation. And in the course of this philosophy of man a good many ideas appear which are relevant to, for example, ethical and political analysis. The word analysis certainly has an application with regard to Pascal's thought. For example, it is not unreasonable to speak of him as analyzing the different senses of the word knows and as showing that its restriction to mathematical knowledge and what imitates it is unjustified by ordinary usage. The ordinary man would certainly say that he knows that the external world exists and that waking life is not a dream. And if one says that he does not really know this, one is tacitly identifying knowledge with the sort of knowledge that pertains to the restricted sphere of mathematics. Yet it would be as misleading to describe Pascal as a philosophical analyst as it would be to describe him as a systematic metaphysician. Can we describe him as an existentialist thinker, as some would do? Certainly, he is concerned with the existent human being and with his possibilities, above all with his possibility of choosing himself or of not choosing himself before God, to use existentialist language. But to use the term existentialist with its modern connotations is also rather misleading, though it would be less misleading perhaps than analyst or metaphysician. In any case he is an existentialist thinker because he is a religious thinker, a thinker who is primarily interested in the relation between man and God and in the lived appropriation of this relation. Pascal is not, like Descartes, a Christian thinker simply in the sense that he is a thinker who is a Christian. he is a Christian thinker in the sense that his Christianity is the inspiration of his thought and unifies his outlook on the world and man. If he is a philosopher, therefore, he is a religious philosopher, more specifically a Christian philosopher. He is a Christian philosopher of his age, in the sense that he addresses himself to his contemporaries and speaks a language which they can understand, but this is not to say, of course, that his ideas have no lasting stimulative value. And perhaps this is the chief legacy of Pascal, that he left in his fragmentary writings a fertile source of stimulus and of inspiration for further development. Not all, indeed, feel this stimulus, and some find him repugnant. Others rank him with Descartes, as one of the two greatest of French philosophers, and feel for him the profoundest admiration. Possibly the former do him less and the latter more than justice. Cartesianism spread and found defenders first of all in Holland, which had been Descartes' home for a considerable period. Thus Henry Renier, 1593–1639, who occupied the chair of philosophy at the Academy, and from 1636 at the University of Utrecht, was a disciple of Descartes. So also, though only for a time, was Renier's successor at Utrecht, Henricus Regius or Henry Leroy, 1598–1679. After espousing the cause of Descartes and defending him against the theologian Vogtius, he later abandoned Cartesianism and wrote the manifesto which occasioned Descartes' notes against a program. Jean de Rey, author of Clavis Philosophiae Naturalis, 1654, and Adrien Heerboerd, author of Parallelismus Aristotelici et Cartesiani Philosophia, 1643, also taught at Leiden. Of greater importance was Christopher Wittek, 1625–87, who tried to show the conformity between Cartesianism and Orthodox Christianity and who attacked Spinoza. In 1688 he published a volume of Annotations and Meditations, and in 1690 his Anti-Spinoza. Links will be considered separately. In Germany the influence of Cartesianism was comparatively slight. Among German Cartesians one can indeed mention John Clauberg, 1622–65, author of a Metaphysica de Ensavantu Sophia, but he taught in Holland, at Herborn and Duisburg. Another German was Balthasar Becker, 1634–98, author of a work entitled De Philosophia Cartesiana Admonitio Candida. He distinguished himself by attacking the persecution of witches, maintaining that magic is nonsense because the spiritual cannot act upon the material. In England Anthony Legrand or Antoine Legrand, a Frenchman from Douai, published Institutions Philosophicae, 1672 and 1678, and endeavored to introduce Cartesianism into Oxford. He found a strong opponent in Samuel Parker, Bishop of Oxford, in whose eyes Descartes was as much an infidel as Thomas Hobbes. But, quite apart from theological opposition, Cartesianism made little headway in the country. That is to say, his philosophy, in the modern sense of the term, made little headway, though his physics was widely accepted. Nor did Cartesianism have very much success in Italy, partly no doubt because the works of Descartes were placed on the index of prohibited books in 1663 with the proviso d'ogni corrigan leur. 1 Michel Angelo Fardella, 1650–1718, and Cardinal Gerdile, 1718–1802, are generally classified under the heading of Italian Cartesians, but they were more influenced by Malebranche. In Holland the influence of Descartes was felt mainly by university professors and lecturers, who issued manuals of Cartesian philosophy and endeavored to defend the latter against attacks by theologians. In France, however, Cartesianism enjoyed a popular vogue, becoming the fashionable philosophy. Pierre Sylvain Arpent-Gis, 1632–1707, did much to popularize it in general society by the lectures which he delivered in various centers, including Paris, and Jacques Rohault, 1620–75, a physicist, endeavored to substitute a science according to the mind of Descartes for the Aristotelian physics. His Traité de physique was influential at Cambridge until it was discredited by Newton's Principia. Louis de Laforge published in 1666 a Traité de idées humaines, de ses facultés et fonctions et de son union avec les corps suivant les principes de Descartes, and in the same year there appeared the Discernement de idées et du corps of G. Poundrod de Cordemoi. A number of Oratorians saw in the spiritualist side of Descartes' philosophy an affinity with Saint Augustine and accorded their favor to Cartesianism. And though there was a very great difference between the spirit of Cartesianism and that of Jansenism, as may be seen from the writings of Pascal, several important Jansenists were influenced by Descartes. Thus Antoine Arnauld, 1612-94, author of the fourth set of objections, and Pierre Nicole, 1625-95, utilized Cartesian ideas in the composition of L'Art de Penser, 1662, the so-called Logic of Port Royal. The Jesuits, however, whose favor Descartes had constantly striven to secure, were generally hostile to the new philosophy. In spite of what one may call the social success of Cartesianism in France, there was a considerable amount of official opposition. The placing of Descartes' works on the Roman Index in 1663 has already been mentioned. 10 years later the Parliament of Paris was about to issue a decree against the teaching of Cartesianism when it was prevented by the publication of a burlesque by Boileau, who made fun of the opposition to reason as represented by the philosophy of Descartes. However, in 1675 the University of Angers took steps to stop the teaching of the new philosophy, and in 1677 the University of Caen adopted a similar course. Pascal attacked Descartes' system as being deistic in character, while Gassendi too, the reviver of Epicurean atomism, criticized it from an empiricist standpoint. Pierre Daniel Hude, 1630-1721, Bishop of Avranches, in his Censura Philosophiae Cartesianae and other writings, maintained that scepticism could be overcome only by religious faith, not by Cartesian rationalism. Early in the 18th century Descartes' writings had already become more or less official textbooks in philosophy in universities. And the influence of his philosophy had penetrated ecclesiastical seminaries in spite of official prohibition and discouragement. But by that time Cartesianism in the strict sense had become a spent force. As one of the chief sources of the development of metaphysics on the continent before Kant, Cartesianism is, of course, of great and lasting importance. But in the 18th century other philosophies attracted the interests and attention which in the 17th century had been given to that of Descartes. 2. It has been remarked with truth that Cartesianism did not receive quite the sort of development which the philosopher would have desired. He considered that the metaphysical foundations had been well and truly laid, and he hoped that others would apply his method in a fruitful way in the sciences. But apart from one or two writers such as Rohault, the Cartesians themselves hardly fulfilled these expectations. They were more concerned with the metaphysical and epistemological aspects of Cartesianism. And one of the problems to which attention was particularly devoted was the problem of the relation between soul and body. Descartes did not deny interaction between soul and body, but though he asserted it as a fact, he did little to explain how it can take place. His attempt to identify the point of interaction did not solve the problem which arises out of his philosophy. For if man is to all intents and purposes divided into two substances, a spiritual mind and an extended body, the problem of explaining how interaction can take place becomes acute, and the problem is not answered satisfactorily by asserting that it does in fact take place and by trying to identify the side of interaction. One way of treating this problem would be to admit the fact of interaction, as Descartes did, and then to revise the theories which led to difficulty in explaining how it can take place. But this would mean abandoning one of the chief characteristics of Cartesianism. And the Cartesians who devoted their attention to the problem chose to retain Descartes' dualistic position and to deny that interaction does in fact take place. This heroic way of disposing of the problem was adumbrated by Louis de Laforge and Gerard de Cordemoi, but it is associated above all with the names of Jeulinx and Malebranche. Arnold Jeulinx, 1625-69, was a professor at Louvain, but in 1658 he had to abandon his chair for reasons which are not very clear. He went to Leiden and there became a Calvinist. After a time he obtained a lectureship in the university. Some of his writings he published himself, but the more important appeared posthumously. Among these are the /vd0t evxofs of Ethica, Physica Vera, Metaphysica Vera et ad mentem peripateticam and annotata in Principia Philosophiae Cartesiae. According to Jülich, it is an evident principle that in all true activity the agent must know that he acts and how he acts. From this it clearly follows that a material thing cannot be a true causal agent producing effects either in another material thing or in a spiritual substance. For since a material thing lacks consciousness, it cannot know that it acts and how it acts. It also follows that I, as a spiritual ego, do not really produce either in my own body or in other bodies those effects which my natural way of thinking, accepted by Aristotle as a criterion, leads me to suppose that I produce. For I do not know how these effects are produced. I am a spectator of the production of changes and movements in my body, but I am not the actor, the real causal agent, in spite of my interior acts of will. For I do not know the connection between my acts of will and the subsequent movements in my body. Similarly, I am aware of the production of sensations and perceptions in my field of consciousness, but it is not my body, or any external material thing, which truly produces these effects. But if interaction is thus denied, how are we going to explain the fact that volitions are followed by movements in the body and that changes in the body are followed by sensations and perceptions in consciousness? The explanation is that my act of will is an occasional cause, that is, an occasion on which God produces a change or movement in the body. Similarly, a physical event in my body is an occasion on which God produces a psychical event in my consciousness. Body and soul are like two clocks, neither of which acts on the other but which keep perfect time because God constantly synchronizes their movements. At least this is the analogy to which Jülich seems to incline, though certain passages suggest rather the analogy, which was later used by Leibniz, of two clocks which have been so constructed in the first instance that they always remain in perfect agreement. This theory of occasionalism, if it is accepted at all, must obviously be applied more widely than in the particular context of the relation between soul and body. For it follows from the principles on which the theory rests that no human ego acts on any other human ego or on any body, and that no body acts on any other body or on any mind or ego. One might perhaps conclude simply that the causal relation is nothing but regular sequence, but the conclusion which Jülich drew was the theory, already asserted by Louis de la Forge, that God is the only real cause. And once one has drawn this conclusion, one must inevitably tend in the direction of Spinozism. If my successive ideas are caused in me by God and I am simply a spectator of effects which God produces in me, and if all changes and movements in the corporeal world are effected by God, it is not a very long step to the conclusion that minds and bodies are both modes of God. I do not mean to say that Jülich actually took the further step to Spinozism, but he came near to doing so. And his ethical ideas bear a resemblance to those of Spinoza. We are only spectators, we can change nothing. Therefore we should cultivate a true contempt of the finite and a thoroughgoing resignation to God and the divinely caused order of things, restraining our desires and following the path of humility and obedience which reason dictates. The theory of occasionalism is subject, of course, to the criticism that if true causal activity is defined as activity in which the agent knows both that he acts and how he produces the effect, the theory may follow, but that the definition is arbitrary and by no means self-evident. However, if the principle and the theory are accepted, a possible further step, as suggested above, is an approach to Spinozism. At the same time, it is possible to attempt to incorporate the theory into a non-Spinozistic religious metaphysics. And this is what Malebranche tried to do. But since Malebranche was an original philosopher of considerable influence in his own right, it does not seem appropriate to include a brief consideration of his thought in a chapter on Cartesianism, especially if this means giving undue prominence to one particular feature of his philosophy. Hence I accord him separate treatment. Life and writings won the senses, the imagination, the understanding, avoidance of error and attainment of truth. God as the only true cause, human liberty, the vision of eternal truths in God, empirical knowledge of the soul, knowledge of other minds and of the existence of bodies, God's existence and attributes. Malebranche in relation to Spinoza, Descartes, and Berkeley. The influence of Malebranche. Nicolas Malebranche was born at Paris in 1638. He studied philosophy at the College of La Marche, where he felt little attraction for the Aristotelianism which he was taught, and theology at the Sorbonne. In 1660 he joined the Oratorians and was ordained priest in 1664. It was in this year that he came upon a posthumous work of Descartes, the Traité d'Homme, which had been published by Louis de la Forge, and he conceived a great admiration for its author, with whose philosophy he had no previous first-hand acquaintance. He therefore set himself to study the works of Descartes, whom he never ceased to regard as a master in philosophy. It is perhaps worth noting that the treatise which had first attracted his attention was really a work on physiology, and also that Malebranche took pains to increase his knowledge of mathematics with a view to a better understanding of Descartes' philosophy. As far as his interest in mathematics and science went, Malebranche can be said to have entered into the Cartesian spirit. At the same time, Malebranche shared the strong inclination of the Oratorian fathers to the thought of Saint Augustine and, in general, to the Platonic Augustinian tradition. And this combination of Cartesianism with the Augustinian inspiration was characteristic of his philosophy. In his eyes and in the eyes of those who shared his outlook, this combination was not a forced combination of incompatibles, for the Paris Oratorians had always seen in the spiritualist side of Descartes' philosophy an affinity with the thought of Saint Augustine. But it meant, of course, that Malebranche's outlook was definitely that of a Christian philosopher who made no rigid separation between theology and philosophy, and who was intent on interpreting the world and human experience in the light of his Christian faith. He was a Cartesian in the sense that in his opinion the philosophy of Descartes was true in the main as far as it went, and he certainly considered that this philosophy was superior to Aristotelianism as an instrument in interpreting experience and reality. But he did not think that Cartesianism was an adequate and self-sufficing intellectual instrument, and his metaphysic is markedly theocentric in character. He was certainly not the man to censure the philosophy of Descartes in the way that Pascal did, or to belittle the constructive power of reason, but he was definitely a Christian thinker rather than a philosopher who happened to be a Christian. In some respects at least he gives the impression of being a thinker of the Augustinian tradition who has accepted the 17th-century science and mathematics and who sees in the Cartesian philosophy an instrument for the construction of a new synthesis. In other words, he was an original thinker, and to label him either as a Cartesian or as an Augustinian is to give a misleading impression. He was both, but the synthesis was a construction of Malebranche's mind, not a mere artificial juxtaposition of heterogeneous elements. It must be added, however, that though Malebranche regularly represents his philosophy as a synthesis of Saint Augustine and Descartes and decries the scholastics, the influence of medieval scholasticism on his thought was much greater than he realized. In his work De la Recherche de la Vérité, 1674-5, Malebranche investigates the causes of deception and error and discusses the right method of arriving at truth. This was followed by Éclaircissements sur la recherche de la vérité, 1678. The Traité de la nature et de la grnce, 1680, concerns such themes as the application of the theory of occasionalism in the supernatural order and the reconciliation of human liberty with the efficacity of divine grace. The title of Meditations Chrétiennes, 1683, speaks for itself. In the Traité de morale, 1684, Malebranche sets out to show that there is only one true morality, the Christian morality, and that other moral systems, such as Stoicism, do not satisfy the criteria of true morality. The Entretien sur la métaphysique, 1688, summarizes the author's system, whereas the Traité de la communication de mouvements, 1692, is purely scientific in character. In the Traité de l'amour de Dieu, 1697, Malebranche discusses F6 Nellen's theory of the pure love of God in a way which was found highly acceptable by Bossuet. In the Entretien d'un philosophe chrétien avec un philosophe chinois, 1708, he treats of matters connected with the existence and nature of God, and in Réflexions sur la primition physique, 1715, he replies to the Jansenistically colored work by Boursier, L'action de Dieu sur les créatures au lieu de la primition physique, 1713. Malebranche's literary life was accompanied by a good deal of polemics. Arnauld in particular became a determined adversary, attacking both Malebranche's philosophical ideas and his theories about grace. Indeed, he denounced Malebranche at Rome, and though the latter defended his views, his Traité de la nature et de la grâce was placed on the index at the end of 1689. F6 Nellen also wrote against him. And his last work before his death in 1715 was, as we have seen, a reply to Boursier. 2. Error is the cause of men's wretchedness. It is the bad principle which has produced the evil in the world. It is error which has produced and maintained in our soul all the evils that afflict us, and we cannot hope for solid and true happiness save by striving seriously to avoid it. One error is not necessary to man, whatever the sceptics may say, he is capable of attaining truth. And a general rule can be established at once, namely, that we should never give a complete assent save to things that we see evidently. 2. True, with regard to the revealed mysteries of faith it is our duty to submit to authority, but authority has no place in philosophy. If Descartes is to be preferred to Aristotle, this is not because he is Descartes but because of the evident character of the true propositions which he asserts. To be a faithful Christian one must believe blindly, but to be a philosopher one must see evidently. 3. A distinction must indeed be made between necessary truths, such as are found in mathematics, metaphysics, and even in a great part of physics and ethics. 4. And contingent truths, such as historical propositions. And we must remember that in morals, politics, medicine, and all the practical sciences we have to content ourselves with probability, not because certainty is unattainable but because we have to act and cannot wait for the attainment of certainty. But this does not alter the fact that if we refrain from giving complete assent to any proposition the truth of which is not evident, we shall not err. For to assent to a probable truth as probably true is not to give complete assent and does not involve us in error. However, even though error is not necessary to man but depends on the use of our free will, it is an empirical fact that we do fall into error. And in examining the causes of error we can best begin by considering the senses, for sensation is one of the three kinds of human perception, the other two being the imagination and the pure understanding. It is not our senses which deceive us, it is our will which deceives us by its precipitate judgments. 1. Malebranche means that we do not use our free wills to restrain ourselves from making precipitate judgments about external things, from judging, that is to say, that the relation of things to us is a sure indication of the nature of things in themselves. When one feels warmth, one is in no way deceived by believing that one feels it. But one is deceived if one judges that the warmth which one feels is outside the soul which feels it. 2. Malebranche followed Descartes in denying the objectivity of the secondary qualities. These qualities, as objects of consciousness, are psychic modifications, not objective qualities of things in themselves. If we follow our natural inclination to suppose that they are objective qualities of things in themselves, we fall into error, but we are capable of restraining ourselves from making these precipitate judgments. Similarly, our sense perception of primary qualities is no adequate indication of what things are in themselves. To take a simple illustration, the moon appears to our sight to be much larger than the greatest stars, and yet we have no doubt that it is incomparably smaller. 8. Again, apparent movement and repose, swiftness and slowness, are all relative to us. In fine, we ought never to judge by the senses of what things are in themselves, but only of the relation which they have to our bodies. 4. Malebranche begins by accepting the Cartesian distinction between two kinds of substances, spiritual and unextended substance and material substance or extension, which is capable of receiving different shapes and of being moved. 5. And from the identification of material or corporeal substance with extension he draws the same conclusion as Descartes about qualities. But this is not to say that in his examination of sense perception Malebranche simply repeats Descartes. He examines the matter at length and makes careful distinctions. For example, he asserts 1. That in sensation there are 4 different elements to be distinguished: the action of the object, the movement of particles, for instance, the changes in the sense organs, the nerves, and the brain, the sensation or perception in the soul, and the judgment which the soul makes. And here we must further distinguish between the natural or automatic judgment, which inevitably accompanies sensation, and the free judgment, which we can, even if with difficulty, abstain from making. As these different elements are found together and take place as though instantaneously, we tend to confuse them and not to see that the sensation as a psychic event is in the soul and neither in one's own body nor in any other. Malebranche's final conclusion is that our senses are very faithful and exact in instructing us about the relations which all the bodies that surround us have with our body, but that they are incapable of telling us what these bodies are in themselves. To make a good use of them, we must use them only to conserve health and life. Let us understand well that our senses have been given us for the conservation of our body too. In his view of the physiological process involved in sensation, Malebranche followed Descartes. That is to say, he thought of the nerves as minute channels or funnels through which pass the animal spirits. When an external object acts on the sense organ, the peripheral surface of the nerves is set in motion and the animal spirits transmit this impression to the brain. There then takes place the psychic element in sensation, which belongs to the soul alone. During the physiological process, however, traces are imprinted on the brain by the animal spirits, and these traces may be more or less profound. If, therefore, the animal spirits are set in motion by some other cause than the presence of an external object acting on a sense organ, these traces are affected and a psychic image results. A man may will the production or reproduction of images, and on the act of will there follows a movement of the animal spirits, and when the traces imprinted on the fibers of the brain are affected, images result. But movements of the animal spirits may take place because of some other cause than an act of the will, and then images are produced involuntarily. It is interesting to note also that Malebranche gives a mechanistic explanation of the association of images. If I see several things associated together, there results a linkage between the corresponding traces in the brain, and the excitation of one member of the set of traces is linked with the excitation of the other members. If, for example, a man finds himself at some public ceremony, and if he notes all the circumstances and all the principal personages assisting at it, the time, the place, the day and all the other particulars, it is sufficient to recall the place, or even some less remarkable circumstance of the ceremony, to represent to himself all the others one, and this association or linkage is of far-reaching importance. The mutual linkage of traces, and consequently of ideas, is not only the foundation of all figures of rhetoric, but also of an infinity of other things of greater importance in morals, politics and, in general, in all the sciences which have some relation to man too. Furthermore, there are in our brains traces which are linked naturally one with another and also with certain emotions, because this is necessary for the conservation of life. For example, the trace of a great height which one sees below one and over which one is in danger of falling, or the trace of some large body which is ready to fall on us and crush us, is naturally linked with the trace which represents death, and with an emotion of the spirits which disposes us to flight and to the desire of flight. This linkage never changes, because it is necessary that it should be always the same, and it consists in a disposition of the fibers of the brain which we have from our birth. 3. Memory is also explained in terms of impressions on the fibers of the brain and habit with reference to the passage of the animal spirits through channels where they no longer find any resistance. Imagination is thus parallel to sensation, in the sense that it is the faculty of producing or reproducing images of material things in the absence of those things, that is to say, when we are not actually perceiving the things in question. Accordingly, the same sort of remarks that were made about error with regard to sensation can be made about error in connection with the imagination. If we judge that images of material things represent things as they are in themselves rather than things in relation to us, our judgment is erroneous. But imagination can, of course, be the source or occasion of additional error. The products of the imagination are generally weaker than actual sensations, and we generally recognize them for what they are. But sometimes they are vivid and possess the same force as sensations from the psychological point of view, and then we may judge that the objects imagined are physically present when in actual fact they are not. Under the general heading of imagination, however, Malebranche includes a great deal more than the mere reproduction of images in the ordinary sense. We have seen that he includes a study of memory, and this affords him the occasion for writing at length against scholars, historians, and commentators who are more concerned with memory work than with the pure understanding. Of this type are all those who devote prolonged attention to examining what, for example, Aristotle held about immortality, and who give little or no time to examining whether the human soul is in fact immortal. Worse still are those who imagine that Aristotle, or anyone else, is an authority in philosophical questions. In matters of theology we ought to love antiquity because we ought to love the truth, and truth is found in antiquity. But in matters of philosophy we ought on the contrary to love novelty for the same reason, namely, that we ought always to love the truth and search for it. All the same, reason does not wish us to believe these new philosophers on their word any more than the ancient philosophers. Reason wishes us to examine their thoughts with attention and to accept them only when we cannot any longer doubt them. Z1 Malebranche thus tries to combine open-mindedness and modernity in philosophy with a loyal acceptance of the Catholic doctrine of tradition, namely, that the writings and consent of the Fathers is a witness to theological truth. In the third part of his treatise on the imagination, Malebranche treats of the contagious communication of strong imaginations, I mean of the power which certain minds possess of involving others in their errors. 2. The brains of some people receive very profound traces from unimportant or comparatively unimportant objects. And though this is no fault in itself, it becomes a source of error if the imagination is allowed to dominate. For example, those with strong imaginations may be able to impress others and disseminate their ideas. Tertullian was of these. The respect which he had for the visions of Montanus and for his prophet Esses is an incontestable proof of his weakness of judgment. This fire, these transports, these enthusiasms for trifling matters visibly mark a disorder of the imagination. How many irregular movements in his hyperboles and in his metaphors! How many pompous and splendid arguments which prove only by their sensible brilliance, and which persuade only by stunning and dazzling the mind! One Montaigne was another writer whose words have effect through the power of his imagination rather than through the cogency of his arguments. The errors of the senses and of the imagination come from the nature and constitution of the body, and they are discovered by considering the soul's dependence on the body. But the errors of the pure understanding can be discovered only by considering the nature of the mind itself and of the ideas which are necessary for its understanding of objects. To what is meant by the term pure understanding? Malebranche tells us that he here means the mind's faculty of knowing external objects without forming corporeal images of them in the brain. 3. Now, the mind is finite and limited. And if this fact is not borne in mind, errors result. For example, heresy is due to men's unwillingness to recognize this fact and to believe what they do not comprehend. Again, some do not pursue a right method in their thought. They apply themselves immediately to investigating hidden truths which cannot be known unless other truths are known previously, and they do not distinguish clearly between what is evident and what is probable. Aristotle was a great sinner in this respect. The mathematicians, however, especially those who have used algebra and the analytic method practiced by Vital and Descartes, have proceeded in the right way. The capacity and scope of the mind cannot literally be increased. The soul of man is, so to speak, a determinate quantity or portion of thought which has limits beyond which it cannot pass. 4. But this does not mean that the mind cannot perform its functions more or less well. And mathematics is the best means of training the mind to start with clear and distinct ideas and to proceed in an orderly way. Arithmetic and algebra, these two sciences are the foundation of all the others, and they give the true means of acquiring all the exact sciences, because one cannot make better use of the mind's capacity than by arithmetic, and above all by algebra. 5. Malebranche proceeds to lay down some rules which should be observed in the search for truth. The principal general rule is that we ought to reason only on those matters about which we have clear ideas, and that we ought always to begin with the simplest and easiest things. 1. It is clear that, as far as concerns method, Malebranche follows the ideal of Descartes. We should base our search for truth on the perception of clear and distinct ideas and proceed in an orderly way, analogous to the order observed by mathematicians. For example, to consider the properties of extension, we ought to begin, as Descartes has done, with the simplest relations and pass from the simpler to the more complicated, not only because this method is natural and helps the mind in its operations, but also because since God always acts with order and by the simplest means, this way of examining our ideas and their relations will make us know his works better. 2. Descartes is the hero, and Aristotle is the villain. Like other modern philosophers of the period, Malebranche obviously means Aristotelians when he talks about Aristotle and his misdoings. Of the historical significance of Aristotle and of his achievements in his own time they had little appreciation. It was Aristotle as represented by Aristotelianism and as an authority to which they primarily objected. And Malebranche is careful to add that he is not endeavoring to substitute the authority of Descartes for that of Aristotle. 3. Mention has been made in the foregoing section of external objects exciting the sense organs, of the animal spirits causing traces in the fibers of the brain, and of images and ideas resulting from or caused by this physiological process. Similarly, mention has been made of the soul willing the movement of the animal spirits and thus exciting the imagination or moving the members of the body, as the case may be. But to speak in this way is to use ordinary language which does not accurately represent Malebranche's theory. For he accepted the Cartesian dichotomy between spirit and matter, thought and extension, and he drew the conclusion that neither can act directly on the other. He speaks, indeed, of the soul, idme, but this term does not mean soul in the Aristotelian sense, it means the mind, vesprit. And although he speaks of the soul's dependence on the body and of the close union between them, his theory is that mind and body are two things between which there is correspondence but not interaction. The mind thinks, but it does not, properly speaking, move the body. And the body is a machine adapted indeed by God to the soul, but not informed by it according to the Aristotelian sense of the term. True, he traces at length the correspondence between physical and psychic events, between, for example, modifications in the brain and modifications in the soul. But what he has in mind is psychophysical parallelism rather than interaction. It seems to me quite certain that the will of spiritual beings is incapable of moving the smelliest body which there is in the world. For it is evident that there is no necessary connection between our will, for example, to move our arm and the arm's movement. It is true that it moves when we will, and that we are thus the natural cause of the movement of our arm. But natural causes are not at all true causes, they are only occasional causes, which act only by the power and efficacy of God's will, as I have just explained. 1. Malebranche does not deny, therefore, that I am in some sense the natural cause of the movement of my arm. But the term natural cause means here occasional cause. How could my volition be anything else than an occasional cause? I certainly do not know how I move my arm, if I move it. There is no man who knows what he must do to move one of his fingers by means of the animal spirits. How then could men move their arms? These things appear to me to be evident, and also, it seems to me, all those who are willing to think, though they may be perhaps incomprehensible to all those who are only willing to sense. Here Malebranche assumes the very questionable assumption of Jehlinck's, that a true causal agent knows that he acts and how he acts. Moreover, that I should be the true cause of my arm's movement is a contradictory notion. A true cause is a cause between which and its effect the mind perceives a necessary connection. It is thus that I understand the term made to be a true cause is to be a creative agent, and no human agent can create. Nor can God communicate this power to a human being. Hence we must conclude that God moves my arm on the occasion of my willing that the arm should be moved. God, therefore, is the one and only true cause. From all eternity God has willed, and he will continue eternally to will, or, to speak more precisely, God wills without cessation, but without change, succession, or necessity, all that will take place in the course of time. For but if God wills the creation and conservation of a chair, for example, he must will that it should be in one place rather than another at any given time. Therefore there is a contradiction in saying that one body can move another. I say even. There is a contradiction in saying that you can move your armchair. No power can transport it where God does not transport it, or place it where God does not place it. Certainly, there is a natural order in the sense that God has willed, for example, that A should always be followed by B, and this order is constantly preserved because God has willed that it should be preserved. To all outward appearance, therefore, it seems that A causes B. But metaphysical reflection shows that A is simply an occasional cause. The fact that on the occurrence of event A God always causes event B does not show that A is a true cause of B. It is simply the occasion, according to the scheme of divine providence, of God's activity in producing B. Here we have a curious combination of an empiricist analysis of causality with a metaphysical theory. As far as the connection between A and B is concerned, we can discover no more than a relation of regular sequence. But for Malebranche this does not mean that causality in general is nothing more than regular sequence. It means that natural causes are not true causes and that the only true cause is a supernatural agent, God. And this general principle must obviously hold good with regard to the relation between soul and body in man. There is parallelism but not interaction. And from this Malebranche draws the conclusion that our soul is not at all united to our body in the way that common opinion supposes that it is. The soul is united immediately and directly to God alone too. For if God is the one true cause, it may appear that human freedom must be denied, on the ground that God is the cause even of our acts of will. But Malebranche did not deny human freedom and responsibility, and some brief explanation must be given of the way in which he reconciled the assertion of human freedom with the attribution to God alone of all true causal efficacy. Malebranche liked to find parallels and analogies between the material world and the spiritual world, as also between the natural and supernatural orders. In the material world, the sphere of bodies, we find movement, and the corresponding factor in the spiritual world is inclination. Now, it seems to me that the inclinations of spirits are to the spiritual world that which movement is to the material world. 3. If our nature had not been corrupted by the fall, we should have been immediately aware of the fundamental inclination in our souls. As things are, however, we have to arrive at this knowledge by reflection and argument. Now, God has no other final end in all his operations than himself. As creator he certainly wills the conservation and good of the beings which he has created, but God wills his glory as his principal end, and he wills also the conservation of creatures, but for his glory. One and the fundamental inclinations of creatures must correspond to the will and intentions of the Creator. Accordingly, God has implanted in spiritual creatures a fundamental inclination towards himself. This takes the form of an inclination towards the good in general, and is the reason why we can never be satisfied with any finite good or set of finite goods. We encounter finite goods, and in virtue of our fundamental inclination to the good in general we desire and love them, above all those which have a close relation to the conservation of our being and the acquisition of happiness. For to say that we have an inclination towards the good in general and to say that we are naturally inclined towards the acquisition of happiness is ultimately the same thing. But no finite good can satisfy the inclination towards the good in general, and we cannot find happiness apart from God. We must acknowledge, therefore, that our wills are fundamentally orientated towards God, even if, through the blindness and disorders consequent on the fall, we are not immediately conscious of this movement towards God. Now, if God has implanted in the will an ineradicable inclination towards the good in general, an inclination which can be satisfied only by the supreme and infinite good, namely, God himself, it is obvious that we are not ourselves the causes of this inclination and interior movement. It is a necessary inclination, not subject to our free control. Furthermore, our inclinations towards particular goods, which, inclinations, are common to all men, although they are not equally strong in all men, such as our inclination to the conservation of our being and of the being of those with whom we are united by nature, are also impressions of the will of God in us. For I call indifferently natural inclinations all the impressions of the author of nature which are common to all spirits too. These inclinations too are natural and necessary. What, therefore, is left for free will? Or, rather, what can free will mean, once given these premises? By the word will I intend to designate here the impression or the natural movement which carries us towards the indeterminate good, the good in general. And by the word freedom I understand nothing else but the power which the spirit possesses of diverting this impression towards the objects which please us, and thus to bring it about that our natural inclinations terminate in some particular object. 1. The movement towards the good in general or the universal good is irresistible, and this movement is in point of fact a movement or inclination towards God, who alone is the general good, because he alone comprises in himself all goods too. But we are free with regard to particular finite goods. This can be illustrated by the example chosen by Malebranche. 8. A man represents to himself some dignity as a good. Immediately his will is drawn to it, that is to say, his movement towards the universal good moves him towards this particular object, the dignity, because his mind has represented it to him as a good. But as a matter of fact this dignity is not the universal good. Nor is the mind capable of seeing it clearly and distinctly as the universal good, for the mind never sees clearly what is not the case. Therefore the movement towards the universal good cannot be fully arrested, as it were, by this particular good. The will is naturally impelled beyond this particular good, and the man does not love the dignity necessarily or invincibly. He remains free. Now, his freedom consists in this, that, not being fully convinced that this dignity comprises all the good which he is capable of loving, he can suspend his judgment and his love. Further, in virtue of the union which he has with the universal being or that which comprises all good, he can think of other things and consequently love other goods. For in other words, if I once apprehend or think of something as good, my will goes out towards it. But at the same time I am capable of refusing my consent to this movement or impulse in so far as it is directed towards this particular finite good. In order to understand Malebranche's theory of liberty more clearly, it is helpful to remember that according to him the fall resulted in the change of union of soul with body into dependence of soul on body. Before the fall Adam possessed a preternatural power of suspending the operation of the laws of parallelism, but after the fall the chain of physical events which results in traces in the principal part of the brain is necessarily followed by the appearance of psychic events in the soul. According, therefore, to the necessary operation of the laws of parallelism, whenever a corporeal thing causes traces in the brain, movements of the soul result. And in this sense the soul is subject to the body. Man, therefore, who after the fall has no longer a clear consciousness of God, is drawn towards sensible things. The soul, after sin, original sin, has become, as it were, corporeal by inclination. Its love for sensible things constantly diminishes its union with or relation to intelligible things. One and all sin comes ultimately from this subservience to the flesh. At the same time the reason is still a participation of the divine reason, and the will is still naturally drawn towards the universal good, God. Although therefore, man is drawn towards finite goods, especially corporeal sources of pleasure, he is capable of seeing that no finite good is the universal good and of refusing his consent to the inclination or love of it. Nobody is captivated by a finite good except by his own choice. 5. The will is, therefore, an active power. This activity is, indeed, immanent, in the sense that though I can will or not will a finite good, my will cannot of itself produce an external effect. External effects are produced by God on the occasion of acts of will. Nonetheless, the will is an active, and not a purely passive power. The mind or pure understanding, however, is a passive power or faculty. It does not produce ideas, it receives them. The question arises, therefore, from what source does it receive them? How do ideas of things distinct from ourselves come to our minds? These ideas cannot come from the bodies which they represent. Nor can they be produced by the soul itself. For their production by man himself would postulate a power which he does not possess, namely, that of creation. Nor can we suppose that God has placed in the soul from the beginning a complete stock of innate ideas. The only reasonable explanation of our ideas, according to Malebranche, is that we see all things in God. To this celebrated theory of vision in God, for which Malebranche claimed the authority of Saint Augustine, is one of the characteristic features of the former's philosophy. God has in himself the ideas of all the things which he has created, for otherwise he could not have produced them. Further, he is present to us in so intimate a manner that one can say that he is the place of spirits, in the same way spaces are in a sense the place of bodies. For it follows, therefore, according to Malebranche, that the mind can see in God the works of God, provided that he wills to reveal to it the ideas which represent them. And that God does so can be shown by various arguments. For example, as we can desire to see all beings, sometimes one and sometimes another, it is certain that all beings are present to our mind, and it seems that they cannot all be present to our mind unless God is present to it, that is to say, he who comprises all things within the simplicity of his being. I do not think that we can well explain the way in which the mind knows a diversity of abstract and general truths otherwise than by the presence of him who can illuminate them and in an infinity of ways. 2. Further, ideas act on our minds, illuminating them and rendering them happy or unhappy. But it is God alone who can change the modifications of our minds. It must be, then, that all our ideas are in the efficacious substance of the divinity, which alone is intelligible or capable of illuminating us, because it alone can affect our intelligences. 3. This does not mean, Malebranche remarks, that we see the essence of God. The essence of God is his absolute being, and minds do not at all see the divine substance taken absolutely, but only as relative to creatures or as participable by them. For Malebranche thus tries to avoid the accusation that he is attributing the beatific vision, reserved for souls in heaven, to all men without distinction, and that he is naturalizing it. But it seems to me to be extremely difficult to see how the distinction between seeing the divine essence in itself and seeing the divine essence as externally imitable in creatures is of much real use for this purpose. However, supposing that we do see our ideas in God, what is it that we see? What are these ideas? In the first place we see the so-called eternal truths. To be more precise, we see the ideas of these truths. A truth such as the proposition twice 2 is 4 cannot be identified with God. So we do not say that we see God in seeing the truths, as St. Augustine says, but in seeing the ideas of these truths. For the ideas are real, but the equality between the ideas, which is the truth, is not real. When one says that twice 2 makes 4, the ideas of the numbers are real, but the equality which exists between them is only a relation. Thus according to our opinion we see God when we see eternal truths, not that these truths are God, but because the ideas on which these truths depend are in God. And perhaps even St. Augustine understood the matter in this way. 1. In the second place we believe also that one knows changing and corruptible things in God, although St. Augustine talks only of immutable and incorruptible things. 2. But this statement of Malebranche may easily be misunderstood. In our knowledge of material things we can distinguish between the sensational element and the pure idea. The former is, indeed, caused by God, but it is not seen in God. For God certainly knows sensible things, but he does not perceive them. 3. The sensational element does not represent the thing as it is in itself. In itself it is extension, and it is this that we see in God as a pure idea. Does this mean that we see in God separate ideas of individual material things? No, we see in God only the pure idea of intelligible extension, which is the archetype of the material world. It is clear that matter is nothing else but extension, for in our clear and distinct idea of matter we can discern only extension. And matter or body must have its archetype in God. This does not mean, of course, that God is material and extended, it means that there is in him the pure idea of extension. And in this archetypal idea are contained ideally the possible relations which are exemplified concretely in the material world. When you contemplate intelligible extension, you see as yet only the archetype of the material world which we inhabit and that of an infinity of other possible worlds. In truth you then see the divine substance. For it is this alone which is visible, or which can illumine the mind. But you do not see the divine substance in itself or according to what it is. You see it only according to the relation which it has to material creatures, according as it is participable by them or according as it is representative of them. Consequently it is not, properly speaking, God whom you see, but only the matter which he can produce. 5. In the third place we believe finally that all minds see the eternal moral laws as well as other things in God, but in a somewhat different way. 8. We see the eternal truths, for example, in virtue of the union which our minds have with the Word of God. But the moral order is known in virtue of the movement or inclination towards God which we receive constantly from the divine will. It is because of this natural and ever-present inclination that we know that we should love good and shun evil, that we should love justice more than all riches, that it is better to obey God than to command men, and an infinity of other natural laws. 1. For the knowledge of our fundamental orientation towards God as our final end comprises the knowledge of the natural moral law. We have only to examine the implications of this orientation to become aware of the law and of its obligatory character. 6. According to Malebranche, therefore, the vision in God which we possess comprises knowledge of the eternal truths, of intelligible extension as the archetype of the material world and, though in a different sense, of the natural moral law. But it is not the same with the soul. We do not know it by its idea, we do not at all see it in God, we know it only by consciousness too, but this does not mean that we have a clear vision of the soul itself, we know of our soul only what we perceive to take place in us. 3. If we had never experienced pain and so on, we should be ignorant whether the soul is capable of having such modifications. That it can have these modifications is known only experientially. If, however, we knew the soul by the idea of it in God, we should be capable of knowing a priori all the properties and modifications of which it is capable, just as we can know a priori the properties of extension. This is not to say that we are ignorant of the soul's existence and of its nature as a thinking being. Indeed, the knowledge which we have of it is sufficient to enable us to prove the soul's spirituality and immortality. At the same time it must be admitted that we do not possess as perfect a knowledge of the nature of the soul as that which we possess of the nature of bodies. 1. This is not perhaps the view which we would naturally expect from Malebranche. But he gives a reason for it in terms of his own analysis of our knowledge of material things. The knowledge which we have of our soul by consciousness is imperfect, it is true, but it is in no way false. The knowledge, on the contrary, which we have of bodies by feeling or consciousness, if one can call consciousness the feeling of that which takes place in our body, is not only imperfect but false. It was therefore necessary for us to have an idea of bodies to correct the feelings which we have with regard to them. But we have no need of an idea of our souls, since the consciousness which we have of them does not at all involve us in error. In order not to be deceived in our knowledge of the soul, it is sufficient that we do not confuse it with the body, and we can avoid this confusion by the use of reason. 1. There was no need, then, for us to have a vision of the soul in God analogous to our vision of intelligible extension in God. 7. What, then, of our knowledge of other men and of the pure intelligences or angels? It is clear that we know them only by conjecture. 2. We do not know the souls of other men in themselves, nor by means of their ideas in God. And as they are different from ourselves, we cannot know them by consciousness. We conjecture that the souls of other men are of like kind to ours. 3. True, we know with certainty some facts about other souls. We know, for example, that every soul seeks for happiness. But I know it with evidence and certitude because it is God who informs me. 1. What I know with certainty of other souls or minds is known by revelation. But when I draw conclusions about other people from my knowledge of myself, I am often wrong. Thus the knowledge which we have of other men is extremely subject to error, if we judge of them by the feelings, perceptions, which we have ourselves. 5. It is evident that Malebranche must make an analogous statement about our knowledge of the existence of other bodies. On the one hand, sensations do not represent bodies as they are in themselves. And in any case the psychic events which follow on the chain of physical stimuli are caused by God, so that there is no absolutely compelling proof that they are in fact occasioned by the presence of external bodies, unless, indeed, we first assume the whole order of occasional causality. And this involves assuming the existence of bodies. On the other hand, the idea of intelligible extension which we see in God does not of itself assure us of the existence of any bodies at all. For it is the infinite archetype of all possible bodies. Hence it would appear that Malebranche must have recourse to revelation as the source of certain knowledge that bodies do in fact exist. And so he does. There are 3 kinds of beings of which we have some knowledge, and to which we can have some relation: God, or the infinitely perfect being, who is the principle and cause of all things; spirits, which we know only by the interior feeling that we have of our nature; bodies, of whose existence we are assured by the revelation of it which we possess. 8. The existence of bodies cannot be demonstrated, says Malebranche. It is rather the impossibility of a demonstration which can be demonstrated. For there is no necessary connection between the existence of bodies and the cause of their existence, namely, God. We know of their existence through revelation. But here we must distinguish between natural and supernatural revelation. Suppose that I prick my finger with a needle and feel pain. This feeling of pain that we have is a kind of revelation. 1. It is not that the pain is truly caused by the prick, it is caused by God on the occasion of the prick. But in view of God's establishment of a regular order of occasional causality, his causing the pain is an intimation or a kind of natural revelation of the existence of bodies. The argument, however, does not of itself produce absolute certainty. Not that it is in itself defective, but we can have doubts about it, since in our present state we are able, for example, to conclude in some particular case that a psychic event is caused on the occasion of the presence and activity of a body when this is not really true. Hence, if we desire greater certainty about the existence of bodies, we must have recourse to supernatural revelation. The scriptures make it abundantly clear that bodies do in fact exist. To deliver you entirely from your speculative doubt, faith furnishes us a demonstration which it is impossible to resist. In practice, however, natural revelation suffices. For I am quite certain that you had no need of all that I have just said to you in order to assure yourself that you are in the company of Theodorus 8:8. To be assured of the existence of bodies, therefore, we need to know that God exists. But how do we know this? Malebranche's principal argument is an adaptation of the so-called ontological argument of Saint Anselm, as used by Descartes. We have the idea of the infinite. But no finite thing represents or can represent the infinite. We cannot form for ourselves the idea of the infinite by adding to the finite. Rather do we conceive the finite by limiting the idea of the infinite. This idea of the infinite, that is to say of infinite being, is thus no mere mental construction of ours, it is something given, the attestation or effect of God's presence. In it we discern existence as necessarily included. One can see a circle, a house, a sun, without its existing. For everything which is finite can be seen in the infinite, which comprises the intelligible ideas of finite things. But the infinite can be seen only in itself. For no finite thing can represent the infinite. If one thinks of God, he must exist. Other beings, although known, may not exist. One can see their essence without their existence, their idea without them. But one cannot see the essence of the infinite without its existence, the idea of being without being. For being has no idea to represent it. There is no archetype which contains all its intelligible reality. It is its own archetype, and it comprises in itself the archetype of all beings, one in having the idea of the infinite. Therefore, we see God. I am certain that I see the infinite. Therefore the infinite exists, because I see it, and because I cannot see it except in itself. Too true, my perception of the infinite is limited, inasmuch as my mind is limited, but that which I perceive is infinite. Thus you see very well that this proposition, there is a God, is by itself the clearest of all propositions which affirm the existence of anything, and that it is even as certain as the proposition, I think, therefore I am. 3. The idea of God is thus the idea of the infinite, and the idea of the infinite is the idea of infinitely perfect being. You define God as he has defined himself when speaking to Moses: God is he who is. Being without restriction, in a word being, this is the idea of God. And this meaning of the word God gives us the key to knowledge of the divine attributes, so far as such knowledge is possible for us. It is clear that this word God being only an abbreviation for infinitely perfect being, there is a contradiction in saying that we can be deceived if we attribute to God simply what we see clearly as pertaining to the infinite perfect being, as we are justified in predicating of God any perfection which we see to be a true perfection, and one which is not necessarily limited or mixed with imperfection. God, or the infinitely perfect being, is then independent of all causes, and immutable. He is also omnipotent, eternal, necessary, omnipresent. 8. That an infinite perfection surpasses our comprehension is no valid reason against attributing it to God. Men naturally tend to humanize God, to form anthropomorphic conceptions of him, and some like to strip him of all incomprehensible attributes. 7. But we must acknowledge, for example, that God is neither good nor merciful nor patient according to the vulgar notions of these attributes. Those attributes as ordinarily conceived are unworthy of the infinitely perfect being. But God possesses these qualities in the sense that reason tells us, and the scripture, which cannot be contradicted, makes us believe one, and we must recognize that God possesses all the perfections which pertain to the infinitely perfect being, even if we cannot comprehend them. God, for example, knows all things in himself, but we cannot comprehend the divine knowledge. Malebranche insists on freedom as a divine attribute. God necessarily loves that which is supremely and infinitely lovable, his own substance, the infinite good. And this infinite good is sufficient, if one may so speak, to satisfy the divine will. If, therefore, God creates finite things, he does so, indeed, out of goodness and love, but not from necessity. For creatures cannot add to the infinite anything which it lacks. God created the world freely, and he conserves it freely. The will to create the world contains no element of necessity, although, like other immanent operations, it is eternal and immutable too. But how can the divine freedom be reconciled with the divine immutability? Does not freedom suggest mutability, the power to act otherwise than one does act? Malebranche answers that God willed eternally to create the world. Indeed, as there is no past or future in God, there is one eternal creative act. And this act is immutable. At the same time God willed eternally but freely to create the world. If we once suppose the free decision to create and conserve the world, we can rely, as it were, on a stable order. God does not change his decrees. This does not mean that no miracle is possible. But God's eternal choice of this world and of this order comprised also the choice of those events which we call miracles. The fact, however, that God decreed from eternity the creation of the world and that this decree is immutable is not incompatible with the freedom of this decree. From all eternity God has willed, and he will continue eternally to will, or, to speak more exactly, God wills without cessation, but without change, without succession, without necessity, all that he will do in the course of time. The act of his eternal decree, although simple and immutable, is necessary only because it is. It cannot not be, because it is. But it is only because God wills it. 8. The divine decrees are necessary only by supposition, on the supposition, that is to say, that God has made them, and he made them freely. At present you are seated. Can you be standing up? You can, absolutely speaking, but, according to the supposition, that you are sitting, you cannot. So God wills to make decrees and establish simple and general laws to govern the world in a manner consonant with his attributes. But, these decrees once supposed, they cannot be changed. Not that they are necessary, absolutely speaking, but they are necessary by supposition. God is immutable, this is one of the perfections of his nature. Nevertheless he is perfectly free in all that he does externally. He cannot change, because what he wills without succession, by a simple and invariable act. But he cannot will it, because he wills freely what he actually wills. 1-9. On this subject of divine freedom and on the problem of reconciling the divine freedom with the divine immutability, Malebranche adds nothing to what the medieval theologians and philosophers had already said. He certainly contributes nothing new to the solution of the problem. However, the fact that he repeats his predecessors is perhaps worth noting in view of his frequent polemics against the Aristotelians, even though, as a Catholic theologian, he could not say anything very different from what he did say. But his insistence on the divine freedom has this greater importance, that it illustrates the difference between him and Spinoza. The fact that Malebranche makes God the only true cause, coupled with the fact that he places infinite intelligible extension in God, has led some historians to regard him as a link between Descartes and Spinoza. And this point of view is certainly understandable. At the same time, the fact that he insists on the divine freedom shows clearly enough that he was a theist and not a pantheist. As for Descartes, we have had occasion to note Malebranche's admiration for his great predecessor. Descartes inspired his admiration for mathematics and his conception of the right method to pursue in the search for truth. Several important theories defended by Malebranche were obviously Cartesian in origin, for example, the analysis of matter as extension. Further, the problem created by the Cartesian dualism of thought and extension provided the starting point for Malebranche's doctrine of occasional causality. And, in general, the latter's devotion to the ideal of clear and distinct ideas and of indubitable evidence analogous to that obtained in mathematics was clearly the fruit of the Cartesian spirit. Yet in spite of the undoubted influence of Descartes on his thought, Malebranche's philosophy has a rather different flavor from that of Cartesianism. Perhaps the difference can be illustrated in this way. The bent of Descartes' mind was towards the discovery of new scientific truths by the aid of the correct method. He hoped that others would prolong his own reflections in fruitful deduction and scientific investigation. Hence, although the notion of God was essential to his system, his philosophy can hardly be called theocentric. It made room, it is true, for the mysteries of faith, but its dynamic impulse, so to speak, is towards the building up of the sciences, a fact which is not altered by Descartes' faulty notion of scientific method. The philosophy of Malebranche, on the contrary, is evidently theocentric in character. The doctrines of God as the universal and only true cause and of our vision in God illustrate this character. For Malebranche, false ideas of causality are intimately linked with false notions of the divine. The theory of occasional causality and a true idea of God go together. And when we recognize this, we are able to see the world in a true perspective, namely, as dependent at every moment on the infinite Godhead, not simply for existence but also for activity. And if we once recognize this utter dependence of creatures on the transcendent immanent God, the only source of all being and activity, we shall be all the more ready to listen to the divine revelation, even though this revelation comprises incomprehensible mysteries. The mind is passive, receiving ideas, and it is folly to turn the ideas which we receive against the word of him from whom we receive them. Perhaps one may draw the following analogy between Malebranche and Berkeley. The latter in the 18th century accepted the principles of empiricism as laid down by Locke and drew some radical conclusions which Locke himself had not drawn, for example, that there is no such thing as material substance. Berkeley can therefore be depicted as carrying the development of empiricism a stage further than his predecessor. At the same time he propounded a thoroughly theocentric philosophy, and he based this metaphysical system, partly at least, on an application of empirical principles. Hence it would not be unreasonable to speak of Berkeley as using empiricism in the service of a theocentric philosophy. Similarly, Malebranche, at an earlier date, accepted many of the principles laid down by Descartes, and he drew conclusions which the latter had not himself drawn, for example, that there is no real interaction between soul and body. In this sense he can be depicted as having developed Cartesianism. At the same time he used Cartesian principles and the conclusions which he drew from them in the service of a thoroughly theocentric system with peculiarities of its own. Hence it is as misleading to label Malebranche simply as a Cartesian as it would be to label Berkeley simply as an empiricist. Both men developed theocentric metaphysical systems, and these systems bear marked resemblances in some points, though there are also notable differences, due at least in part to the association of the one system with Cartesianism and of the other with British empiricism. 10. The philosophy of Malebranche enjoyed a considerable success. Thus the Oratorian Thomason, 1619-95, is generally recognized as having been influenced by Malebranche, even if he does not name the latter when he speaks of the vision in God. Among the Benedictines Francis Lamy, 1636-1711, who attacked Spinoza's idea of God, was influenced by Malebranche. And the Jesuit Yves-Marie Andrest, 1675-1764, author of A Life of Malebranche, exposed himself to considerable difficulties through his championship of the latter's cause. According to Andrest, the Aristotelian Thomist doctrine of the sense origin of our knowledge destroys science and morals. The mathematician and physicist Ren 6f6d6, author of Meditations M6 Tafisi U.es sur Origine de Iam, 1683, can be reckoned as a disciple of Malebranche, though in some respects he inclined to Spinozism. In general, the French disciples of Malebranche endeavored to defend him against the charge that his philosophy led to or was akin to Spinozism, and also to use his system against the influence of empiricism which was beginning to be felt on the continent. A translation of the Recherche de la Vérité was published in England in 1694, and in the following year Locke wrote an examination of Malebranche's opinion of seeing all things in God, in which he criticized this opinion adversely. This work was not published until 1706, 2 years after Locke's death. Meanwhile John Norris, 1657-1711, had shown his acceptance of Malebranche's opinion in an essay towards the theory of the ideal or intelligible world, 1701-4, in the second part of which he criticized Locke's empiricism. Ideas of Malebranche were also used by Italian writers against empiricism in the 18th century. One can mention especially 204 A History of Philosophy for Mattia Doria, author of Edipsa della Metafisica contro il Signor G. Locke, 1732, and Cardinal Gerdile I who published his Immaterialità de idme dimentri contra M. Locke in 1747 and in the following year Advance du Sentiment du P. Malebranche sur Origine et la nature de idées contra I examen de Locke. Iberic Spinoza, Benedict Spinoza or de Spinoza, was born at Amsterdam on November 24, 1632. He came of a family of Portuguese Jews who had emigrated to Holland towards the close of the 16th century. His ancestors were perhaps Marranos, that is to say, Jews who in the last decade of the 15th century had outwardly accepted Christianity in order to avoid expulsion from their country, while remaining inwardly attached to the Jewish religion. In any case, on arrival in Holland the emigrants made open profession of Judaism, and Spinoza was thus brought up in the Jewish community of Amsterdam according to the Jewish traditions. Though his native language was Spanish, he also learned Portuguese at a very early age. His early education naturally took the form of the study of the Old Testament and the Talmud. He also became acquainted with the Kabbalistic speculations which had been influenced by the Neoplatonic tradition, and later he studied the writings of Jewish philosophers such as Moses Maimonides. The elements of Latin he acquired from a German, and he continued his study of the language under Francis van den Ende, a Christian, under whose tuition he studied also mathematics and the Cartesian philosophy. In addition he learned some Greek, though his knowledge of this language did not equal his knowledge of Latin, and he was acquainted with French, Italian and, of course, Hebrew and Dutch. Though educated in the Jewish religious tradition, Spinoza soon found himself unable to accept the orthodox Jewish theology and interpretation of the scriptures, and in 1656, when only 24 years old, he was solemnly excommunicated, that is, excluded from the Jewish community. As a means of livelihood he took to grinding lenses for optical instruments, and he was thus enabled to lead the retired and quiet life of a scholar and philosopher. In 1660 he went to reside near Leiden, and while there he entered into correspondence with Henry Oldenburg, Secretary of the Royal Society in London. In 1663 he moved to the neighborhood of The Hague, where he was visited by Leibniz in 1676. Spinoza never occupied an academic post. In 1673 he was offered the chair of philosophy of Heidelberg, but he refused it, mainly no doubt because he wished to preserve complete freedom. But in any case he was never the man to seek the limelight. He died of consumption in 1677. 2. Only 2 works by Spinoza were published during his lifetime, and of these only one appeared under his own name. His exposition in geometrical form of part of Descartes' Principles of Philosophy, Renati Descartes Principiorum Philosophiae Partis Prima et Secunda More Geometrico Demonstrati. Accesserunt Cogitata Metaphysica, appeared in 1663, while his theological political treatise, Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, was published anonymously in 1670. The opera posthuma, which were published shortly after Spinoza's death, include his treatise on the correction of the understanding, Tractatus de Intellectus Emendatione, which was written during his residence near Leiden, the ethics demonstrated according to the geometrical order, Ethica Ordine Geometrico Demonstrata, which is his most important work, and the political treatise Tractatus Politicus. His short treatise on God, man, and his well-being, Tractatus Brevis de Deo et Homin Ejusque Felicitate, was discovered in 1851 and is generally known as the Short Treatise. The complete works of Spinoza include also 1 or 2 essays and a collection of his correspondence. 3. The most conspicuous idea of Spinoza's philosophy is that there is only one substance, the infinite divine substance which is identified with nature, Deus of Natura, God, or nature. And a striking feature of this philosophy as it is presented in the Ethics is the geometrical form of its presentation. This work is divided into 5 parts in which the following subjects are treated in turn: God, the nature and origin of the mind, the origin and nature of the emotions, the power of the intellect or human freedom. At the beginning of the first part we find 8 definitions, followed by 7 axioms. The second part starts with 7 definitions and 5 axioms, the third with 3 definitions and 2 postulates, the fourth with 8 definitions and 1 axiom, and the fifth with 2 axioms. And in each case these definitions and axioms or postulates are succeeded by numbered propositions with proofs, ending with the letters QED, and corollaries. We can distinguish between this geometrical form of presentation and the central idea of the unity of God and nature in one infinite substance. Consideration of the first topic I shall leave to the next section, while in the present section I shall make some remarks about the influences which contributed to the formation of Spinoza's central metaphysical idea. It can hardly be denied that Cartesianism exercised an influence on the mind of Spinoza and that it was to some extent at least an instrument in the formation of his philosophy. In the first place it provided him with an ideal of method. In the second place it provided him with a good deal of his terminology. For example, a comparison of Spinoza's definitions of substance and attribute with those of Descartes reveals clearly enough his indebtedness to the French philosopher. In the third place he was doubtless positively influenced by Descartes' treatment of certain particular points. For instance, he may well have been influenced by Descartes' assertion too that in philosophy we should inquire only into efficient and not into final causes, as also of his use of the ontological argument for the existence of God. In the fourth place, Cartesianism probably helped to determine the nature of the problems with which he dealt, for example, the problem of the relation between mind and body. But though it is reasonable to say that Spinoza was influenced by Descartes, it does not follow immediately that his monism was derived from the latter's philosophy. Nobody would wish to claim, of course, that he derived his monism from Cartesianism in the sense of borrowing or adopting it from Descartes. For the latter was not a monist. But it has been argued that what Spinoza did was to develop the logical implications of Cartesianism in a monist direction. We have seen that Descartes defined substance in such a way that the definition applied literally to God alone. It is understandable, therefore, that some historians should claim that Spinoza adopted monism under the influence of this definition. After all, it certainly appeared to a number of people at the time that Spinozism was the result of a logical and consistent rethinking of Cartesianism. And though the Cartesians strenuously resisted any attempt to hang Spinoza round the neck of Descartes, it is arguable that their opposition to Spinozism was rendered all the more vehement by an uneasy feeling that it could be plausibly represented as a logical development of Descartes' philosophy. In a letter to Oldenburg, Spinoza remarked that the stupid Cartesians, being suspected of favoring me, endeavored to remove the aspersion by abusing everywhere my opinions and writings, a course which they still pursue. 1. But though from the theoretical point of view the philosophy could have been developed through reflection on that of Descartes, 2. It by no means follows necessarily that as a matter of historical fact Spinoza arrived at his central metaphysical idea in precisely this way. And there are reasons for thinking that he did not do so. In the first place, there is reason for thinking that Spinoza was at least predisposed towards pantheistic monism by his study of certain Jewish writers before he devoted attention to Cartesianism. His Jewish upbringing was, of course, ultimately responsible for his use of the word God for the ultimate reality, though it is obvious that he did not borrow the identification of God with nature from the Old Testament writers, who certainly did not make any such identification. But when still a youth, Spinoza came to think that belief in a personal transcendent God who created the world freely is philosophically untenable. He admitted that theological language expressing this belief has a valuable function to perform for those who cannot appreciate the language of philosophy, but he regarded its action as being that of leading people to adopt certain lines of action rather than as that of conveying true information about God. Against Maimonides he argued that it is idle to look for philosophical truth in the scriptures, since it is not there to be found, save for a few simple truths, though he maintained at the same time that there can be no important contradiction between true philosophy and the scriptures, because they do not speak the same language. Philosophy gives us the truth in purely rational, not in pictorial, form. And as philosophy tells us that the ultimate reality is infinite, this reality must contain all being within itself. God cannot be something apart from the world. This idea of God as the infinite being, which expresses itself in and yet comprises within itself the world, seems to have been suggested at least to Spinoza by his reading of Jewish mystical and Kabbalistic writers. We have, indeed, to be careful not to exaggerate, or even to emphasize, the influence of the Kabbalistic writings on Spinoza's mind. In point of fact, he had little sympathy for them. I have read and known certain Kabbalistic triflers whose insanity provokes my unceasing astonishment. 1. He found in these writings childish ideas rather than divine secrets. But, as Dunin Borkowski, for example, has argued, it does not follow that the remote seeds of Spinoza's pantheistic monism were not planted by his acquaintance with these writings. And even if we wish to discount the influence of the later writings of the Kabbalah, there is at least some evidence other than conjecture to suggest that Jewish writers had exercised some formative influence on his thought. Thus, after saying that a mode of extension and the idea of this mode are one and the same thing, though expressed in different ways, Spinoza adds, which certain Jews seem to have perceived, but confusedly, for they said that God and his intellect and the things perceived by his intellect were one and the same thing. 2. Moreover, Spinoza makes one explicit reference 3 to Shaste Crescas, a Jewish writer of the late Middle Ages, who maintained that matter in some way pre-exists in God, on the principle that a being cannot be the cause of another thing if it possesses in itself nothing of that thing. And this idea may possibly have helped to predispose Spinoza to the development of his view of extension as a divine attribute. He may also have been influenced by Crescas's determinism, that is, by the latter's denial that any human choice is incapable of being explained in terms of character and motive. Another probable source of influence on Spinoza was his study of the pantheistically inclined Renaissance philosophers. It is true that the writings of Giordano Bruno do not figure in the catalogue which was made of the works contained in Spinoza's library. But certain passages in the short treatise seem to make it clear that he did know Bruno's philosophy and that he had been influenced by it in early years. Moreover, Bruno had made use of the distinction between natura naturans and natura naturata, which was an important feature of Spinoza's system. It is scarcely possible to settle in any definitive fashion the controversy concerning the relative degrees of influence exercised on Spinoza's mind by his study of Jewish writers and by that of Renaissance philosophers of nature such as Bruno. But it seems safe to say that he was predisposed towards the identification of God with nature through both lines of study, and that this central idea was not derived simply through reflection on Cartesianism. It must be remembered that Spinoza was at no time a Cartesian. True, he expounded part of Descartes' philosophy more geometrico, but, as a friend explained in an introduction to the exposition, he did not accept this philosophy. What Cartesianism did for him was to give him an ideal of method and a knowledge of a closely knit and systematically developed philosophy which was far superior to the outpourings of Bruno, and still more to the insanity of the Kabbalistic triflers. Spinoza was doubtless impressed by Cartesianism, but he never looked on it as the complete truth. And when writing to Henry Oldenburg, who had asked him what he considered to be the chief defects in the philosophies of Descartes and Bacon, he asserted that the first and chief defect was that these philosophers have strayed so far from the knowledge of the first cause and origin of all things. 2. It has been claimed that Spinoza owed more to scholasticism in the way of terminology and concepts than had been generally recognized. But though he had some knowledge of scholasticism, it does not seem to have been intimate or profound. He did not possess that first-hand and extensive acquaintance with scholastic philosophers which Leibniz possessed. As for Stoicism, its influence is evident in his moral theory. He was acquainted with at least a few of the writings of ancient Stoics, and he was doubtless well aware of the revived Stoicism of the Renaissance. In his political thought he was influenced by Hobbes, though in a letter to Georgigelis he drew attention to a difference between Hobbes's views and his own. But though it is interesting to attempt to trace the influence of other philosophers on Spinoza, the fact remains that his system was his own creation. Historical research into contributory influences should not blind one to the powerful originality of his thought. 4. We have seen that Spinoza expounded part of Descartes' philosophy more geometrico, though he was not even at that time an adherent of the Cartesian system. And this fact has been held to show that he did not regard as infallible the method which he himself employed in the Ethics. But one has, I think, to make a distinction. It is, indeed, obvious that Spinoza did not attach primary importance to the external trappings of this method, such as the formulas of exposition, the use of letters like QED and of words like corollary. The true philosophy could be presented without the use of these geometrical adornments and forms. Conversely, a false philosophy could be presented in a geometrical dress. It is, therefore, true to say that Spinoza did not regard the method as infallible if one is thinking simply of externals. But if by the method one means not so much the external geometrical trappings as the logical deduction of propositions from definitions expressing clear and distinct ideas and from self-evident axioms, it seems to me that the method was certainly in Spinoza's eyes an infallible means of developing the true philosophy. If one looks at his definitions, for example, it is true, as far as the wording goes, that they express simply the ways in which Spinoza chooses to understand certain terms. For instance, an attribute I understand to be that which the intellect perceives as constituting the essence of a substance, or, by good I understand that which we certainly know to be useful to us too, but Spinoza was convinced that each definition expressed a clear and distinct idea and that every definition or clear and distinct idea is true. 3. And if the intellect operates with clear and distinct ideas and deduces their logical implications, it cannot err, for it is operating according to its own nature, the nature of reason itself. Thus he criticizes Francis Bacon for assuming that the human intellect is liable to err, not only through the fallibility of the senses, but also solely through its own nature. 4. But those who say that Spinoza did not regard his geometrical method as infallible may have in mind the following point. He regarded the logical deduction from clear and distinct ideas as providing an explanatory account of the world, as rendering the world of experience intelligible. And this point of view involves the assumption that the causal relation is akin to the relation of logical implication. The order of ideas and the order of causes are the same. The logical deduction of conclusions from the appropriate set of definitions and axioms is at the same time a metaphysical deduction and affords us knowledge of reality. Here we have an assumption or hypothesis. And if Spinoza were called upon to justify it, he would have to reply that the assumption is justified by the power of the developed system to give a coherent and comprehensive explanatory account of the world as we experience it. It is not, therefore, a case of simply assuming that the employment of a certain method infallibly provides us with a true philosophy of the world. It is rather that the employment of the method is justified by results, that is, by the power of the system developed with the aid of this method to do what it professes to do. It seems to me, however, to be extremely doubtful whether Spinoza would have been willing to speak of hypotheses or assumptions. We read in the Ethics that the order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things. 1. In the proof of this proposition he remarks that its truth is clear from the fourth axiom of the first part of the Ethics, namely, the knowledge of effect depends on the knowledge of cause, and involves the same. Spinoza adds, for the idea of everything which is cause depends on the knowledge of the cause of which it is an effect. 2. It is arguable, of course, that even if we grant that to know an effect adequately involves knowing its cause, it does not follow that the causal relation is akin to the relation of logical implication. But the point is that Spinoza appears to have regarded the assertion of this affinity as something clearly true and not as a mere assumption or hypothesis. It would be quite possible for him, of course, to appeal to the coherence and explanatory power of the developed system as evidence of its truth. Further, the exposition of the true philosophy in deductive or synthetic form would not be necessary. He might have chosen another form of presentation. But I feel convinced that Spinoza did not regard the system as resting on an assumption or hypothesis which was capable only of pragmatic or empirical confirmation. Writing to Albert Berg, he remarked, I do not presume that I have found the best philosophy, I know that I understand the true philosophy. 3. And this remark seems to express his attitude admirably. In Spinoza's view, the proper order of philosophical argument demands that we should start with that which is ontologically and logically prior, namely, with the divine essence or nature, and then proceed by logically deducible stages. He speaks of those thinkers who have not observed the order of philosophical argument. For the divine nature, which they ought to have considered before all things, because it is prior to knowledge and nature, they have thought to be the last in the order of knowledge, and things which are called the objects of the senses they have believed to be prior to all things. 1. In adopting this approach, Spinoza separated himself both from the scholastics and from Descartes. In the philosophy of St. Thomas Aquinas, for example, the mind does not start with God, but with the objects of sense experience, and through reflection on the latter it ascends to the affirmation of God's existence. Thus, as far as philosophical method is concerned, God is not prior in the order of ideas, though he is ontologically prior or prior in the order of nature. Similarly, Descartes begins with the cogito, ergo sum, not with God. Further, neither St. Thomas nor Descartes thought that we can deduce finite things from the infinite being, God. Spinoza, however, rejects the procedures of the scholastics and of Descartes. The divine substance must be regarded as prior both in the ontological order and in the order of ideas. At least God must be regarded as prior in the order of ideas when a properly philosophical order of argument is observed. 2 points can profitably be noted at once. First, If we propose to start with the infinite divine substance, and if the affirmation of the existence of this substance is not to be regarded as an hypothesis, it has to be shown that the definition of the divine essence or substance involves its existence. In other words, Spinoza is committed to using the ontological argument in some form or other. Otherwise God would not be prior in the order of ideas. Secondly, if we propose to start with God and to proceed to finite things, assimilating causal dependence to logical dependence, we must rule out contingency in the universe. It does not follow, of course, that the finite mind is capable of deducing the existence of particular finite things. Nor did Spinoza think that it was. But if the causal dependence of all things on God is akin to logical dependence, there is no place for free creation, nor for contingency in the world of material things, nor for human freedom. Any contingency which there may seem to be is only apparent. And if we think that some of our actions are free, this is only because we are ignorant of their determining causes. In their endeavor to give a rational explanation of the world, speculative metaphysicians have always tended towards the reduction of multiplicity to unity. And inasmuch as explanation in this connection means explanation in terms of causality, to say that they have tended towards the reduction of multiplicity to unity is to say that they have tended to explain the existence and natures of finite things in terms of one ultimate causal factor. I use the term tend to because not all speculative metaphysicians have actually postulated one ultimate cause. For example, though the drive towards the reduction of multiplicity to unity is clearly present in the Platonic dialectic, there is at least no adequate proof that Plato ever identified the absolute good with God in his sense of the term. In the philosophy of Spinoza, however, we find the many beings of experience causally explained by reference to the unique infinite substance which Spinoza called God or nature, Deus sub natura. As we have already seen, he assimilated the causal relation to the relation of logical implication, and depicted finite things as proceeding necessarily from infinite substance. Here he differs sharply from the Christian medieval metaphysicians, and for the matter of that from Descartes, who postulated one ultimate cause but who did not attempt to deduce finite things from this cause. In order to know a thing, one must know its cause. The knowledge of effect depends on the knowledge of cause and involves the same one. To explain a thing is to assign its cause or causes. Now, substance was defined by Spinoza as that which is in itself and is conceived through itself, I mean that the conception of which does not depend on the conception of another thing from which it must be formed. 2. But that which can be known through itself alone cannot have an external cause. Substance, then, is what Spinoza calls cause of itself. It is explained through itself and not by reference to any external cause. The definition implies, therefore, that substance is completely self-dependent. It does not depend on any external cause either for its existence or for its attributes and modifications. To say this is to say that its essence involves its existence. I understand that to be cause of itself, the essence of which involves existence and the nature of which cannot be conceived except as existing one. In Spinoza's view, we have or can have a clear and distinct idea of substance, and in this idea we perceive that existence pertains to the essence of substance. If anyone says, then, that he has a clear and distinct, that is, a true idea of substance and nevertheless doubts whether such substance exists, he is like one who says that he has a true idea and yet doubts whether it may not be false. 8. Since existence appertains to the nature of substance, its definition must of necessity involve existence, and therefore from its mere definition its existence can be concluded. 3. At a later stage, when he has argued that there is one and only one substance, infinite and eternal, and that this substance is God, Spinoza returns to the same line of thought. Since the essence of God excludes all imperfection and involves absolute perfection, by that very fact it removes all doubt concerning his existence and makes it most certain, which will be manifest, I think, to such as pay it the least attention. For here we have the ontological argument, liable to the same line of attack to which Saint Anselm's argument was open. If substance were finite, it would be limited, says Spinoza, by some other substance of the same nature, that is, having the same attribute. But there cannot be two or more substances possessing the same attribute. For if there were two or more of them, they would have to be distinguishable from one another, and this means that they would have to possess different attributes. An attribute I understand to be that which the intellect perceives as constituting the essence of a substance. 8. Once given this definition, it follows that, if two substances possess the same attributes, they would possess the same essence, and in this case we should have no reason to speak of them as two, for we should not be able to distinguish them. But if there cannot be two or more substances possessing the same attribute, substance cannot be limited or finite. It must, therefore, be infinite. This piece of reasoning is difficult to follow, and it does not seem to me cogent. The word same appears to be used ambiguously. But Spinoza's idea is obviously that the existence of a plurality of substances would need explanation, and explanation involves reference to a cause. Substance, however, has been defined in such a way that it cannot be said of it that it is the effect of an external cause. We must come in the end to a being which is cause of itself, its own explanation, and infinite. For if substance were limited and finite, it could be acted upon, it could be the term of causal activity. But if it is liable to be affected by an external cause, it cannot be understood purely through itself. And this is against the definition of substance. It follows that substance, so defined, must be infinite. Infinite substance must possess infinite attributes. The more reality or being a thing has, the more attributes will it have. An infinite being must therefore have an infinity of attributes. And this infinite substance with infinite attributes is called God by Spinoza. God I understand to be a being absolutely infinite, that is, a substance consisting of infinite attributes, each of which expresses eternal and infinite essence. 2. And Spinoza goes on to argue that the infinite divine substance is indivisible, unique, and eternal, and that in God existence and essence are one and the same. 3. To anyone who has made a study of scholasticism and Cartesianism, all this will doubtless sound familiar. The essence existence language and the term substance were used by the scholastics, while Spinoza's definitions of substance and attribute were formed in dependence on Descartes' definitions. And we have seen how Spinoza used a form of the ontological argument to demonstrate God's existence. Further, his description of God as infinite being, as infinite substance, as unique, eternal and simple, indivisible and without parts, was the traditional description of God. But one is not entitled to conclude that Spinoza's idea of God was precisely the same as that of the scholastics or of Descartes. One has only to consider the proposition that extension is an attribute of God, or God is an extended thing, in order at once to see a difference. This proposition suggests that Spinoza's view of the relation of God to the world was certainly not the view held by the scholastics. Nor was it. In Spinoza's opinion, neither the scholastics nor Descartes understood what is implied by the nature of an infinite being or substance. If God were distinct from nature and if there were substances other than God, God would not be infinite. Conversely, if God is infinite, there cannot be other substances. Finite things cannot be understood or explained apart from God's causal activity. They cannot, therefore, be substances in the sense in which Spinoza has defined the term substance. They must, then, be in God. Whatever is in God, and nothing can exist or be conceived without God. This proposition could, indeed, be accepted by theistic philosophers if it were taken to mean simply that every finite being is essentially dependent on God and that God is present in all finite things, upholding them in existence. But what Spinoza meant was that finite beings are modifications of God, the unique substance. God possesses an infinity of attributes, each of which is infinite, and of these two are known to us, namely, thought and extension. Finite minds are modes of God under the attribute of thought, and finite bodies are modes of God under the attribute of extension. Nature is not ontologically distinct from God, and the reason why it cannot be ontologically distinct is that God is infinite. He must comprise in himself all reality. 8.2. In the logical process of deduction, Spinoza does not proceed straight from the infinite substance to finite modes. In between, as it were, come the infinite and eternal modes, immediate and mediate, which are logically prior to the finite modes and about which something must now be said. As a preliminary, it is necessary to recall Spinoza's doctrine that of the divine attributes we perceive two, thought and extension. Of the other attributes nothing more can be said, since we cannot know them. One should also notice that in passing from consideration of God as an infinite substance with divine attributes to consideration of the modes of God, the mind is passing from natura naturans to natura naturata, that is, from God in himself to creation, though one must not take the last phrases to mean that the world is distinct from God. The intellect can discern certain changeless and eternal properties of the universe when it considers the universe under the attributes of thought and extension. I take extension first. The logically prior state of substance under the attribute of extension is motion and rest. In order to understand what this means, one must remember that for Spinoza there can be no question of movement being impressed upon the world by an external cause. Descartes depicted God as conferring, as it were, a certain amount of movement upon the extended world at creation. But for Spinoza, movement must be a characteristic of nature itself, for there is no cause distinct from nature which could confer or impress movement upon nature. Motion and rest is the primary characteristic of extended nature, and the total proportions of motion and rest remain constant, though the proportions in the case of individual bodies are constantly changing. Using the language of a later time, one can say, then, that the total amount of energy in the universe is an intrinsic property of the universe and that it remains constant. The physical universe is thus a self-contained system of bodies in motion. This total amount of motion and rest, or of energy, is what Spinoza calls the infinite and eternal immediate mode of God or nature under the attribute of extension. Complex bodies are composed of particles. If each particle is looked on as an individual body, things like human bodies or the bodies of animals are individuals of a higher order, that is, they are complex individuals. They may gain or lose particles, and in this sense they change, but so long as the same proportion of motion and rest is preserved in the complex structure, they are said to retain their identity. Now, we can conceive increasingly complex bodies, and if we thus proceed still further to infinity, we can easily conceive that all nature is one individual whose parts, that is, all bodies, vary in infinite ways without any change of the individual as a whole. This individual as a whole, that is, nature, considered as a spatial system or system of bodies, is the mediate infinite and eternal mode of God or nature under the attribute of extension. It is also called the face of the universe. The immediate infinite and eternal mode of God or nature under the attribute of thought is called by Spinoza absolutely infinite understanding. He apparently means that just as motion and rest is the fundamental mode of extension, so understanding or apprehending is the fundamental mode of thought. It is presupposed, for example, by love and desire. The modes of thinking, such as love, desire, or any other name by which the modifications of the mind are designated, are not granted unless an idea in the same individual is granted of the thing loved, desired, etc. But the idea can be granted although no other mode of thinking be granted one. If this account of the immediate and eternal mode under the attribute of thought is correct, it means that thought in general includes, as with Descartes, all conscious activity as such, though the fundamental mode of thinking, on which the others depend, is apprehending. Spinoza does not make it clear what the mediate infinite and eternal mode under the attribute of thought is. But since for him the attributes of thought and extension were attributes of the same substance or different aspects of the one substance, his scheme seems to demand that the mediate and eternal mode of substance under the attribute of thought should be the strict counterpart of the face of the universe, the total system of bodies. In this case it is the total system of minds. It is apparent that our mind, in so far as it understands, is an eternal mode of thinking, which is determined by another mode of thinking, and this one again by another, and so on to infinity, so that they all constitute at the same time the eternal and infinite intellect of God. Spinoza does not actually say that this is the mediate infinite and eternal mode of thought, but it is not unreasonable to think that this was his view. It should be noted, however, that the eternal and infinite intellect of God belongs to natura naturata and not to natura naturans. We cannot speak of God as he is in himself as having an intellect, distinct from the infinite system of minds. If we do so, the word intellect has no meaning for us. If intellect and will appertain to the eternal essence of God, something quite other must be understood by these two attributes than what is commonly understood by men. For intellect and will, which would constitute the essence of God, must differ toto cielo from our intellect and will, nor can they agree in anything save name, nor any more than the dog as a heavenly body agrees with the dog as a barking animal. 3:3. According to Spinoza, infinite things in infinite modes must necessarily follow from the necessity of divine nature. 4. And the truth of this proposition is said to be manifest to anyone who considers that from a given definition certain properties necessarily follow. It is assumed, in other words, that substance must have modes, and the conclusion is drawn that as substance is infinite it must have infinite modes. However, whatever the value of Spinoza's proof may be, it is clear that for him finite modes are caused necessarily by God. In the nature of things nothing contingent is granted, but all things are determined by the necessity of divine nature for existing and working in a certain way. 1. Again, things could not have been produced by God in any other manner or order than that in which they were produced. 2. It is true that the essence of things produced by God does not involve existence. 3. For if it did involve existence, they would be causes of themselves. In fact, each would be infinite substance, and this is impossible. Finite things can be called contingent, therefore, if by a contingent thing one simply means a thing the essence of which does not involve existence. But they cannot be called contingent if by giving them this name one means that they follow contingently, and not of necessity, from the divine nature. God causes them, but he causes them necessarily, in the sense that he could not omit to cause them. Nor could he produce any other things or order of things than those which he actually causes. It is true, of course, that we may not be able to see how a given thing follows of necessity from the divine nature, but nothing can be said to be contingent save in respect to the imperfection of our knowledge. 4. At the same time Spinoza states that God is free. This statement may sound surprising at first, but it is a good illustration of the fact that the terms used by Spinoza must be understood in the light of his own definitions and not in the light of the meanings commonly attributed to these terms in ordinary speech. That thing is said to be free which exists by the mere necessity of its own nature and is determined in its actions by itself alone. That thing is said to be necessary, necessaria, or rather compelled, coacta, which is determined in its existence and actions by something else in a certain fixed ratio. 8. God, then, is free in the sense that he is self-determined in his actions. But he is not free in the sense that it was open to him not to create the world at all or to create other finite beings than those which he has created. Hence, it follows that God does not act from freedom of will. 1. The difference between God, the infinite substance, and finite things is that God is not determined in his existence or actions by any external cause. There is no cause external to God which could act upon him, whereas finite things, being modifications of God, are determined by him in respect of their existence, essence, and actions. The foregoing account of God's necessary production of finite things may easily suggest a most misleading interpretation of Spinoza's thought, and one must guard against allowing one's interpretation to be colored by the picture which the account inevitably tends to conjure up. For if one speaks of God creating finite things and of finite things being caused and determined by God, one inevitably tends to form a picture of a transcendent God who creates necessarily in the sense that his infinite perfection necessarily expresses itself in finite beings which are distinct from him, even though they flow necessarily from him. Spinoza states, for example, that things were produced by the consummate perfection of God, since they followed necessarily from a given most perfect nature. 2. And remarks of this kind tend to suggest that Spinoza had in mind an emanation theory of the Neoplatonic type. But such an interpretation would be based on a misunderstanding of Spinoza's use of terms. God is identified with nature. We can consider nature either as an infinite substance, without reference to its modifications, or as a system of modes, the first way of considering nature being logically prior to the second. If we consider nature in the second way, as natura naturata, we must recognize, according to Spinoza, that a given mode is caused by a preceding mode or preceding modes, which are themselves caused by other modes, and so on indefinitely. For example, a particular body is caused by other bodies, and these by other bodies, and so on indefinitely. There is no question of a transcendent God intervening, as it were, to create a particular body or a particular mind. There is an endless chain of particular causes. On the other hand, the chain of finite causes is logically and ontologically dependent. It comes to the same thing, since the order of ideas and the order of things are said to be ultimately the same, on nature considered as a self-dependent and self-determined unique substance. Natura naturans. Nature necessarily expresses itself in modifications, and in this sense nature is the immanent cause of all its modifications or modes. God is the indwelling and not the transient cause of all things, one for all things exist in God or nature. But this does not mean that God exists apart from the modes and can interfere with the chain of finite causes. The chain of finite causality is the divine causality, for it is the modal expression of God's self-determination. It is a help, then, towards understanding the drift of Spinoza's thought if for the word God one substitutes the word nature. For example, the sentence, particular things are nothing else than modifications of the attributes of God, or modes by which attributes of God are expressed in a certain and determined manner, becomes clearer if for God one reads nature. Nature is an infinite system in which there is one infinite chain of particular causes, but the whole infinite chain exists only because nature exists. In the order of logical dependence one can distinguish the infinite modes from the finite modes, and one can say in a sense that God or nature is the proximate cause of the infinite modes and the remote cause of the finite modes. But this way of speaking is illegitimate, says Spinoza, if by calling God the remote cause of individual things one means to imply that God is in some way unconnected with individual effects. We understand by a remote cause one which is in no wise connected with its effect. But all things which are in God, and so depend on God that without him they can neither exist nor be conceived. Three individual things cannot exist apart from nature, and they are thus all caused by nature. But this is not to say that they cannot be accounted for in terms of particular causal connections, provided that we remember that natura naturata is not a substance distinct from natura naturans. There is one infinite system, but it can be looked at from different points of view. 4. This infinite system is one system. There are not two systems, a system of minds and a system of bodies. But the one system can be looked at from 2 points of view. It can be conceived under the attribute of thought or under the attribute of extension. To every mode under the attribute of extension there corresponds a mode under the attribute of thought, and this second mode Spinoza calls an idea. Thus to every extended thing there corresponds an idea. But the word corresponds is misleading, though it is difficult to avoid using it. It suggests that there are two orders, two chains of causes, namely, the order of bodies and the order of ideas. But in reality there is, according to Spinoza, only one order, though it can be conceived by us in two ways. The order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things, one whether we consider nature under the attribute of extension or under the attribute of thought or under any other attribute, we shall find one and the same order and one and the same connection of causes, that is, the same things follow in either case. 8. This does not mean that one can explain bodies in terms of ideas. For if, says Spinoza, we are considering individual things as modes of extension, we must explain the whole system of bodies in terms of the attribute of extension. There is no question of attempting to reduce bodies to ideas or ideas to bodies. Indeed, there would be no sense in making this attempt, since there is really only one order of nature. But if we are considering things as modes under one particular attribute, we ought to do so consistently and not change our points of view and language in an irresponsible manner. If there is only one order of nature, it follows that it is inadmissible to speak of the human mind as belonging to one order and of the human body as belonging to another order. The human being is one thing. It is true that man consists of mind and body 8 and that the human mind is united to the body, 4, but the human body is man considered as a mode of the attribute of extension, and the human mind is man considered as a mode of the attribute of thought. They are, then, two aspects of the one thing. The Cartesian problem of interaction between soul and body is, therefore, no real problem. Just as it would be senseless to ask how there can be interaction between the divine attributes of thought and extension, which are aspects of God, so is it senseless to ask how there can be interaction between mind and body in the particular case of man. If the natures of mind and body are understood, it must also be recognized that the problem of interaction does not and cannot arise. Spinoza thus avoids altogether the problem which so perplexed the Cartesians. And he avoided it not by reducing mind to body or body to mind but by declaring that they are simply two aspects of one thing. It may be doubted, however, whether his elimination of the problem was anything more than a verbal elimination. I cannot discuss here for its own sake the problem of the relation of soul to body, but it is worthwhile pointing out that the problem is not eliminated simply by framing one's language in such a way that the problem does not arise in this language. For it has to be shown that the data are more adequately expressed or described in this language than in any other. It may be said, of course, that Spinoza's doctrine about the relation between mind and body must be true if his general doctrine about substance and its attributes is true. This may well be so, but the word if is here of some importance. The mind, according to Spinoza, is the idea of the body. That is to say, the mind is the counterpart under the attribute of thought of a mode of extension, namely, the body. The body, however, is composed of many parts, and to each part there corresponds an idea, though it is more accurate to say that each pair are two aspects of one and the same thing. It follows, therefore, that the idea which constitutes the formal being of the human mind is not simple but composed of many ideas. 1. Now, when the human body is affected by an external body, the idea of the modification in the human body is at the same time an idea of the external body. Hence the human mind can perceive the nature of many bodies at the same time as the nature of its own body. 2. Moreover, the mind regards the external body as actually existing or as present to itself until the body is affected by a modification which cuts off the existence or presence of that external body. 3. And if the modification of one's own body continues when the external body is no longer actually affecting it, one may continue to regard the external body as present when it is really no longer present. Further, if the human body has once been affected at the same time by two or more bodies, when the mind afterwards remembers any one of them it will straightway remember the others. 4. In this way Spinoza explains memory which, he says, is nothing else than a certain concatenation of ideas involving the nature of things which are outside the human body, and this concatenation takes place according to the order and concatenation of the modifications of the human body. 5. Besides the idea of the body, that is to say, the mind, there can also be the idea of the mind, for the human being can form an idea of his mind. He enjoys self-consciousness. We can consider a mode of thinking without relation to its object, and we then have the idea of an idea. Thus if a man knows anything, by that very fact he knows that he knows it, and so on to infinity. All self-consciousness has a physical basis, in the sense that the mind has no knowledge of itself save in so far as it perceives the ideas of the modifications of the body. 2. But that we do enjoy self-consciousness Spinoza does not, of course, dispute. Spinoza's theory of the relation between mind and body was introduced here as a particular illustration of his theory of attributes and modes. But if one considers his theory of mind and body in itself, its chief interest lies, I think, in his insistence on the physical dependence of mind. If the human mind is the idea of the body, it follows that the perfection of the mind corresponds to the perfection of the body. This is perhaps another way of saying that we depend on perception for our ideas. It also follows that the relative imperfection of an animal's mind depends on the relative imperfection of its body as compared with the human body. Spinoza did not, of course, think that cows, for example, have minds in the sense in which we ordinarily talk about minds. But it follows from his general theory of attributes and modes that to every cow's body there corresponds an idea of that body, that is, a mode under the attribute of thought. And the perfection of this idea or mind corresponds to the perfection of the body. If one detaches this theory of the physical dependence of mind from its general metaphysical framework, one can regard it as a program for scientific research into the ascertainable dependence of mind on body. Spinoza doubtless regarded his view on this matter as the result of a priori logical deduction and not as a generalization from empirical investigations. But from the point of view of one who is disinclined to believe that such matters can be settled by purely deductive reasoning, the view is likely to be of interest in the guise of an hypothesis forming a provisional basis for empirical research. To what extent mental activities are dependent on non-mental factors is a question which can hardly be answered a priori. But it is an interesting question and an important one. 5. In the concluding section of this chapter I wish to draw attention to an important point in Spinoza's philosophy, namely, his elimination of final causality. At the same time I wish to set this particular point in a wide context, for it seems to me to shed a clear light on the general direction of Spinoza's thought. This section may be said, then, to consist of general reflections on Spinoza's view of God and the world in the light of his elimination of final causes. We have seen that Spinoza's initial idea of God was derived from the Jewish religion. But he soon rejected orthodox Jewish theology, and there is reason for thinking, as has been already remarked, that his mind was influenced in the direction of pantheism by his study both of certain Jewish philosophers and of Renaissance thinkers like Giordano Bruno. In working out his system, however, Spinoza made use of terminology and categories of thought derived from scholasticism and Cartesianism. His pantheism took the form, then, of saying that as God is infinite being he must include within himself all beings, all reality, and that as God is infinite substance finite beings must be modes of this substance. One may say, then, that the pantheistic element of his thought derives from a process of drawing what seemed to Spinoza to be the logical consequences of the idea of God as infinite and completely non-dependent being, that is, as substance in his sense of the word. And if one isolates this element of his thought, one can say, I think, that the term God retains something of its traditional meaning. God is infinite substance possessing infinite attributes, only two of which are known to us, and there is some distinction between natura naturans and natura naturata. It is not empirical nature which is identified with God, but rather nature in a peculiar sense, namely, as the infinite substance, which lies behind the transitory modes. One great difficulty about this theory, however, is that of seeing how any logical deduction of natura naturata is possible, unless the initial assumption is made that substance must express itself in modes, and this is precisely the point which ought to be proved, not assumed. It is as though Spinoza took the traditional idea of substance as that in which accidents inhere and then applied it without more ado to infinite being. It is true, of course, that he claimed to have a clear and distinct idea of the objective essence of substance or God. In a letter to Hugo Boxall he asserted that he had as clear an idea of God as he had of a triangle. And he had to make this claim. For if his definitions did not express objective essences clearly conceived, the whole system might be simply a system of tautologies. But it is difficult to see that it follows even from Spinoza's definitions that substance as he defined it must have modes. On the one hand, he started with the idea of God. On the other hand, he knew very well by experience, as we all know, that finite beings exist. In developing a deductive system he thus knew in advance the point of arrival, and it seems probable that his knowledge that there are finite beings encouraged him to believe that he had achieved a logical deduction of natura naturata. If the terms intellect and will cannot be predicated of God in any sense which has any meaning for us, and if causal connections are of the nature of logical connections, it would seem impossible to talk significantly of God creating the world for any purpose. Spinoza does say that things were produced by the consummate perfection of God, since they followed necessarily from a given most perfect nature, and this statement may perhaps seem to imply that it makes sense to talk of God as creating things for a purpose, such as the manifestation of the divine perfection or the wider diffusion of the good. But Spinoza will not allow that there is any sense in speaking of God as acting in all things for the furthering of good. 2. The order of nature follows necessarily from the nature of God, and there could not have been any other order. It is illegitimate, then, to speak of God as choosing to create or as having a purpose in creation. To speak in this way is to turn God into a kind of Superman. Human beings act with an end in view. And this inclines them to interpret nature in the light of themselves. If they do not know the cause or causes of some natural event, nothing remains for them but to turn to themselves and reflect what could induce them personally to bring about such a thing, and thus they necessarily estimate other natures by their own. 3. Again, since they find many things in nature useful to them, men are inclined to imagine that these things must have been made for their use by a superhuman power. And when they find inconveniences in nature, like earthquakes and diseases, they attribute them to the divine anger and displeasure. If it is pointed out to them that these inconveniences affect the pious and good as well as the impious and bad, they talk about the inscrutable judgments of God. Thus truth might have lain hidden from the human race through all eternity, had not mathematics, which does not deal with final causes but with the essence and properties of things, offered to men another standard of truth. For though human beings act with an end in view, this does not mean that their actions are not determined. Men think themselves free inasmuch as they are conscious of their volitions and desires, and because they are ignorant of the causes by which they are led to wish and desire, they do not even dream of their existence. One belief that one is free is for Spinoza the result and expression of ignorance of the determining causes of one's desires, ideals, choices, and actions, just as belief in finality in nature is due to ignorance of the real causes of natural events. Thus belief in final causes in any form is simply the fruit of ignorance. Once the origin of the belief has been traced, it should be clear that nature has no fixed aim in view and that all final causes are simply fabrications of men. 2. Indeed, the doctrine of final causality perverts the true notion of causality. For it subordinates the efficient cause, which is prior, to the so-called final cause. And so it makes that which is first by nature to be last. 3. And it is useless to object that if all things follow necessarily from the divine nature, it is impossible to explain the imperfections and evils in the world. No explanation is required. For what people call imperfections and evils are so only from the human point of view. An earthquake endangers human life and property, and so we think of it as an evil, but it is an evil only in relation to us and from our point of view, not in itself. It requires no explanation, therefore, save in terms of efficient causality, unless we have reason to think that the world was made for man's convenience, and we have, Spinoza was convinced, no reason to think this. One can, I think, consider Spinoza's elimination of final causality from 2 points of view. First of all, there is what may be called the vertical aspect. Natura naturata, the system of modes, follows necessarily from natura naturans, infinite substance, or God, and the process has no final cause. Secondly, there is the horizontal aspect. In the infinite system of modes, any given mode and any given event can be explained, in principle at least, in terms of efficient causality by reference to the causal activity of other modes. I have purposely spoken of 2 aspects since they are connected with one another in Spinoza's system. The existence of a given mode is due to causal factors in the modal system, but it is also referable to God, that is, as modified. One can legitimately say that a given event in the modal system is caused by God, provided that one realizes that this does not mean that God interferes from without, as it were, in the system. The system of modes is God as modified, and thus to say that X is caused by Y is to say that X is caused by God, that is to say, by God as modified in Y. At the same time, one's attention is differently directed, I think, according to whether one considers the one aspect or the other. If one considers the metaphysical aspect, one's attention is directed to the logical priority of natura naturans in relation to natura naturata, and the traditional elements in Spinoza's idea of God are brought into prominence. God as infinite substance appears as supreme and ultimate cause of the empirical world. If on the other hand one considers simply the causal connections between the members of the modal system, the elimination of final causality appears as a program for research into efficient causes or as a hypothesis in the light of which physical and psychological inquiries are to be pursued. The system of Spinoza is thus, I suggest, two-faced. The metaphysic of infinite being manifesting itself in finite beings looks back to the metaphysical systems of the past. The theory that all finite beings and their modifications can be explained in terms of causal connections which are in principle ascertainable, looks forward to those empirical sciences which do in fact omit consideration of final causality and try to explain their data in terms of efficient causality, however the phrase efficient causality may be understood. I do not, of course, wish to imply that in considering Spinoza's system as he expounded it one can profitably neglect either aspect. But there are, I think, two aspects. If one stresses the metaphysical aspect, one will tend to think of Spinoza primarily as a pantheist, as one who endeavored to develop consistently, even if not successfully, the implications of the concept of God as infinite and completely non-dependent being. If one stresses what I may perhaps call the naturalistic aspect, one will tend to concentrate on natura naturata, to question the propriety of calling nature God and of describing it as substance, and to see in the philosophical system the sketch of a program for scientific research. But one must not forget that Spinoza himself was a metaphysician with the ambitious aim of explaining reality or making the universe intelligible. He may have anticipated hypotheses which have commended themselves to many scientists, but he concerned himself with metaphysical problems with which the scientist as scientist is not concerned. Spinoza's ideal of knowledge recalls to a certain extent the Platonic ideal of knowledge. And we find in Spinoza as in Plato a theory of degrees of knowledge. Both philosophers present us with ascending degrees of adequacy and of synoptic vision. In the treatise on the correction of the understanding Spinoza distinguishes four levels of what he calls perception. The first and lowest of these levels is perception by hearsay, and Spinoza illustrates what he means by an example. By hearsay I know my birthday, that certain people were my parents, and the like, things of which I have never had any doubt too. I do not know by personal experience that I was born on a certain day, nor have I probably ever taken steps to prove it. I have been told that I was born on a certain day, and I have become accustomed to regard a certain date as my birthday. I have no doubt that I have been told the truth, but I know this truth only by hearsay, through the testimony of others. The second level of perception as outlined in the treatise on the correction of the understanding is the perception of knowledge which we have from vague or confused experience. By vague experience I know that I shall die, and I assert this because I have seen my equals undergo death, although they did not all live for the same length of time nor die from the same illness. Again, by vague experience I know also that oil is good for feeding a flame and that water is good for extinguishing it. I know also that a dog is a barking animal, and man a rational animal, and in this way I know nearly all things which are useful in life. 8. The third level of perception as given in the treatise is perception wherein the essence of one thing is inferred from the essence of another, but not adequately. For instance, I conclude that some event or thing has a cause, though I have no clear idea of the cause, nor of the precise connection between cause and effect. Finally, the fourth kind of perception is that whereby a thing is perceived through its essence alone or through a knowledge of its proximate cause. For example, if in virtue of the fact that I know something I know what it is to know anything, that is to say, if in a concrete act of knowing I perceive clearly the essence of knowledge, I enjoy this fourth degree of perception. Again, if I possess a knowledge of the essence of the mind such that I see clearly that mind is essentially united to a body, I enjoy a higher level of perception than if I merely conclude from my feelings with regard to my own body that there is a mind in me and that it is somehow or other united with this body, though I do not understand the mode of union. This fourth level of knowledge is also enjoyed in mathematics. But the things which I have so far been able to know by this knowledge have been very few too. In the ethics, however, Spinoza gives 3, and not 4, levels of knowledge. Perception by hearsay is not mentioned as a distinct kind of knowledge, and the second level of perception of the treatise appears in the ethics as knowledge of the first kind, cognitio primi generis, opinion, opinio, or imagination, imaginatio. And it is customary to follow the practice of the ethics and to speak of Spinoza's 3 degrees or levels of knowledge. Following this practice, I shall now attempt to explain somewhat more fully what Spinoza meant by cognitio primi generis, knowledge of the first, and lowest, type. 2. The human body is affected by other bodies, and every modification or state so produced is reflected in an idea. Ideas of this kind are more or less equivalent, therefore, to ideas derived from sensation, and Spinoza calls them ideas of imagination. They are not derived by logical deduction from other ideas. 3. And in so far as the mind consists of such ideas, it is passive and not active. For these ideas do not spring from the active power of the mind but reflect bodily changes and states produced by other bodies. There is a certain casualness about them, they reflect experience, indeed, but this experience is vague. An individual body is affected by other individual bodies, and its changing states are reflected in ideas which do not represent any scientific and coherent knowledge. On the level of sense perception, the human being has knowledge of other human beings, but its knowledge is knowledge of them as individual things which affect it in some way. It has no scientific knowledge of them, and its ideas are inadequate. When I know an external body through sense perception, I know it only in so far as it affects my own body. I know that it exists, at least as long as it is affecting my body, and I know something of its nature, but I have no adequate knowledge of its nature or essence. Moreover, though I necessarily know my own body in so far as it is affected by another body, since the state produced in my body is reflected in an idea, this knowledge is inadequate. Knowledge which is purely dependent on sense perception is therefore called by Spinoza inadequate and confused. I say expressly that the mind has no adequate but only confused knowledge of itself, of its body and of external bodies when it perceives a thing in the common order of nature, that is, whenever it is determined externally, that is, by fortuitous circumstances, to contemplate this or that one. There is, of course, association of ideas, but on the level of sense perception or confused and vague experience, these associations are determined by associated modifications of our bodies and not by clear knowledge of objective causal relations between things. It is to be noted that for Spinoza general or universal ideas belong to this level of experience. A human body is frequently affected by, say, other human bodies. And the ideas which reflect the bodily modifications so produced coalesce to form a confused idea of man in general, which is nothing but a sort of confused and composite image. This does not mean that there are no adequate general ideas, it means that the general ideas which are dependent on sense perception are, according to Spinoza, confused composite images. The human body, since it is limited, is only capable of distinctly forming in itself a certain number of images, and if more than this number are formed, the images begin to be confused, and if this number of images which the body is capable of forming in itself is much exceeded, all will become entirely confused one with the other. 8. In this way arise the ideas of being, thing, etc. And from similar causes have arisen those notions which are called universal or general, such as man, dog, horse, etc. 3. These common ideas or composite images are not the same in all men and vary from individual to individual, but in so far as there is similarity it is due to the fact that human bodies resemble one another in structure and are frequently affected in ways which resemble one another. There are 2 points which must be borne in mind if Spinoza's doctrine of vague or casual experience is not to be misunderstood. In the first place, although he denies the adequacy of the first and lowest level of knowledge, he does not deny its utility. Speaking of knowledge obtained by vague experience, he says, and thus I know nearly all things that are useful in life. 1. Again, When illustrating his theory of levels of knowledge, he speaks of the following problem. 3 numbers are given, and one has to find a fourth which stands in the same relation to the third as the second stands to the first. He then mentions tradesmen who unhesitatingly multiply the second by the third and divide the product by the first because they have not forgotten the rule once given them by the schoolmaster, though they have never seen any proof of the rule and could give no rational account of their procedure. Their knowledge is not adequate mathematical knowledge, but its practical utility can hardly be denied. In the second place, the inadequacy of an idea does not involve that idea being false when it is taken in isolation. There is nothing positive in ideas on account of which they could be called false. 3. For example, when we look at the sun, it seems, says Spinoza, to be only some 200 feet distant from us. For insofar as we consider this impression entirely by itself, it is not false, for it is true that the sun appears to us to be near. But once we stop talking about the subjective impression and say that the sun is actually only 200 feet distant from us, we make a false statement. And what makes it false is a privation, namely, the fact that we lack the knowledge of the cause of the impression and of the true distance of the sun. Yet it is obvious that this privation is not the sole cause of our false statement or idea, for we would not say that the sun is only 200 feet distant from us unless we had a certain impression or imagination. Spinoza says, therefore, that falsity consists in privation of knowledge which is involved by inadequate or mutilated and confused ideas. 6. Ideas of imagination or confused experience do not represent the true order of causes in nature, they will not fit into a rational and coherent view of nature. And in this sense they are false, though no one of them is positively false if it is taken entirely by itself and considered simply as an isolated idea reflecting a bodily modification. 3. Knowledge of the second kind, cognitio secundi generis, involves adequate ideas and is scientific knowledge. Spinoza calls this level the level of reason, ratio, as distinguished from the level of imagination. But this does not mean that it is accessible only to scientists. For all men have some adequate ideas. All human bodies are modes of extension, and all minds are, according to Spinoza, ideas of bodies. All minds, then, will reflect some common properties of bodies, that is, some pervasive features of extended nature or common properties of extension. Spinoza does not particularize, but we can say that motion is one of these common properties. If a property is common to all bodies in such a way that it is equally in the part and in the whole, the mind necessarily perceives it and its idea of it is an adequate idea. Hence it follows that certain ideas or notions are granted common to all men. For all bodies agree in certain things which must be adequately or clearly and distinctly perceived by all. These common notions communes, must not be confused with the universal ideas which have been spoken of under the heading of imagination. The latter are composite images, formed by the confusion of ideas which are logically unrelated, whereas the former are logically required for the understanding of things. The idea of extension, for example, or the idea of motion is not a composite image, it is a clear and distinct idea of a universal characteristic of bodies. These common notions are the foundation of the fundamental principles of mathematics and physics. And since the conclusions which can be logically derived from these principles also represent clear and distinct ideas, it is the common notions which make possible systematic and scientific knowledge of the world. But Spinoza apparently did not confine the term common notions to the fundamental principles of mathematics and physics, he used it to cover any fundamental and, in his opinion, self-evident truths. Knowledge of the second kind, cognitio secundi generis, is, says Spinoza, necessarily true. 2. For it is based on adequate ideas, and an adequate idea is defined as an idea which, in so far as it is considered without regard to the object, has all the properties or intrinsic marks of a true idea. 1. There is no sense, then, in seeking for a criterion of the truth of an adequate idea outside the idea itself, it is its own criterion, and we know that it is adequate by having it. He who has a true idea knows at the same time that he has a true idea, nor can he doubt concerning the truth of the thing. Truth is thus its own standard and criterion. It follows that any system of propositions which are logically derived from self-evident axioms is necessarily true, and that we know that it is true. To doubt the truth of a self-evident proposition is not possible. Nor can one doubt the truth of a proposition which one sees to be logically entailed by a self-evident proposition. A deductive system of general propositions, representing knowledge of the second kind, is, of course, abstract in character. General propositions about extension or motion, for example, do not say anything about this or that extended thing or moving body. By advancing from the first to the second level of knowledge, one passes from logically unrelated impressions and confused ideas to logically related and clear propositions and adequate ideas, but at the same time one abandons the concreteness of sense perception and imagination for the abstract generality of mathematics, physics, and other sciences. Indeed, the philosophical system of Spinoza as expounded in the Ethics is itself, in great part at least, an example of this second level of knowledge. Essential properties of all bodies, for example, are deduced, but not individual bodies as such. Spinoza was perfectly well aware, of course, that even if the essential characteristics of bodies can be deduced or discovered by logical analysis, it would be beyond the power of the human mind to exhibit the whole of nature, with all its concrete modes, as a logically interrelated system. Philosophical deduction is a deduction of general propositions. It deals with timeless truths rather than with transitory individual modes as such. This means, however, that knowledge of the second kind is not the highest and most comprehensive level of knowledge which is conceivable. As a limiting ideal at least, to which the human mind can only approximate, we can conceive a third level of knowledge, intuitive knowledge, by which the whole system of nature in all its richness is grasped in one comprehensive act of vision. Knowledge, scientia intuitiva. But it is important to realize that it arises from the second kind of knowledge, and that it is not a disconnected stage reached by a leap or by a mystical process. Now this kind of knowing proceeds from an adequate idea of the formal essence of certain attributes of God to the adequate knowledge of the essence of things. This quotation seems to equate knowledge of the third with knowledge of the second kind, but Spinoza's mind seems to be that it is a result of knowledge of the second kind. Elsewhere he says that as all things are in God and are conceived through him, it follows that we can deduce from this knowledge many things which we can adequately know and thereby form that third kind of knowledge. 2. It seems that Spinoza thought of the logical deduction of the essential and eternal structure of nature from the divine attributes as providing the necessary framework for seeing all things, that is, the whole of nature in its concrete reality, as one great system causally dependent on infinite substance. If this is the correct interpretation, it means that in the third level of knowledge the mind returns, as it were, to individual things, though it perceives them in their essential relation to God and not, as in the first level of knowledge, as isolated phenomena. And the passage from the one way of looking at things to the other is made possible only by ascending from the first to the second level of knowledge, which is an indispensable preliminary stage for attaining the third level. The more we understand individual things, says Spinoza, the more we understand God. 3. The greatest endeavor of the mind and its greatest virtue is to understand things by the third class of knowledge, for but the endeavor or desire of knowing things according to the third class of knowledge cannot arise from the first but, only, from the second class of knowledge. 5. As will be seen later, this third class of knowledge is accompanied by the highest satisfaction and emotional fulfillment. Let it be sufficient here to point out that the vision of all things in God is not something which can be fully attained but something to which the mind can approximate. The more advanced, then, everyone is in this class of knowledge, the more conscious he is of himself and God, that is, the more perfect or blessed he is. 6. But these words must be interpreted in the light of Spinoza's general philosophy, and, in particular, of his identification of God with nature. The vision which is in question is an intellectual contemplation of the eternal and infinite system of nature and of one's own place in it, not a contemplation of a transcendent God, nor perhaps a religious contemplation at all in any ordinary sense. True, there are religious overtones in what Spinoza says, but these derive more from his upbringing and perhaps from a personal piety than from the requirements of his philosophical system. Spinoza's intention in his account of human emotions and conduct, the conatus, pleasure and pain, the derived emotions, passive and active emotions, servitude and freedom, the intellectual love of God, the eternity of the human mind, an inconsistency in Spinoza's ethics. At the beginning of the third part of the Ethics, Spinoza remarks that most of those who have written on the emotions and on human conduct seem to have looked on man as a kingdom within a kingdom, as something standing apart from and above the ordinary course of nature. He himself, however, proposes to treat man as a part of nature and to regard human actions and desires exactly as if I were dealing with lines, planes, and bodies. The problem of the interaction between mind and body was for Spinoza, as we have already seen, no problem, because he regarded mind and body as one and the same thing, which is conceived now under the attribute of thought and now under the attribute of extension. 8. There is no need, therefore, to become perplexed about the question how the mind can influence and move the body. Nor ought we to imagine that there are free choices which cannot be explained in terms of efficient causes and which belong to the activity of mind as something really distinct from body. As mind and body are the same thing, conceived under different attributes, our mental activities are as determined as our bodily activities. If we are spontaneously inclined to believe that our deliberate acts of choice are free, this is simply because we are ignorant of their causes. Not understanding their causes, we think that they have no causes. It is true that people say that activities such as the creation of works of art cannot be explained by the laws of nature alone in so far as nature is extended. But these people know not what a body is, 3, nor what it is capable of. The fabric of the human body far surpasses any piece of work made by human art, to say nothing of what I have already shown, namely, that from nature considered under any attribute infinite things follow. 4. In the 3 last parts of the Ethics, therefore, Spinoza sets out to give a naturalistic account of human emotions and human conduct. At the same time, however, he sets out to show how freedom from the bondage of the passions can be achieved. And this combination of causal analysis, based on a theory of determinism, with ethical idealism seems to involve 2 inconsistent positions, in a sense which will be discussed later. 2. Every individual thing, and so not merely man, endeavors to persist in its own being, and this endeavor Spinoza calls conatus. Nothing can do anything else but that which follows from its nature, its essence or nature determines its activity. The power or endeavor, then, by which a thing does what it does or endeavors to do what it endeavors to do is identical with its essence. The endeavor wherewith a thing endeavors to persist in its being is nothing else than the actual essence of that thing. When, therefore, Spinoza says that the fundamental drive in man is the endeavor to persist in his own being, he is not simply making a psychological generalization. He is applying a statement which holds good of every finite thing, and the truth of the statement is, according to him, logically demonstrable. It can be shown that everything tends to preserve itself and to increase its power and activity. This tendency, that is, the conatus, is called by Spinoza appetite, appetitus, when it refers simultaneously to mind and body. But in man there is consciousness of this tendency, and conscious appetite is called desire, cupiditas. Further, just as the tendency to self-preservation and to self-perfection is reflected in consciousness as desire, so also is the transition to a higher or lower state of vitality or perfection reflected in consciousness. The former, that is to say, the reflection in consciousness of the transition to a state of greater perfection is called pleasure, laetitia, while the reflection in consciousness of the transition to a state of lower perfection is called pain, tristitia. On Spinoza's general principles, an increase in the mind's perfection must be an increase in the body's perfection, and conversely. Whatever increases or diminishes, helps or hinders the power of action of our body, the idea thereof increases or diminishes, helps or hinders the power of thinking of our mind. To the perfection of the mind, according to Spinoza, increases in proportion as the mind is active, that is to say, in proportion as the ideas of which it consists are logically connected with one another and are not simply reflections of changing states produced by the action of external causes on the body. But it is not clear how this fits in with the general doctrine that the mind is the idea of the body, nor is it clear what is the condition of the body which is reflected in the mind's activity. One may note, however, that it follows from Spinoza's definitions that everyone necessarily pursues pleasure. This does not mean that everyone takes pleasure as the consciously conceived end or purpose of all his actions, it means that one necessarily seeks to preserve and perfect one's being. And this perfecting of one's being, when looked at in its mental aspect, is pleasure. The word pleasure may, of course, suggest simply sense pleasure, but this is not Spinoza's meaning. For there are as many species of pleasure and pain as there are species of objects by which we are affected. 1-3. Having explained the fundamental emotions of pleasure and pain in terms of the conatus, which is identical with the determined essence of a thing, Spinoza proceeds to derive other emotions from these fundamental forms. For example, love, amor, is nothing else but pleasure accompanied by the idea of an external cause, while hate, odium, is nothing else but pain accompanied by the idea of an external cause. Registered again, if I imagine another human being, whom I have not hitherto regarded with any emotion, as being affected by an emotion, I am affected with a like emotion. An image of an external body is a modification of my own body, and the idea of this modification involves the nature of my own body as well as the nature of the external body as present. If, therefore, the nature of the external body is similar to the nature of my own body, the idea of the external body involves a modification of my own body similar to the modification of the external body. Hence, if I imagine a fellow human being to be affected by an emotion, this imagination involves a modification of my own body corresponding to this emotion, with the result that I too am affected by this emotion. In this way compassion, for instance, can be explained. This imitation of emotions, when it refers to pain, is called compassion. 3. Spinoza thus endeavors to derive the various emotions from the fundamental passions or emotions of desire, pleasure, and pain. And this explanation holds good both for men and brutes. Hence it follows that the emotions of animals, which are called irrational, for we can in no wise doubt that brutes feel, now that we know the origin of the mind, differ from the emotions of men only inasmuch as their nature differs from man's nature. Horse and man are filled with the desire of procreation, the desire of the former is equine, while that of the latter is human. So also the lusts and appetites of insects, fishes, and birds must vary. One Spinoza intended, of course, to give a logical deduction of the emotions, but we can, if we like, regard his treatment of the passions and emotions as a speculative program for modern psychological research with a more empirical basis. In a psychology like that of Freud, for example, we find an analogous attempt to explain man's emotional life in terms of a fundamental drive. In any case, Spinoza's explanation is thoroughly naturalistic. This naturalism finds expression in his account of good and evil. By good, bonum, I understand here all kinds of pleasure and whatever conduces to it, and more especially that which satisfies our fervent desires, whatever they may be. By bad malum, I understand all kinds of pain, and especially that which frustrates our desires too. We do not desire a thing because we think it good, on the contrary, we call it good because we desire it. Similarly, we call evil or bad a thing from which we turn away and towards which we feel an aversion. Wherefore each one judges or estimates according to his own emotion what is good or bad, better or worse, best or worst. 3. And because our emotions are determined, so also are our judgments of what is good and what is bad. We do not always realize this, but our failure to recognize it is due to ignorance of causal connections. Once we understand the causal origins of the emotions, we understand that our judgments concerning good and evil are determined. 4. It is now necessary to make a distinction which is important for Spinoza's moral theory. All emotions are derived from the fundamental passions of desire, pleasure, and pain. And normally they are explicable in terms of association. When the idea of an external thing becomes associated in my mind with pleasure, that is, with the heightening of my vitality or drive to self-preservation and increase of power, I can be said to love that thing. And I call it good. Moreover, anything can accidentally be the cause of pleasure, pain, or desire. For it depends on my psychophysical condition what at any given time causes me pleasure or pain, and once the association between a given thing and the causing of pleasure or pain has been set up, I necessarily tend to love or hate that thing and to call it good or bad. Looked at in this way, the emotions are passive, they are, properly speaking, passions. I am dominated by them. Different men can be affected by one and the same object in different manners, and one and the same man can be affected by one and the same object in different ways at different times. Hence what one man loves another hates, and what one man calls good another man may call evil. But though we can distinguish different men according to their different emotions, there is no place for moral judgments, in so far as these imply that a man is free to feel as he likes and to determine freely his judgments of good and evil. Yet though all emotions have reference to pleasure, pain, or desire, too not all emotions are passive. For there are active emotions which are not merely passive reflections of bodily modifications but which flow from the mind in so far as it is active, that is, in so far as it understands. The active emotions cannot, however, have reference to pain, for we understand by pain that the mind's power of thinking is diminished or hindered. 3. It is only emotions of pleasure and desire which can be active emotions. These will be adequate ideas, derived from the mind, in contrast with the passive emotions which are confused or inadequate ideas. All actions which follow from the emotions in so far as the mind is active or understands, Spinoza refers to fortitude, fortitudo, and he distinguishes in fortitude two parts. The first he calls courage or magnanimity, animosilis, and the second nobility, generosity/as. I understand by courage the desire by which each endeavors to preserve what is his own according to the dictate of reason alone, for temperance, sobriety, presence of mind in danger, and in general all actions which promote the good of the agent in accordance with the dictate of reason alone fall under the general heading of courage. By nobility I understand the desire by which each endeavors according to the dictate of reason alone to help and to join to himself in friendship all other men. 6. Modesty, clemency, and so on fall under the heading of nobility. One would expect, therefore, that moral advance would consist for Spinoza in a liberation from passive emotions and in a changing of passive emotions, so far as this is possible, into active emotions. And this is in fact what one finds. Moral advance is thus a parallel of intellectual advance, or rather, it is an aspect of the one advance, since passive emotions are called inadequate or confused ideas and active emotions adequate or clear ideas. Spinoza was essentially a rationalist. One might expect a distinction between feeling and thinking, but Spinoza could make no sharp distinction between them because on his general principles every conscious state, including the enjoyment of an emotion, involves having an idea. The more the idea proceeds from the mind itself as it thinks logically, the more active the emotion will be. 5. Human lack of power in moderating and checking the emotions I call servitude. For a man who is submissive to his emotions has not power over himself but is in the hands of fortune to such an extent that he is often constrained, although he may see what is better for him, to follow what is worse. 1. The last statement may appear to be inconsistent with Spinoza's explanation of the words good and bad. Indeed, he repeats his belief that as for the terms good and bad, they indicate nothing positive in things considered in themselves, nor are they anything else than modes of thought or notions which we form from the comparison of things mutually. 2. But we can and do form a general idea of man, a type of human nature, or, more accurately, an ideal of human nature. And the term good can be understood as meaning that which we certainly know to be a means of our attaining the type of human nature which we have set before us, while the term bad can be used to mean that which we know certainly prevents us from attaining the said type. Registered similarly, we can speak of men as more or less perfect in so far as they approach or are distant from the attainment of this type. If, then, we understand the terms good and bad in this way, we can say that it is possible for a man to know what is good, that is, what will certainly help him to attain the recognized type or ideal of human nature, and yet to do what is bad, that is, what will certainly hinder him from attaining this standard or ideal. The reason why this can happen is that the desires which arise from passive emotions, depending on external causes, can be stronger than the desire which arises from a true knowledge of good and evil, insofar as this is an emotion. For example, desire for the attainment of an ideal, envisaged as a future goal, tends to be weaker than desire for a thing which is present and causes pleasure. Opposed to the bondage of the passive emotions is the life of reason, the life of the wise man. This is the life of virtue. For to act absolutely according to virtue is nothing else in us than to act under the guidance of reason, to live and to preserve one's being. These three have the same meaning, on the basis of seeking what is useful to oneself. 1. The certainly useful is that which is truly conducive to understanding, and the certainly harmful or evil is that which hinders us from understanding. To understand is to be freed from the servitude of the emotions. An emotion which is a passion ceases to be a passion as soon as we form a clear and distinct idea of it too, for it becomes an expression of the mind's activity rather than of its passivity. Take hatred, for example. This cannot become an active emotion in Spinoza's sense, for it is essentially a passive emotion or passion. But once I understand that men act from a necessity of nature, I shall more easily overcome the hatred which I feel for anyone because he has injured me. Moreover, once I understand that hatred depends on non-recognition of the fact that men are similar in nature and have a common good, I shall cease to wish evil to another. For I shall see that to wish evil to another is irrational. Hatred is felt by those who are governed by confused and inadequate ideas. If I understood the relation of all men to God, I should not feel hatred for any of them. 6. Understanding, therefore, is the path to freedom from the servitude of the passions. And the highest function of the mind is to know God. The greatest good of the mind is the knowledge of God, and the greatest virtue of the mind is to know God. 3. For a man cannot understand anything greater than the infinite. And the more he understands God, so much the more he loves God. It may seem that the opposite should be the case. For in understanding that God is the cause of all things, we understand that He is the cause of pain. But to this I make answer that, in so far as we understand the causes of pain, it ceases to be a passion, that is, it ceases to be a pain, and therefore in so far as we understand God to be the cause of pain we rejoice. For it is important to remember that for Spinoza God and nature are the same. So far as we conceive things as contained in God and as following from the necessity of the divine nature, that is, so far as we conceive them in their relation to the infinite causal system of nature, we conceive them under the species of eternity. Subspecie aeternitatis. We conceive them as part of the logically connected infinite system. And in so far as we conceive ourselves and other things in this way, we know God. Further, from this knowledge arises pleasure or satisfaction of mind. And pleasure accompanied by the idea of God as eternal cause is the intellectual love of God. 1. This intellectual love of God is the very love of God with which God loves Himself, not in so far as He is infinite but in so far as He can be expressed through the essence of the human mind considered under the species of eternity. 2. In fact, the love of God for men and the mind's intellectual love towards God is one and the same thing. 3. Spinoza declares that this love of God is our salvation, blessedness, or liberty. 4. But it is clear that the intellectual love of God must not be interpreted in a mystical sense or in the sense of love for a personal being. The language is often the language of religion, and the language may perhaps express a personal piety. But, if so, that personal piety was rooted in Spinoza's religious upbringing rather than in his philosophic system. As far as the system alone is concerned, the love in question is more akin to the pleasure or mental satisfaction accompanying a scientist's vision of a complete explanation of nature rather than to love in the sense of love between persons. And if one remembers that for Spinoza God is nature, one will not be surprised at his famous saying that he who loves God cannot endeavor to bring it about that God should love him in return. 6. Goethe interpreted this as an expression of Spinoza's boundless disinterestedness. This may be so, but at the same time it is clear that, given Spinoza's conception of God, it was impossible for him to speak of God as loving men in any sense analogous to the normal sense of the word. Indeed, his statement that for a man to desire that God should love him in return would be to desire that the God whom he loves should not be God. 8 is perfectly correct, once given his understanding of God. 7. Spinoza declared more than once that the human mind enjoys no existence apart from the body, which can be described in terms of duration. He says, for example, that our mind can only be said to last, and its existence can be defined by a certain time only insofar as it involves the actual existence of the body, and it is generally agreed that he rejected the notion of the mind persisting everlastingly as a distinct entity after death. Indeed, if the human mind consists of ideas which are the ideas of bodily modifications, and if mind and body are one and the same thing, viewed now under the attribute of thought and now under that of extension, it is difficult to see how the mind could possibly survive as a distinct entity after the body had disintegrated. At the same time, Spinoza spoke of the mind as being in some sense eternal, and it is not easy to understand precisely what he meant by this. The statement that we are certain that the mind is eternal insofar as it conceives things under the species of eternity one seems, if taken by itself, to suggest that only those minds which enjoy the third degree of knowledge are eternal, and that they are eternal only insofar as they enjoy this intuition of all things sub specie idemitatis. Yet he also speaks in a way which implies no such restriction, but which seems to mean that eternity belongs in some sense to the essence of the mind, that is, every mind. The human mind, he says, cannot be absolutely destroyed with the human body, but there is some part of it which remains eternal. 8 Again, we feel and know that we are eternal. 3 I doubt whether a thoroughly satisfactory elucidation of Spinoza's meaning is attainable which will do justice to all his various pronouncements on the topic. In any case, it is not sufficient to say simply that Spinoza rejected the idea of the mind's everlasting duration and that he affirmed eternity as a quality of the mind here and now. For it is by no means clear what is meant by saying that the mind is eternal here and now. Indeed, it is the very point which stands in need of explanation. But since Spinoza was careful about terms, one ought to be able to gain some light from looking at his definition of eternity. I understand eternity to be existence itself, in so far as it is conceived to follow necessarily from the definition of an eternal thing, for Spinoza then explains that the existence of a thing, as an eternal truth, is conceived to be the same as its essence. One can say, then, that the human mind is eternal in so far as it is conceived to follow necessarily from the nature of substance or God. Since connections in nature are akin to logical connections, one can regard the infinite system of nature as a logical and timeless system, and in that system each human mind, expressing the idea or truth of a mode of extension, is a necessary moment. In the infinite system, I have an inalienable place. In this sense every human mind is eternal. And in so far as a given mind rises to the third level or degree of knowledge and views things sub specie eternitatis, it is conscious of its eternity. Spinoza seems to have meant something of the sort when he called the human mind eternal in essence. He may have meant something more, but, if he did, one does not seem to be in a position to say what it was. It is perhaps just conceivable that a relic, as it were, of the theory that the mind's center is divine and eternal appears in his statements, but the safest way of interpreting his meaning is to interpret it in the light of his definition of eternity. Duration applies only to finite things thought of as succeeding one another. And in terms of duration my mind does not survive bodily death. From the point of view of duration it was once true that I shall exist, it is now true that I exist, and it will be true that I have existed. But if one leaves the point of view of duration and looks at things as following necessarily from the eternal substance, God, without any reference to time, much as one looks at the conclusions of a mathematical theorem as following necessarily and timelessly from the premises, one can say that my existence is in some sense an eternal truth. That is why Spinoza speaks of the mind's eternity as lacking any relation to time. The mind is eternal just as much before as after the existence of the body as a distinct finite entity. 1. We do not attribute duration save as long as the body lasts. 2. But the mind can be considered as a necessary moment in God's consciousness of himself, just as the intellectual love of God is a moment of God's love of himself, when both are considered sub specie aeternitatis. Whether all this is fully intelligible is another question. But Spinoza's point seems to be that the mind, in so far as it actively understands, is an eternal mode of thinking, and that all eternal modes of thinking constitute at the same time the eternal and infinite intellect of God. 3. This much at least is clear, that Spinoza rejected the Christian doctrine of immortality. And one can hardly suppose that when he called the mind eternal he meant no more than that the wise enjoy the third degree of knowledge while they enjoy the third degree of knowledge. In some sense, it seems, all human minds were for him eternal in essence. But the precise sense in which this should be understood remains obscure. 8. There are marked affinities between Spinoza's moral theory and the Stoic ethics. His ideal of the wise man and the emphasis he lays on knowledge and on understanding the place of individual things in the whole divine system of nature, his belief that this knowledge protects the wise man from undue disturbance of mind in face of the vicissitudes of life and of the blows of fate or fortune, the emphasis he lays on life according to reason and on the acquisition of virtue for its own sake, all bear a similarity to analogous themes in the Stoic philosophy. Moreover, though we miss in Spinoza the noble statements of Stoic writers about the kinship of all men as children of God, he was no mere individualist. Nothing can be desired by men more excellent for their self-preservation than that all should so agree with all that they compose the minds of all into one mind and the bodies of all into one body, that all endeavor at the same time as much as possible to preserve their being, and that all seek at the same time what is useful to them all as a body. From which it follows those men who are governed by reason, that is, men who, under the guidance of reason, seek what is useful to them, desire nothing for themselves which they do not also desire for the rest of mankind. And therefore they are just, faithful and honorable. 1. A passage like this may not attain the level of nobility sometimes reached by Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, but it at least shows that when Spinoza affirmed that the tendency to preserve one's own being is the fundamental drive, he did not mean thereby to teach or promote atomic individualism. Indeed, his monism, like that of the Stoics, leads logically to some doctrine of human solidarity. The point of similarity, however, between Spinozism and Stoicism to which I want to draw attention is their common acceptance of determinism. For the denial of human freedom raises an important problem in regard to ethics. In what sense can there be a moral theory if determinism is once accepted? It is at any rate questionable whether there is any sense in exhorting men to act in a particular way if each is determined to act in a certain manner, though Spinoza might, of course, reply that the exhorter is determined to exhort and that the exhortation is one of the factors which determine the conduct of the man exhorted. And is there any sense in blaming a man for performing a given action if he was not free to perform any other action? If, then, one understands by moral theory an exhortatory ethic, in the sense of one which lays down the way in which human beings ought to act, though they are capable of acting otherwise even in the same set of circumstances, one must say that acceptance of determinism rules out the possibility of a moral theory. If on the other hand by moral theory one means a theory about human conduct which consists of an analysis of the ways in which different types of men behave, it seems, at first sight at least, that a moral theory is perfectly possible even though determinism is accepted. Spinoza did not, of course, deny that we often feel free, in the sense that we feel responsible for making a given choice or performing some action. It is obvious that we can often give a motive for acting in a certain way, and it is obvious that we do in fact sometimes deliberate about our course of action and finally come to a decision. These psychological facts are so obvious that Spinoza would not have sought to deny them. What he did maintain, however, was that we feel ourselves to be free because we do not understand the causes of our actions and the causes which determine us to desire certain things and to have certain motives. If we imagine a falling stone suddenly endowed with consciousness, it might think that it was falling of its own volition, since it would not perceive the cause of its movement, but it would not be free not to fall, even if it imagined that it was. 1. And it is in view of this determinist position that the claim has been made on Spinoza's behalf that he had no intention of expounding an exhortatory but only an analytic ethic. There is certainly much to be said in favor of this claim. Writing to Oldenburg, Spinoza remarks that though all are excusable, it does not follow that all men are blessed. A horse is excusable for being a horse and not a man, but, nevertheless, it must needs be a horse and not a man. He who goes mad from the bite of a dog is excusable, yet he is rightly suffocated. Lastly, he who cannot govern his desires and keep them in check with the fear of the laws, though his weakness may be excusable, yet cannot enjoy with contentment the knowledge and love of God, but necessarily perishes too. In other words, even though all men are determined and so excusable, there remains an objective difference between those who are the slaves of their passions and those who enjoy blessedness. The intellectual love of God. Again, in a letter to van Blijenberg, Spinoza says that in the language of philosophy it cannot be said that God desires anything of any man, or that anything is displeasing or pleasing to him. All these are human qualities and have no place in God. 1. But it does not follow that murderers and almsgivers are equally perfect. Similar statements appear in a letter to von Tschirnhausen. In answer to the objection that in his view all wickedness is excusable, Spinoza retorts, "What then? Wicked men are not less to be feared and are not less harmful when they are wicked from necessity." 2. Finally, in the Ethics, Spinoza remarks that it is only in civil society that commonly accepted meanings are given to terms like good, bad, sin, which, he says, is nothing else but disobedience punishable by the state, merit, just and unjust. And his conclusion is that just and unjust, sin and merit, are merely extrinsic notions, not attributes which explain the nature of the mind. 3. It is only to be expected, of course, that Spinoza should sometimes speak in another way, for the language of freedom and of moral obligation is too much embedded in our ordinary speech for it to be avoided. And we find him saying, for example, that his doctrine teaches us in what manner we should act with regard to the affairs of fortune, and that it teaches us not to despise, hate, or ridicule anyone, to be angry with or envy no one. 4. But it is not simply a question of a phrase here or there or of isolated statements. The treatise on the correction of the understanding was intended as a guide to the attainment of true knowledge. A method must be thought out of healing the understanding and purifying it at the beginning, that it may with the greatest success understand things correctly. From this every one will be able to see that I wish to direct all sciences in one direction or to one end, namely, to attain the greatest possible human perfection, and thus everything in the sciences which does not promote this endeavor must be rejected as useless. That is, in a word, all our endeavor and thoughts must be directed to this end. 5. It would have been open to Spinoza to say that some people enjoy a lower degree of knowledge and others a higher, and that nothing can be done to enable the former to render their ideas adequate and clear and to free themselves from the servitude of the passions. But he evidently supposed that intellectual progress is possible through efforts. And in this case moral progress is achieved, for Spinoza, through purifying confused and inadequate ideas. He explicitly speaks of man as being incited to seek means which should lead him to perfection. 1. And of striving to acquire a better nature. 2. The concluding sentences of the Ethics are especially significant in this respect. If the road I have shown to lead to this, that is, to power of the mind over emotions, or the freedom of the mind, is very difficult, it can yet be discovered. And clearly it must be very hard when it is so seldom found. For how could it be that it is neglected practically by all, if salvation were close at hand and could be found without difficulty? But all excellent things are as difficult as they are rare. 3. Whatever some commentators may say, it is hard to see how this is compatible with a consistent doctrine of determinism. It is all very well to say that it is a change of point of view which is involved rather than a change in conduct. Change in conduct depends for Spinoza on a change in point of view, and how could one change one's point of view unless one were free? It may be said that some people are determined to change their point of view. But in this case, why point out the road to them and try to convince them? It is difficult to avoid the impression that Spinoza tried to have it both ways, to maintain a thorough determinism, based on a metaphysical theory, and at the same time to propound an ethic which makes sense only if determinism is not absolute. Natural right, the foundation of political society, sovereignty and government relations between states, freedom and toleration. Spinoza's influence and different estimates of his philosophy. Spinoza's approach to political theory closely resembles that of Hobbes, whose De Cive and Leviathan he had studied. Both believed that every man is conditioned by nature to pursue his own advantage, and both tried to show that the formation of political society, with all the restrictions on human liberty which it involves, is justifiable in terms of rational or enlightened self-interest. Man is so constituted that in order to avoid the greater evil of anarchy and chaos he has to join with other men in organized social life, even at the cost of restrictions to his natural right to do whatever he is able to do. Spinoza, like Hobbes, speaks of natural law and natural right. But in order to understand Spinoza's use of these terms it is necessary to prescind altogether from the theological background of the scholastic conception of natural law and natural rights. When Spinoza speaks of natural law he is not thinking of a moral law which answers to man's nature but which obliges him morally as a free being to act in a certain way. He is thinking of the way of acting which any finite thing, including man, is determined by nature to pursue. By the right and ordinance of nature I merely mean those natural laws by which we conceive every individual to be conditioned by nature so as to live and act in a given way. Fishes, for example, are so conditioned by nature that the greater devour the less by sovereign natural right. 2. In order to understand Spinoza's meaning it is essential to remember that to say that large fish have the right to devour small fish is simply to say that large fish can devour fish and that they are so made that they do so, given the occasion. For it is certain that nature, taken in the abstract, has sovereign right to do anything she can, in other words, her right is coextensive with her power. 3. The rights of any individual, therefore, are limited only by the limits of his power. And the limits of his power are determined by his nature. Therefore, as the wise Mu'ai has sovereign right, to live according to the laws of reason, so also the ignorant and foolish man has sovereign right to live according to the laws of desire. An ignorant or foolish man is no more bound to live according to the dictates of enlightened reason than a cat is bound to live by the laws of the nature of a lion. 2. Nobody can justifiably accuse Spinoza of not having made his realistic position perfectly plain. Whether a given individual is led by enlightened reason or by the passions, he has a sovereign right to seek and to take for himself whatever he thinks useful, whether by force, cunning, entreaty or any other means. 8. The cause of this is that nature is not limited by the laws of human reason, which aims at man's preservation. Nature's aims, so far as one can speak of nature's aims, have reference to the eternal order of nature wherein man is but a speck. For if anything seems to us evil or absurd in nature, it is simply because we are ignorant of the system of nature and the interdependence of the members of the system and because we want everything arranged according to the dictates of human reason and interest. If we once succeed in transcending anthropomorphic and anthropocentric ways of regarding nature, we shall understand that natural right is limited only by desire and power and that desire and power are conditioned by the nature of a given individual. The same doctrine is repeated in the political treatise. Spinoza there reaffirms his thesis that if we are treating of the universal power or right of nature, we can recognize no distinction between desires which are engendered by reason and desires which are engendered by other causes. The natural right of universal nature, and consequently of every individual thing, extends as far as its power, and accordingly whatever any man does according to the laws of his nature he does by the highest natural right, and he has as much right over nature as he has power. 8. Men are led more by desire than by reason. Hence one can say that natural power and right is limited by appetite rather than by reason. Nature forbids only what we do not desire and have no power to obtain or to do. Since every man has a natural impulse to self-maintenance and self-preservation, he is, therefore, naturally entitled to take any means which he thinks will help him to preserve himself. And he is entitled to treat as an enemy anyone who hinders the fulfillment of this natural impulse. Indeed, as they are very liable to the passions of anger, envy, and hatred in general, men are naturally enemies. 1. Spinoza's statement in the Ethics that just and unjust, sin and merit are merely extrinsic notions 2 was quoted in the last chapter, and it can now be understood in its appropriate context. In the state of nature it is just for me to take whatever I think useful for my preservation and welfare. Justice is measured simply by desire and power. In organized society, however, certain property rights and certain rules for the transference of property are established, and by common agreement terms like just, unjust and right are given definite meanings. When understood in this way they are merely extrinsic notions, referring not to properties of actions considered in themselves but to actions considered in relation to norms and rules set up by and resting on agreement. One can add that the binding force of agreements rests on the power to enforce them. In the state of nature a man who has made an agreement with another is entitled by nature to break the agreement directly he comes to think, rightly or wrongly, that it will be advantageous to him to do so. 3. This doctrine is simply a logical application of Spinoza's theory that, if we look at things simply from the point of view of nature at large, the only limits of right are desire and power. 2. However, everyone wishes to live as far as possible securely beyond the reach of fear, and this would be quite impossible so long as everyone did everything he liked and reason's claim was lowered to a par with those of hatred and anger. When we reflect that men without mutual help, or the aid of reason, must needs live most miserably, we shall see plainly that men must necessarily come to an agreement to live together as securely and as well as possible. 1. Further, without mutual help men can hardly support life and cultivate the mind. 5. One's own power and natural right is thus in constant danger of being rendered ineffective unless one combines with others to form a stable society. One can thus say that natural right itself points to the formation of organized society. And if this is why the schoolmen want to call man a sociable animal, I mean because men in the state of nature can hardly be independent, I have nothing to say against them. 1. The social compact thus rests on enlightened self-interest, and the restrictions of social life are justified by being shown to constitute a lesser threat to one's welfare than the perils of the state of nature. It is a universal law of human nature that no one ever neglects anything which he judges to be good, except with the hope of gaining a greater good or from the fear of a greater evil, nor does anyone endure an evil except for the sake of avoiding a greater evil or gaining a greater good. 2. No one, then, will make a compact except to gain a greater good or avoid a greater evil. And we may, therefore, conclude that a compact is made valid only by its utility, without which it becomes null and void. 3. In concluding a social compact, individuals hand over their natural rights to the sovereign power, and the possessor of sovereign power, whether he be one, or many, or the whole body politic, has the sovereign right of imposing any commands he pleases. For it is, indeed, impossible to transfer all power, and so all right, for there are some things which follow necessarily from human nature and which cannot be altered by the command of authority. For example, it is useless for the sovereign to command men not to love what is pleasurable to them. But apart from cases like this, the subject is bound to obey the commands of the sovereign. And it is through the laws enacted by the sovereign that justice and injustice arise. Wrongdoing cannot be conceived of but under dominion. Like, then, wrongdoing and obedience in their strict sense, so also justice and injustice cannot be conceived of except under dominion. 8. Spinoza did not, however, intend to justify tyrannical government. In his opinion, as in that of Seneca, no one can long retain a tyrant's sway. 8. For if the sovereign acts in a thoroughly capricious, arbitrary, and irrational manner, he will eventually raise such opposition that he will lose his power to govern. And loss of power to govern means loss of right to govern. In his own best interests, then, the sovereign is unlikely to exceed reasonable limits in the exercise of authority. In the political treatise, Spinoza discusses 3 general forms of dominion: monarchy, aristocracy and democracy. But it is unnecessary to enter upon his treatment of this theme. Of more interest is his general principle that commonwealth is most powerful and most independent which is founded and guided by reason. 1. The purpose of civil society is nothing else but peace and security of life. and therefore that dominion is the best where men pass their lives in unity and the laws are kept unbroken. 2. In the Theologico-Political Treatise he states that the most rational state is also the freest, since to live freely is to live with full consent under the entire guidance of reason. 3. And this sort of life is best secured in a democracy, which may be defined as a society which wields all its power as a whole. 4. A democracy is of all forms of government the most natural and the most consonant with individual liberty. In it no one transfers his natural right so absolutely that he has no further voice in affairs, he only hands it over to the majority of a society of which he is a unit. Thus all men remain equals, as they were in the state of nature. 5. In a democracy, says Spinoza, irrational commands are less to be feared than in any other form of constitution, for it is almost impossible that the majority of a people, especially if it is a large one, should agree in an irrational design. And, moreover, the basis and aim of a democracy is to avoid the desires as irrational and to bring men as far as possible under the control of reason, so that they may live in peace and harmony. 6.4. In discussing the best form of constitution in an a priori fashion, Spinoza trod in the footsteps of predecessors like Aristotle. To look to him for a real sense of historical development is to look in vain. What distinguishes him from the great Greek writers on politics and from the scholastics is the emphasis which he lays on power. In the state of nature right is limited only by power, and in civil society sovereignty rests on power. The members of a state are, indeed, bound to obey the laws, but the fundamental reason for this is that the sovereign has the power to enforce them. This is not the whole of the story, of course. Spinoza was in some respects a tough political realist, but at the same time he emphasized the function of the state to provide the framework in which men could live rationally. He considered perhaps that most men are led by desire rather than by reason, and that restraint is, as it were, the fundamental purpose of law. But his ideal certainly was that law should be rational and that human beings should be guided in their private conduct and in their obedience to law by reason rather than by fear. All the same, it is on power that political authority rests, even if this power is never misused. And if the power disappears, the claim to authority disappears. The importance attributed by Spinoza to power comes out clearly in his view of the relations between states. Different states may enter into agreements with one another, but there is no authority to enforce such agreements, as there is in the case of contracts between fellow members of a state. The relations between states are governed, therefore, not by law but by power and self-interest. A covenant between different states is valid so long as its basis of danger or advantage is in force. No one enters into an engagement, or is bound to stand by his compacts, unless there is a hope of some accruing good, or the fear of some evil. If this basis is removed, the compact thereby becomes void. This has been abundantly shown by experience. One states, then, in their relations with one another are in the position of individuals considered apart from the social compact and from the organized society to which the compact gives rise. Spinoza appeals to experience for confirmation of his theory, and in order to recognize that it gives expression to historical fact one has only to reflect on the modern discussions about the need for some international authority. 5. In spite of the emphasis he laid on power, Spinoza's ideal was, as we have seen, the life of reason. And one of the main features of a rationally organized society would be, he was convinced, religious toleration. Like Hobbes, he was filled with horror at the thought of religious wars and divisions, but his idea of the proper remedy was different from that of Hobbes. For whereas Hobbes tended to think that the only remedy lay in subordinating religion to the civil power, that is, in a thoroughgoing Erastianism, Spinoza emphasized toleration in the matter of religious beliefs. This attitude followed naturally from his philosophical principles. For he made a sharp distinction between the language of philosophy and the language of theology. The function of the latter is not to give scientific information but rather to impel people to adopt certain lines of conduct. Provided, therefore, that the line of conduct to which a certain set of religious beliefs naturally leads is not prejudicial to the good of society, full liberty should be allowed to those who find help in this set of beliefs. Speaking of the religious freedom enjoyed in Holland, he says that he wishes to show that not only can such freedom be granted without prejudice to the public peace, but also that without such freedom piety cannot flourish nor the public peace be secure. 1. And he concludes that every one should be free to choose for himself the foundations of his creed, and that faith should be judged only by its fruits. 2. Right over one's judgments, feelings, and beliefs is something that one cannot alienate by any social compact. Every man is by infeasible natural right the master of his own thoughts, and he cannot, without disastrous results, be compelled to speak only according to the dictates of the supreme power. 3. Indeed, the true aim of government, says Spinoza, is liberty. 4. The object of government is not to change men from rational beings into beasts or puppets, but to enable them to develop their minds and bodies in security and to employ their reason unshackled. 4. Toleration, therefore, should not be confined to the sphere of religion. Provided that a man criticizes the sovereign from rational conviction and not out of a desire to make trouble or to promote sedition, he should be allowed to speak his mind freely. Regard for the public welfare sets a limit to free speech. Mere agitation, inciting to rebellion or to disobedience to the law, and disturbance of peace cannot reasonably be allowed. But rational discussion and criticism do good rather than harm. If the attempt is made to crush liberty and to regiment thought and speech, great harm results. It is not possible to suppress all freedom of thought, and, if freedom of speech is suppressed, the result is that fools, flatterers, the insincere and the unscrupulous flourish. Moreover, freedom is absolutely necessary for progress in science and the liberal arts. 5. And this freedom is best secured in a democracy, the most natural form of government, in which every one submits to the control of authority over his actions but not over his judgment and reason. 8. It is as well to have brought out this side of Spinoza's political theory. For undue concentration on those elements of his theory which are common to him and Hobbes may easily give a wrong impression. It tends to conceal the fact that his ideal was the life of reason and that he did not laud power for its own sake, even though he was convinced not only that power does play a most important part in political life but that it must do so, for metaphysical and psychological reasons. Moreover, although Spinoza himself clearly did not believe in a definite divine revelation of statable truths, so that his premises were different from those of believers in such a revelation, the problem which he discussed is a real problem for all. On the one hand, faith is in any case something which cannot be forced, and the attempt to enforce it leads to evil results. On the other hand, complete and unlimited toleration is, as Spinoza saw, impracticable. No government can permit incitement to political assassination, for example, or unhindered propaganda for beliefs which lead directly to crime. The problem for Spinoza, as for those of a later age, is that of combining the greatest possible amount of freedom with regard for the public good. It is hardly to be expected that all will agree about the precise limits of toleration, and in any case this question can scarcely be settled a priori and without reference to historical circumstances. To give a very obvious example, all reasonable people agree that in times of war and national crisis liberties may have to be restricted in a way which would be undesirable at other times. But the general principles that governments should foster rather than destroy liberty and that liberty is required for true cultural development are as valid now as they were when Spinoza enunciated them. 6. For a considerable time after his death Spinoza was often called an atheist, and so far as any attention was paid to him he was generally attacked. The main reason, of course, why he was called an atheist was his identification of God with nature. The charge of atheism has been indignantly repudiated by many of Spinoza's modern admirers, but the question cannot be settled so simply, and certainly not by the use of emotive language on either side. The only proper way of settling it in a rational manner is to decide on the meaning to be attached to the word God and then to decide whether Spinoza did or did not deny the existence of God so understood. But even this procedure is not so simple to follow in practice as might at first appear. It might reasonably be argued that if the word God is understood in the Judeo-Christian sense, as meaning a personal being transcending nature, the charge of atheism was correct. For it is true that Spinoza denied the existence of a personal being transcending nature. Thus when his Lutheran biographer, John Colerus, says in his Life of Benedict de Spinoza that the philosopher takes the liberty to use the word God and to use it in a sense unknown to all Christians, and that Spinoza's doctrine is therefore atheism, the statement, it might be said, is obviously true if one understands by atheism denial of the existence of God in the sense in which the word is understood by Christians. Spinoza, however, might reply that he defined God as the absolutely infinite being, and that Christians also understood by God the infinite being, though they did not, in his opinion, understand the implications of this definition. His identification of God with nature, he might say, was the expression not of atheism but of a true understanding of what is meant by God, if God is defined as the absolutely infinite being. Still, the fact remains that Christians, whether philosophers or not, affirm God's transcendence and do not identify God with nature, and if the term God is understood in the way in which all Christians understand it, whether they are philosophers or not, it can be said that Spinoza was an atheist in that he denied the existence of God as so understood. It is difficult to see why the charge of atheism, if so interpreted, should raise indignation. Writers who wax indignant over the charge are presumably either thinking of the abusive epithets which were sometimes added to it, or protesting against the use of the term God in an exclusively Christian sense. But it was not only by the theologians that Spinoza was criticized and belittled. In his dictionary, Bell not only represented Spinoza as an atheist but also condemned his philosophy as absurd. And Diderot took more or less the same line in his article on Spinoza in the Encyclopedia. Indeed, the philosophers of the French Enlightenment in general, though they respected Spinoza as a man and were glad of the opportunity of presenting the example of a virtuous yet highly unorthodox thinker, did not extend their respect to his philosophy. They regarded it as obscure sophistry and a juggling with geometrical and metaphysical terms and formulae. Hume remarked that the fundamental principle of the atheism of Spinoza lies in his monism, and he called this a hideous hypothesis. But as he coupled with the assertion that the doctrine of the immateriality, simplicity, and indivisibility of a thinking substance is a true atheism and will serve to justify all those sentiments for which Spinoza is so universally infamous, one may feel a certain doubt about Hume's horror at Spinoza's hypothesis. It is clear, however, that he considered both Descartes' doctrine of an immaterial thinking substance and Spinoza's theory of a unique substance to be unintelligible. Attacked by theologians on the one hand and by philosophers on the other, the philosophy of Spinoza hardly appeared worthy of serious consideration. In the course of time, however, the tide of opinion turned. In 1780 Lessing had his famous conversation with Jacobi in which he expressed his appreciation of and indebtedness to Spinoza. Herder too appreciated Spinoza, and Novalis described him in an oft-quoted phrase as a God-intoxicated man. Heine wrote warmly of Spinoza, and Goethe spoke of the Jewish philosopher's influence upon him, of the calm and resignation which the ethics brought to his soul, and of the wide and disinterested view of reality which the work opened up. The German Romantics in general, I do not mean to imply that Goethe can properly be labeled a romantic, though he was able to give expression to romanticism, found or thought they found in Spinoza a kindred soul. For them, with their feeling for the totality and their inclination to a poetic and quasi-mystical view of nature, Spinoza was the pantheist who did not place God in a remote transcendence but saw in nature a theophany or immanent manifestation of God. And German philosophers like Schelling and Hegel, the philosophers of the Romantic movement, brought Spinozism into the mainstream of European philosophy. For Hegel, Spinoza's system was an integral and important stage in the development of European thought. Spinoza's idea of God as substance was inadequate, for God should be conceived as spirit. But the charge of atheism was unfounded. Spinozism, says Hegel, might really just as well or even better have been termed a cosmism, since according to its teaching it is not to the world, finite existence, the universe, that reality and permanency are to be ascribed, but rather to God alone as the substantial one. In England Coleridge wrote enthusiastically of Spinoza, and Shelley began a translation of the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus. While he was regarded by his earlier critics as an atheist and by the Romantics as a pantheist, the tendency of a number of modern writers is to represent Spinoza as a speculative forerunner of a completely scientific view of the world. For he made a sustained attempt always to give a naturalistic explanation of events without having recourse to explanations in terms either of the supernatural and transcendent or of final causes. Those who stress this aspect of Spinoza's thought do not forget that he was a metaphysician and that he aimed at giving an ultimate explanation of the world. But they think that his idea of nature as one organic cosmos which can be understood without postulating anything outside nature can be considered a vast speculative program for scientific research, though the method required by scientific research is not the method which Spinoza employed in his philosophy. For them, therefore, the central idea of Spinozism is the idea of nature as a system which can be scientifically investigated. The Hegelian interpretation of Spinoza is put on one side, and one can say perhaps that the atheistic interpretation comes once more to the fore, provided that one remembers that if these writers used the word atheism in this connection it would not have for them the abusive overtones which it had for Spinoza's early theological critics. It is difficult to say precisely how much truth there is in each of these lines of interpretation. To read the spirit and atmosphere of the Romantic movement into Spinoza's thought is certainly incorrect, and if one had to choose between a Romantic and a naturalistic interpretation, one would certainly do better by preferring the latter. Yet though Spinoza's thought seems to have moved far away from its Jewish origins in the direction of a naturalistic monism, his doctrines of the infinite Godhead, and of the unknown divine attributes, suggest that the religious origins of his thought were by no means completely obscured by its later development. Moreover, we must remember that Spinoza was not interested simply in tracing causal connections and exhibiting the infinite series of causes as a self-enclosed system. His chief work was not entitled The Ethics for Nothing. He was interested in the attainment of true peace of mind and of freedom from the servitude of the passions. In a famous passage at the beginning of the treatise on the correction of the understanding he speaks of his experience of the vanity and futility of riches, fame, and pleasure, of the search for supreme happiness and the greatest good. For the love towards a thing eternal and infinite alone feeds the mind with pleasure, and it is free from all pain, so it is much to be desired and to be sought out with all our might. 1 Again, I wish to direct all sciences in one direction, or to one end, namely, to attain the greatest possible human perfection, and thus everything in the sciences which does not promote this endeavor must be rejected as useless, that is, in a word, all our endeavors and thoughts must be directed to this one end. In a letter to Van Blijenberg he says, "Meanwhile I know, and this knowledge gives me the highest contentment and peace of mind, that all things come to pass by the power and unchangeable decree of a being supremely perfect too, but one must not let oneself be misled by the use of phrases such as the intellectual love of God into interpreting Spinoza as though he were a religious mystic like Eckhart. Indeed, in interpreting Spinoza it is essential to remember that terms and phrases must be understood in the sense of his definitions and not in the sense which they bear in ordinary language. In Spinoza's philosophy terms are given a technical sense, and this is often different from the meaning which we would naturally and spontaneously attach to them. The notion that the philosophy of Spinoza was a philosophy of religious mysticism arises only if one persists in neglecting his definitions of terms like God and love and the light shed on those definitions by the system as a whole. I. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz was born at Leipzig in 1646, his father being professor of moral philosophy in the university. A precocious boy, Leibniz studied both Greek and scholastic philosophy, and he tells us, speaking of himself at about the age of 13, that he read Suarez with as much facility as people are accustomed to read romances. At the age of 15 he entered the university and studied under James Thomasius. Making the acquaintance of modern thinkers like Bacon, Hobbes, Gassendi, Descartes, Kepler, and Galileo, he found in them examples of a better philosophy. And according to his reminiscences he debated within himself during solitary walks whether to retain the Aristotelian theurgy of substantial forms and final causes or to adopt mechanism. Mechanism prevailed, though he later tried to combine Aristotelian elements with new ideas. Indeed, The influence of his early studies of Aristotelianism and scholasticism is obvious in his later writings, and of all the leading philosophers of the pre-Kantian modern period it was probably Leibniz who possessed the most extensive knowledge of the scholastics. He was certainly much better acquainted with them than was Spinoza. And his baccalaureate thesis, 1663, on the principle of individuation was written under the influence of scholasticism, though of the nominalist direction. In 1663 Leibniz went to Jena, where he studied mathematics under Erhard Weigel. He then gave himself to the study of jurisprudence and took the doctorate in law at Altdorf in 1667. The offer of a university chair at Altdorf was refused, as Leibniz said that he had very different things in view. Having been given a post in the court of the Elector of Mainz, he was sent on a diplomatic mission to Paris in 1672, where he made the acquaintance of men like Malebranche and Arnauld. In 1673 he visited England, meeting Boyle and Oldenburg. Returning to Paris, he remained there until 1676, the final year of his stay being memorable for his discovery of the infinitesimal calculus. Though Leibniz was unaware of the fact, Newton had already written on the same subject. But the latter was very slow to publish his results and did not do so until 1687, whereas Leibniz published his in 1684. Hence the unprofitable dispute about priority in discovery. On his way back to Germany Leibniz visited Spinoza. He had already been in correspondence with Spinoza, and he was extremely curious about the latter's philosophy. The precise relations between Leibniz and Spinoza are not very clear. The former criticized and continued to criticize the latter's theories, and when he had studied Spinoza's posthumously published works he made persistent attempts to compromise Descartes by representing Spinozism as the logical outcome of Cartesianism. The philosophy of Descartes, according to Leibniz, leads by way of Spinozism to atheism. On the other hand, it is clear that Leibniz's insatiable curiosity in intellectual matters produced in him a lively interest in Spinoza's doctrine, even if he made no very profound study of it, and that he found it stimulating. Moreover, in view of Leibniz's diplomatic character it has even been suggested that his strong repudiation of Spinozism was partly inspired by his desire to maintain a reputation for orthodoxy. But though Leibniz was a diplomat, a courtier, and a man of the world, which Spinoza was not, and though he had an eye to edifying his various patrons and eminent acquaintances, there is no real reason, I think, for believing that his opposition to Spinozism was insincere. He had already arrived at some of the main ideas of his own philosophy by the time he studied Spinoza, and though certain affinities between their respective philosophies stimulated his interest and probably also his eagerness to dissociate himself publicly from Spinoza, the differences between their respective positions were far-reaching. Owing to his association with the House of Hanover, Leibniz found himself involved in compiling the history of the family, that is, the Brunswick family. But his interests and activities were manifold. In 1682 he founded at Leipzig the Acta Eruditorum, and in 1700 he became the first president of the Society of the Sciences at Berlin, which later became the Prussian Academy. In addition to an interest in founding learned societies he occupied himself with the problem of uniting the Christian confessions. First of all he endeavored to find common ground for agreement between Catholics and Protestants. Later, when he realized that the difficulties were greater than had been anticipated, he tried, though again without success, to prepare the way for the reunion of the Calvinist and Lutheran bodies. Another of his schemes was a plan for an alliance between Christian states, the formation of a kind of united Europe, and after having failed to interest Louis X IV of France, he addressed himself in 1711 to the Tsar Peter the Great. He also endeavored to bring about an alliance between the Tsar and the Emperor. But his plans for inducing Christian monarchs to abandon their quarrels and to join in alliance against the non-Christian world, were as abortive as his schemes for the reunion of the Christian confessions. One may mention also that Leibniz took a considerable interest in the information about the Far East which was beginning to percolate into Europe, and that he warmly defended the Jesuit missionaries in China in connection with the rites controversy. Leibniz was one of the most distinguished men of his time, and he enjoyed the patronage of many eminent people. But the closing years of his life were embittered by neglect, and when the Elector of Hanover became George I of England in 1714, Leibniz was not chosen to accompany him to London. His death in 1716 passed unnoticed even in the academy which he had founded at Berlin, the French Academy being the sole learned body to do honor to his memory. 2. It is against the background of this varied activity and many-sided interests that one has to see Leibniz's career as a philosophical writer. His history of the House of Brunswick falls, of course, into a class apart. Planned in 1692 and carried on intermittently until his death, though never completed, it was not published until 1843-5. Between his philosophical work, however, and his interest in founding learned societies, in uniting Christian bodies and in furthering an alliance of Christian states, there is a much closer connection than might appear at first sight. In order to grasp this connection, it is necessary to bear in mind the part played in Leibniz's thought by the idea of universal harmony. The idea of the universe as a harmonious system in which there is at the same time unity and multiplicity, coordination and differentiation of parts, seems to have become a leading idea, probably the leading idea, of Leibniz at a very early age. For example, in a letter to Thomas Suze, written in 1669 when Leibniz was 23, after mentioning sayings like nature does nothing in vain and everything shuns its own destruction, he remarks, since, however, there is really no wisdom or appetite in nature, the beautiful order arises from the fact that nature is the clock of God, Horologium Dei. 1 Similarly, in a letter to Magnus Wedierkopf, written in 1671, Leibniz affirms that God the Creator wills what is most harmonious. The idea of the cosmos as a universal harmony had been prominent in the writings of Renaissance philosophers like Nicholas of Cusa and Giordano Bruno, and it had been emphasized by Kepler and John Henry Biesterfeld, whom Leibniz mentions appreciatively in the De Arte Combinatoria, 1666. He was to develop it later in terms of his theory of monads, but it was present in his mind long before he wrote the Monadology. In the De Arte Combinatoria, Leibniz proposed the development of a method suggested by the writings of Raymond Lull, the medieval Franciscan, and by modern mathematicians and philosophers. He envisaged first of all the analysis of complex terms into simple terms. Analysis is as follows. Let any given term be resolved into its formal parts, that is, let it be defined. Then let these parts be resolved into their own parts, or let definitions be given of the terms of the first definition, until one reaches simple parts or indefinable terms. These simple or indefinable terms would form an alphabet of human thoughts. 4. As all words and phrases are combinations of the letters of the alphabet, so can propositions be seen to result from combinations of simple or indefinable terms. The second step in Leibniz's plan consists in representing these indefinable terms by mathematical symbols. If, then, one can find the right way of combining these symbols, one will have formed a deductive logic of discovery, which would serve not only for demonstrating truths already known but also for discovering new truths. Leibniz did not think that all truths can be deduced a priori. There are contingent propositions which cannot be deduced in this way. For example, that Augustus was Roman emperor or that Christ was born at Bethlehem are truths known by research into the facts of history, not by logical deduction from definitions. And in addition to particular historical statements of this kind, there are also universal propositions the truth of which is known by observation and induction, not by deduction. Their truth is founded not in the essence of things, but in their existence, and they are true as though by chance. One shall return later to Leibniz's distinction between contingent and necessary propositions. At the moment it is sufficient to notice that he made a distinction. But it is important to understand that by propositions querum veritas in essentia fundata est he did not mean simply the propositions of formal logic and pure mathematics. His ideal of deductive and scientific logic was certainly largely due to that influence of mathematics which can be seen in the thought of other rationalist philosophers of the period, But, like them, he thought that the deductive method could be used to develop systems of true propositions in other spheres than logic and mathematics. He anticipated, in general idea, later symbolic logic, but the development of systems of pure logic and mathematics was but one aspect of his total plan. The deductive method can, he thought, be utilized in developing the essential ideas and truths of metaphysics, physics, jurisprudence, and even theology. The discovery of the proper mathematical symbolism would provide a universal language, a characteristica universalis, and by using this language in the different branches of study, human knowledge could be indefinitely developed in such a way that there would be no more room for rival theories than there is in pure mathematics. Leibniz thus dreamed of a universal science, of which logic and mathematics would form only parts. And he was led to extend the scope of the deductive method beyond the frontiers of formal logic and pure mathematics, largely because of his conviction that the universe forms a harmonious system. In the De Arte Combinatorial he draws attention to Biesterfeld's doctrine of the essential connections between all beings. A deductive system of logic or of mathematics is an illustration or example of the general truth that the universe is a system. Hence there can be a deductive science of metaphysics, a science of being. The fact that the implementation of Leibniz's grandiose scheme postulates the analysis of complex truths into simple truths and of definable terms into indefinable terms helps to explain his interest in the founding of learned societies. For he conceived the idea of a comprehensive encyclopedia of human knowledge, from which the fundamental simple ideas could be, as it were, extracted, and he hoped that it would prove possible to enlist the aid of learned societies and academies in this undertaking. He also hoped that the religious orders, particularly the Jesuits, would cooperate in the construction of the projected encyclopedia. Leibniz's logical dream also helps to explain the attitude which he adopted on the subject of Christian reunion. For he thought that it should prove possible to deduce a number of essential propositions in theology on which all confessions might agree. He never actually attempted to work out this plan, but in his Systema Theologicum, 1686, he endeavored to find common ground on which Catholic and Protestants could agree. His ideal of harmony was, of course, more fundamental than the idea of logically deducing a kind of highest common factor for the Christian confessions. This ideal of harmony obviously shows itself also in Leibniz's dream of a union of Christian princes. It was manifested too in his view of the development of philosophy. The history of philosophy was for him a perennial philosophy. One thinker may overemphasize one aspect of reality or one truth and his successor another aspect or truth, but there is truth in all systems. Most schools of philosophy, he thought, are right in the greater part of what they affirm, but wrong in the greater part of what they deny. For instance, mechanists are right in affirming that there is efficient mechanical causality but wrong in denying that mechanical causality subserves purpose. There is truth in both mechanism and finalism. 3. The publication of Locke's essay, with its attack on the doctrine of innate ideas, prompted Leibniz to prepare a detailed reply during the period 1701–9. The work was not completely finished, and its publication was for various reasons deferred. It appeared posthumously in 1765 under the title New Essays on Human Understanding, Nouveaux Essais sur l'Entendement Humain. The only other large work by Leibniz is his Essays in Theodicy, Essays de Theodicy. This work, a systematic answer to Bell's article Roerius in his Historical and Critical Dictionary, was published in 1710. Leibniz's philosophy, that is, what is sometimes called his popular philosophy, was not expounded in any large systematic tome. One has to look for it in letters, in articles, in periodicals, and in brief works like the Discourse on Metaphysics, Discours de Métaphysique, 1686, which he sent to Arnauld, The New System of Nature and of the Interaction of Substances, Système Nouveau de la 270 A History of Philosophy for Nature et de la Communication de Substances, 1695, The Principles of Nature and of Grace, Principes de la Nature et de la Grâce, 1714, and the Monadology, Monadology, 1714, which was written for Prince Eugene of Savoy. But he left behind him a mass of manuscripts which remained unpublished until comparatively recently. In 1903 El-Khatturat published his important collection, Opuscules et Fragments Inedits, and in 1913 there appeared at Kazan Leibniziana, Elementa Philosophiae Arcani, de Summa Rerum, edited by J. Jagodinsky. The complete edition of the writings of Leibniz, including all available letters, which was begun by the Prussian Academy of Sciences in 1923, was planned to comprise 40 volumes. Political events unfortunately slowed down the continuance of this great project. 4. Most philosophies have given rise to divergent interpretations. In the case of Leibniz there have been pronounced differences. For example, according to Khatturat and Bertrand Russell, the publication of Leibniz's notes has shown that his metaphysical philosophy was based on his logical studies. The doctrine of monads, for instance, was closely connected with the subject-predicate analysis of propositions. On the other hand, there are inconsistencies and contradictions in his thought. In particular, his ethics and theology are at variance with his logical premises. The explanation, in Bertrand Russell's opinion, is that Leibniz, having an eye to edification and to the maintenance of his reputation for orthodoxy, shrank from drawing the logical conclusions of his premises. This is the reason why the best parts of his philosophy are the most abstract, and the worst those which most nearly concern human life. 1. Indeed, Earl Russell does not hesitate to make a sharp distinction between Leibniz's popular philosophy and his esoteric doctrine. 2. Jean Berruze, however, in his Leibniz et Organisation religieuse de la Terre d'Aprils de Documents Inedits, maintained that Leibniz was primarily a religious-minded thinker, animated above all by zeal for the glory of God. Another interpretation was that of Kuno Fischer, who saw in Leibniz the chief embodiment of the spirit of the Enlightenment. Leibniz combined in himself the different aspects of the Age of Reason, and in his schemes for Christian reunion and for the political alliance of Christian states we can see the expression of the point of view of rational enlightenment as distinct from fanaticism, sectarianism, and narrow nationalism. Again, for Windelband, as also for the Italian idealist Guido de Ruggiero, Leibniz was essentially the precursor of Kant. In the New Essays, Leibniz showed his belief that the life of the soul transcends the sphere of distinct consciousness or clear awareness, and he foreshadowed the idea of the deeper unity of sensibility and understanding, which the rationalists of the Enlightenment had tended to separate with undue sharpness. On this matter he influenced Herder. More important still was another effect of the work of Leibniz. It was no less a thinker than Kant who undertook to build up the doctrine of the Nouveau Essays into a system of epistemology. 1. On the other hand, Louis Davilpound, in his Leibniz Historien, emphasized the historical activity of Leibniz and the pains he took in gathering materials in various places in Vienna and Italy, for example for his History of the House of Brunswick. That there is truth in all these lines of interpretation scarcely needs saying. For they would not have been seriously proposed by their authors had there not been foundations in fact for each of them. It is, for example, undoubtedly true that there is a close connection between Leibniz's logical studies and his metaphysics, and it is also true that he wrote down reflections which indicate some apprehension about possible reactions to the conclusions of the lines of thought he was developing, were he to make those conclusions public. On the other hand, though it is an exaggeration to picture Leibniz as a profoundly religious figure, there is no real reason to think that his theological and ethical writings were insincere or that he had no genuine concern for the realization of religious and political harmony. Again, it is undeniable that Leibniz embodied many of the aspects of the Age of Reason, while it is also true that he endeavored to overcome some of the features characteristic of the philosophers of the Enlightenment. Further, in some important ways he certainly prepared the way for Kant, while he was, on the other hand, also an historian. But it is difficult to pigeonhole Leibniz in any one compartment. The logical side of his philosophy is undoubtedly important, and Khatturat and Russell did good service in drawing attention to its importance, but the ethical and theological parts of his philosophy are also real parts. There may be, indeed, as Russell maintains, inconsistencies and even contradictions in Leibniz' thought, but this does not mean that we are entitled to make a radical distinction between his esoteric and his exoteric thought. Leibniz was doubtless a complicated personality, but he was not a split personality. Again, Leibniz is too outstanding and many-sided a thinker for it to be legitimate to label him simply as a thinker of the Enlightenment or as a precursor of Kant. And as for Leibniz as historian, it would be strange to emphasize this aspect of his activity at the expense of his activity as logician, mathematician, and philosopher. Moreover, as Benedetto Croce has argued, Leibniz lacked the sense of historical development which was shown by Vico. His tendency to panlogism smacks far more of the rationalist spirit of the Enlightenment and of its comparative neglect of history than of the historical outlook represented by Vico, even though his monadology was in a sense a philosophy of development. In fine, an ideal presentation of Leibniz would do justice to all aspects of his thought while overemphasizing no one element at the expense of others. But, so far as the achievement of this ideal is a practical possibility, it would have to be the work of a Leibnizian expert thoroughly acquainted with the whole of the relevant literature and without any particular axe of his own to grind. It seems likely, however, that Leibniz will in practice always be a subject for controversy. Perhaps this is inevitable in the case of a man who never really attempted a fully systematic synthesis of his thought. In this chapter I propose to discuss some of Leibniz's logical principles. And the first point to be explained is the fundamental distinction between truths of reason and truths of fact. For Leibniz, every proposition possesses the subject-predicate form or can be analyzed into a proposition or set of propositions of this form. The subject-predicate form of proposition is thus fundamental. And truth consists in the correspondence of a proposition with reality, possible or actual. Let us content ourselves with seeking truth in the correspondence of the propositions in the mind with the things in question. It is true that I have also attributed truth to ideas in saying that ideas are true or false, but then I mean in reality the truth of propositions affirming the possibility of the object of the idea. In the same sense we can say also that a being is true, that is to say the proposition affirming its actual or at least possible existence one, but propositions are not all of the same kind, and a distinction must be made between truths of reason and truths of fact. The former are necessary propositions, in the sense that they are either themselves self-evident propositions or reducible thereto. If we really know what the propositions mean, we see that their contradictories cannot conceivably be true. All truths of reason are necessarily true, and their truth rests on the principle of contradiction. One cannot deny a truth of reason without being involved in contradiction. Leibniz also refers to the principle of contradiction as the principle of identity. The first of the truths of reason is the principle of contradiction, or, what comes to the same thing, that of identity. To take an example given by Leibniz himself, I cannot deny the proposition that the equilateral rectangle is a rectangle without being involved in contradiction. Truths of fact, on the other hand, are not necessary propositions. The opposites are conceivable, and they can be denied without logical contradiction. The proposition, for example, that John Smith exists or that John Smith married Mary Brown is not a necessary but a contingent proposition. It is, indeed, logically and metaphysically inconceivable that John Smith should not exist while he is existing. But the proposition the opposite of which is inconceivable is not the existential statement that John Smith exists, but the hypothetical statement that if John Smith exists, he cannot at the same time not exist. The true existential statement that John Smith actually exists is a contingent proposition, a truth of fact. We cannot deduce it from any a priori self-evident truth, we know its truth a posteriori. At the same time there must be a sufficient reason for the existence of John Smith. It would have been possible for there never to have been a John Smith. Truths of reason are necessary and their opposite is impossible, truths of fact are contingent and their opposite is possible too, but if John Smith actually exists, there must be a sufficient reason for his existence, that is, if it is true to say that John Smith exists, there must be a sufficient reason why it is true to say that he exists. Truths of fact, then, rest on the principle of sufficient reason. But they do not rest on the principle of contradiction, since their truth is not necessary and their opposites are conceivable. Now, for Leibniz, contingent propositions or truths of fact are analytic in a sense which will be explained presently. If we are using his language, therefore, we cannot simply equate truths of reason with analytic and truths of fact with synthetic propositions. But since what he calls truths of reason can be shown by us to be analytic, that is, since in the case of truths of reason we can show that the predicate is contained in the subject, while in the case of truths of fact we are unable to demonstrate that the predicate is contained in the subject, we can to that extent say that Leibniz's truths of reason are analytic and his truths of fact synthetic propositions. Moreover, we can make the following broad distinction between the range of truths of reason and that of truths of fact. The former embrace the sphere of the possible, while the latter embrace the sphere of the existential. There is, however, one exception to the rule that existential propositions are truths of fact and not of reason. For the proposition that God exists is a truth of reason or necessary proposition, and denial of it involves for Leibniz a logical contradiction. To this subject I shall return later. But apart from this one exception, no truth of reason asserts existence of any subject. Conversely, if, except in the one case just mentioned, a true proposition asserts existence of a subject, it is a truth of fact, a contingent proposition, and not a truth of reason. Leibniz's distinction between truths of reason and truths of fact needs, however, some further elucidation, and I propose to say something more about each in turn. 2. Among truths of reason are those primitive truths which Leibniz calls identicals. They are known by intuition, their truth being self-evident. They are called identicals, says Leibniz, because they seem only to repeat the same thing without giving us any information. One examples of affirmative identicals are each thing is what it is, and A is A, the equilateral rectangle is a rectangle. An example of a negative identical is what is A cannot be non-4. But there are also negative identicals which are called disparates, that is, propositions which state that the object of one idea is not the object of another idea. For example, heat is not the same thing as color. This, says Leibniz, can be asserted independently of all proof or of reduction to opposition or to the principle of contradiction, when these ideas are sufficiently understood not to require here analysis too. If we understand, for instance, what the terms heat and color mean, we see at once, without any need of proof, that heat is not the same thing as color. If one looks at Leibniz's examples of primitive truths of reason, one notices at once that some of them are tautologies. For example, the propositions that an equilateral rectangle is a rectangle, that a rational animal is an animal and that A is A are clearly tautological. This, of course, is the reason why Leibniz says that identicals seem to repeat the same thing without giving us any information. Indeed, it appears to have been Leibniz's view that logic and pure mathematics are systems of propositions of the kind which are now sometimes called tautologies. The great foundation of mathematics is the principle of contradiction or identity, that is, that a proposition cannot be true and false at the same time, and that, therefore, A is A and cannot be non-4. This single principle is sufficient to demonstrate every part of arithmetic and geometry, that is, all mathematical principles. But in order to proceed from mathematics to natural philosophy, another principle is required, as I have observed in my theodicy. I mean the principle of sufficient reason, that is, that nothing happens without a reason why it should be so rather than otherwise. Leibniz was, of course, well aware that definitions are required in mathematics. And, according to him, the proposition that 3 is equal to 2 plus 1 is only the definition of the term 3. 2. But he would not allow that all definitions are arbitrary. We must distinguish between real and nominal definitions. The former show clearly that the thing is possible, 3, while the latter do not. Hobbes, says Leibniz, thought that truths were arbitrary because they depended on nominal definitions. 4. But there are also real definitions, clearly defining the possible, and propositions derived from real definitions are true. Nominal definitions are of use, but they can be the source of knowledge of the truth only when it is well established otherwise that the thing defined is possible. 8. In order to be assured that what I conclude from a definition is true, I must know that this notion is possible. 8. Real definitions are thus fundamental. In a science such as pure mathematics, therefore, we have self-evident propositions or fundamental axioms, definitions, and propositions deduced therefrom, and the whole science concerns the sphere of the possible. There are here several points to notice. First, Leibniz defined the possible as the non-contradictory. The proposition that roundness is compatible with squareness is a contradictory proposition, and this is what is meant when it is said that the idea of a round square is contradictory and impossible. Secondly, mathematical propositions are but one instance of truths of reason, and we can say that all truths of reason are concerned with the sphere of possibility. Thirdly, to say that truths of reason are concerned with the sphere of possibility is to say that they are not existential judgments. Truths of reason state what would be true in any case, whereas true existential judgments depend on God's choice of one particular possible world. The exception to the rule that truths of reason are not existential judgments is the proposition that God is a possible being. For to state that God is possible is to state that God exists. Apart from this exception, no truths of reason affirm existence of any subject. A truth of reason may hold good in regard to existent reality. We use mathematics in astronomy, for example. But it is not mathematics which tells us that the stars exist. One must not be misled by Leibniz's example of heat not being the same thing as color. If I say that heat is not the same thing as color, I no more assert that heat or color exist than I assert that triangular bodies exist when I say that a triangle has three sides. Similarly, when I say that man is an animal, I assert that the class man falls under the class animal, but I do not assert that there are existent members of the class. Statements like these concern the sphere of the possible, they concern essences or universals. Except in the one case of God, truths of reason are not statements affirming the existence of any individual or individuals. That God exists, that all right angles are equal to each other, are necessary truths, but it is a contingent truth that I exist or that there are bodies which show an actual right angle. 1. I have said that Leibniz's truths of reason or necessary truths cannot be equated without more ado with analytic propositions because for him all true propositions are in a sense analytic. But contingent propositions or truths of fact are, for him, incapable of being reduced by us to self-evident propositions, whereas truths of reason are either self-evident truths or capable of being reduced by us to self-evident truths. We can say, then, that truths of reason are finitely analytic, and that the principle of contradiction says that all finitely analytic propositions are true. If, therefore, one means by analytic propositions those which are finitely analytic, that is, those which human analysis can show to be necessary propositions, we can equate Leibniz's truths of reason with analytic propositions understood in this sense. And as Leibniz speaks of truths of fact as being incapable of analysis 1 and as not necessary, we can for all intents and purposes speak of truths of reason as analytic propositions, provided that one remembers that for Leibniz truths of fact can be known a priori by the divine mind, though not by us. 3. Connection between truths of reason is necessary, but connection between truths of fact is not always necessary. Connection is of two sorts. The one is absolutely necessary, so that its contrary implies contradiction, and this deduction occurs in eternal truths like those of geometry. The other is only necessary ex hypothesi and, so to speak, by accident, and it is contingent in itself. When the contrary does not imply contradiction. 2. It is true that there are interconnections between things. The occurrence of event B may depend upon the occurrence of event A, and, given A, the occurrence of B may be certain. Then we have a hypothetical proposition: if A, then B. But the existence of the system in which this connection finds a place is not necessary but contingent. We must distinguish between an absolute and a hypothetical necessity. 3. Not all possibles are composable. I have reason to believe that not all possible species are composable in the universe, great as it is, and that this holds not only in regard to things which exist contemporaneously but also in regard to the whole series of things. That is to say, I believe that there are necessarily species which never have existed and never will exist, not being compatible with the series of creatures which God has chosen. For if God chooses, for example, to create a system in which A finds a place, B, if logically incompatible with A, will be necessarily excluded. But it is excluded only on the assumption that God chooses the system in which A finds a place. He might have chosen the system in which B, and not A, finds a place. In other words, the series of existence is not necessary, and so all propositions affirming the existence either of the series as a whole, that is, the world, or any member of the series is a contingent proposition, in the sense that its contrary does not involve logical contradiction. There are different possible worlds. The universe is only the collection of a certain kind of composibles, and the actual universe is the collection of all existent possibles. And as there are different combinations of possibles, some better than others, there are many possible universes, each collection of cornpossibles making one of them one, and God was under no absolute necessity to choose one particular possible world. The whole universe might have been made differently, time, space and matter being absolutely indifferent to motions and figures. Though all the facts of the universe are now certain in relation to God, it does not follow that the truth which pronounces that one fact follows from another is necessary to physical science, therefore, cannot be a deductive science in the same sense in which geometry is a deductive science. The laws of motion which actually occur in nature and which are verified by experiments are not in truth absolutely demonstrable, as a geometrical proposition would be. 3. Now, if this were all that Leibniz had to say, the matter would be fairly simple. We could say that there are on the one hand truths of reason or analytic and necessary propositions, like the propositions of logic and pure mathematics, and on the other hand truths of fact or synthetic and contingent propositions, and that with one exception all existential statements fall into the second category. Nor would Leibniz's view that each contingent truth must have a sufficient reason cause any difficulty. When A and B are both finite things, the existence of B may be explicable in terms of the existence and activity of A. But the existence of A itself requires a sufficient reason. In the end we must say that the existence of the world, of the whole harmonious system of finite things, requires a sufficient reason why it exists. And this sufficient reason Leibniz finds in a free decree of God. For truths of fact or of existence depend upon the decree of God. For again, the true cause why certain things exist rather than others is to be derived from the free decrees of the divine will. 5. But Leibniz complicates matters by implying that contingent propositions are in a sense analytic, and it is necessary to explain in what sense they can be called analytic. In the Principles of Nature and of Grace and the Monadology, both dated 1714, Leibniz was concerned with using the principle of sufficient reason to prove the existence of God. But in earlier papers he speaks in logical rather than in metaphysical terms and explains the principle of sufficient reason in terms of the subject-predicate form of proposition. In demonstration I use two principles, of which one is that what implies contradiction is false, while the other is that a reason can be given for every truth, which is not identical or immediate, that is, that the notion of the predicate is always contained, explicitly or implicitly, in the notion of its subject, and that this holds good no less in extrinsic than in intrinsic denominations, no less in contingent than in necessary truths. 1. For example, Caesar's resolve to cross the Rubicon was certain a priori, the predicate was contained in the notion of the subject. But it does not follow that we can see how the notion of the predicate is contained in that of the subject. In order to have an a priori certain knowledge of Caesar's resolve to cross the Rubicon, we should have to know perfectly not merely Caesar but the whole system of infinite complexity in which Caesar plays a part. 4. Paradoxical as it may appear, it is impossible for us to have knowledge of individuals. The most important factor in the problem is the fact that individuality includes infinity, and only he who is capable of comprehending it can have the knowledge of the principle of individuation of this or that thing. To the ultimate sufficient reason and ground of certainty of a truth of fact is to be found in God, and an infinite analysis would be required in order to know it a priori. No finite mind can perform this analysis, and in this sense Leibniz speaks of truths of fact as incapable of analysis. 3. Only God can possess that complete and perfect idea of the individuality of Caesar which would be necessary in order to know a priori all that will ever be predicated of him. Leibniz sums up the matter in this way. It is essential to distinguish between necessary or eternal truths and contingent truths or truths of fact, and these differ from each other almost as rational numbers and surds. For necessary truths can be reduced to those which are identical, as commensurable quantities can be brought to a common measure, but in contingent truths, as in surd numbers, the reduction proceeds to infinity without ever terminating. And thus the certainty and the perfect reason of contingent truths is known to God alone, who embraces the infinite in one intuition. And when this secret is known, the difficulty about the absolute necessity of all things is removed, and it is apparent what the difference is between the infallible and the necessary. For one can say, then, that while the principle of contradiction states that all finitely analytic propositions are true, the principle of sufficient reason says that all true propositions are analytic, that is, that the predicate is contained in its subject. But it does not follow that all true propositions are finitely analytic, as are truths of reason, analytic propositions proper. A natural conclusion to draw from this is that for Leibniz the difference between truths of reason and truths of fact, that is, between necessary and contingent propositions, is essentially relative to human knowledge. In this case all true propositions would be necessary in themselves and would be recognized as such by God, though the human mind, owing to its limited and finite character, is able to see the necessity only of those propositions which can be reduced by a finite process to what Leibniz calls identicals. And Leibniz certainly implies this on occasion. There is a difference between analysis of the necessary and analysis of the contingent. Analysis of the necessary, which is that of essences, goes from the posterior by nature to the prior by nature and ends in primitive notions, and it is thus that numbers are resolved into units. But in contingents or existence this analysis from the subsequent by nature to the prior by nature proceeds to infinity, without a reduction to primitive elements being ever possible. This conclusion would not, however, represent Leibniz's position accurately. It is true that when an individual finite subject like Caesar is considered as a possible being, that is, without reference to its actual existence, the complete notion of this individual comprises all its predicates save existence. Every predicate, necessary or contingent, past, present or future, is comprised in the notion of the subject too. But there are 2 points to notice. In the first place, the meaning which Leibniz attached to the statement that voluntary actions, like Caesar's resolve to cross the Rubicon, are contained in the notion of the subject cannot be understood without introducing the notion of the good, and so of final causality. In the second place, existence, which Leibniz regarded as a predicate, is unique in that it is not comprised in the notion of any finite being. The existence of all actual finite beings is therefore contingent. And when we ask why these beings exist rather than those, we have again to introduce the idea of the good and the principle of perfection. This subject will now be discussed, and it raises its own difficulties, but it is as well to have pointed out in advance that for Leibniz existential propositions are unique. Caesar's resolve to cross the Rubicon was indeed comprised in the notion of Caesar, but it does not follow that the possible world in which Caesar is a member is necessary. Granted that God selected this particular possible world, it was a priori certain that Caesar would resolve to cross the Rubicon, but it was not logically or metaphysically necessary for God to select this particular world. The only existential proposition which is necessary in the strict sense is the proposition affirming God's existence. 4. If from among possible worlds God has freely selected one particular world for creation, the question can be raised, why did God choose this particular world? Leibniz was not content to answer simply that God made this choice. For to answer in this way would be equivalent to maintaining that God wills something without any sufficient reason for his will, which would be contrary to the wisdom of God, as though he could operate without acting by reason. There must, therefore, be a sufficient reason for God's choice. Similarly, though Caesar chose freely to cross the Rubicon, there must be a sufficient reason for his making this choice. Now, though the principle of sufficient reason tells us that God had a sufficient reason for creating this actual world and that there was a sufficient reason for Caesar's decision to cross the Rubicon, it does not by itself tell us what the sufficient reason was in either case. Something more, that is, a complementary principle to the principle of sufficient reason, is required, and Leibniz finds this complementary principle in the principle of perfection. In Leibniz's opinion, it is ideally possible to assign a maximum amount of perfection to every possible world or set of corpuscles. Therefore, to ask why God chose to create one particular world rather than another is to ask why he chose to confer existence on one system of corpuscles, possessing a certain maximum of perfection, rather than on another system of corpuscles, possessing a different maximum of perfection. And the answer is that God chose the world which has the greatest maximum of perfection. Further, God has created man in such a way that he chooses what seems to him to be the best. The reason why Caesar chose to cross the Rubicon was that his choice seemed to him to be the best. The principle of perfection states, therefore, that God acts for the objectively best and that man acts with a view to what seems to him to be the best. This principle, as Leibniz saw clearly, meant the reintroduction of final causality. Thus of physics he says that so far from excluding final causes and the consideration of a being acting with wisdom, it is from this that everything must be deduced in physics. Again, dynamics is to a great extent the foundation of my system, for we there learn the difference between truths the necessity of which is brute and geometric and truths which have their source in fitness and final causes. Leibniz is careful, especially in his published writings, to make this view square with his admission of contingency. God chose the most perfect world freely, and Leibniz even speaks of God choosing freely to act with a view to the best. The true cause why certain things exist rather than others is to be derived from the free decrees of the divine will, the first of which is to will to do all things in the best possible way. 3. God was not under any absolute compulsion to choose the best possible world. Again, though it was certain that Caesar would resolve to cross the Rubicon, his decision was a free decision. He made a rational decision, and therefore he acted freely. There is contingency in 1,000 actions of nature, but when there is no judgment in the agent there is no liberty, for God has so made man that he chooses what appears to him to be the best, and for an infinite mind man's actions are certain a priori. Yet to act in accordance with the judgment of the reason is to act freely. To ask whether there is freedom in our will is the same as to ask whether there is choice in our will. Free and voluntary mean the same thing. For the free is the same as the spontaneous with reason, and to will is to be carried to action by a reason perceived by the intellect. 5. If freedom, then, is understood in this sense, Caesar chose freely to cross the Rubicon in spite of the fact that his choice was certain a priori. These statements by Leibniz leave some important questions unanswered. It is all very well to say that God chose freely to act for the best. But must there not be, on Leibniz's own principles, a sufficient reason for this choice, and must not this sufficient reason be found in the divine nature? Leibniz admits that this is so. Absolutely speaking, it must be said that another state of things could exist, yet, it must also be said, that the present state exists because it follows from the nature of God that he should prefer the most perfect, one. But if it follows from the nature of God that he should prefer the most perfect, does it not also follow that the creation of the most perfect world is necessary? Leibniz admits this too up to a point. In my opinion, if there were no best possible series, God would certainly have created nothing, since he cannot act without a reason or prefer the less perfect to the more perfect. 2. Further, Leibniz speaks of possibles as having a certain need of existence and, so to speak, some claim to existence, and he draws the conclusion that among the infinite combinations of possibles and of possible series that one exists by which the most of essence or of possibility is brought into existence. 3. This seems to imply that creation is in some sense necessary. Leibniz's answer is to be found in a distinction between logical or metaphysical necessity on the one hand and moral necessity on the other. To say that God chose freely to act for the best is not to say that it was uncertain whether he would act for the best or not. It was morally necessary that he should act for the best, and so it was certain that he would act in this way. But it was not logically or metaphysically necessary for him to choose the best possible world. One can say in a certain sense that it is necessary that God should choose what is best. But this necessity is not incompatible with contingency, for it is not that necessity which I call logical, geometric, or metaphysical, the denial of which involves contradiction, for similarly, given the world and human nature as God created them, it was morally necessary that Caesar should choose to cross the Rubicon, but it was not logically or metaphysically necessary for him to make this choice. He decided under the prevailing inclination to choose what appears to be the best, and it was certain that he would make the decision he did make, but to choose in accordance with this prevailing inclination is to choose freely. The demonstration of this predicate of Caesar, that he decided to cross the Rubicon, is not as absolute as those of numbers or of geometry, but presupposes the series of things which God has chosen freely and which is founded on the first free decree of God, namely to do always what is most perfect, and on the decree which God has made, in consequence of the first, in regard to human nature, which is that man will always do, though freely, what appears best. Now every truth which is founded on decrees of this kind is contingent, although it is certain the difficulty might be raised that God's existence is necessary and that he must be necessarily good if he is good at all. The necessary being cannot be contingently good. But Leibniz made a distinction between metaphysical perfection and moral perfection or goodness. The former is quantity of essence or reality. The good is what contributes to perfection. But perfection is what involves the most of essence too. As God is infinite being, he necessarily possesses infinite metaphysical perfection. But goodness is distinct from metaphysical perfection, it arises when the latter is the object of intelligent choice. 8. Since, therefore, intelligent choice is free, it seems that there is a sense in which God's moral goodness, arising from a free choice, can be called contingent for Leibniz. If one understands by free choice purely arbitrary and capricious choice, it is, of course, impossible to make Leibniz consistent. But he explicitly rejected any such conception of freedom as being absolutely chimerical, even in creatures. For in maintaining that the eternal truths of geometry and morals, and consequently also the rules of justice, goodness, and beauty, are the effect of a free or arbitrary choice of the will of God, it seems that he is deprived of his wisdom and justice, or rather of his understanding and will, having left only a certain unmeasured power from which all emanates and which deserves the name of nature rather than that of God. 5. God's choice must have a sufficient reason, and the same is true of man's free acts. What this sufficient reason is explained by the principle of perfection, which says that God always and certainly, though freely, chooses the objectively best, and that man certainly, though freely, chooses what appears to him to be the best. Creation is not absolutely necessary, but, if God creates, he certainly, though freely, creates the best possible world. Leibniz's principle of contingency is thus the principle of perfection. All contingent propositions have reasons for being as they are rather than otherwise, but they do not have necessary demonstrations, since these reasons are founded only on the principle of contingency, or of the existence of things, that is, on what is or appears the best among several equally possible things. 1. The principle of perfection is, therefore, not identical with the principle of sufficient reason. For the former introduces the notion of the good, whereas the latter by itself says nothing about the good. Even an inferior world would have its sufficient reason, though this could not be the principle of perfection. The principle of sufficient reason needs some complement to make it definite, but this complement need not have been the principle of perfection. If the latter principle says that all propositions, the infinite analysis of which converges on some characteristic of the best possible world, are true, it still remains that they need not, absolutely speaking, have been true. For God was not logically or metaphysically compelled to choose the best possible world. At the same time, Leibniz's logical theory, especially his view that all predicates are contained virtually in their subjects, seems difficult to reconcile with freedom, if by freedom one means something more than spontaneity. Leibniz himself thought that it could be reconciled, and we are not, I think, entitled to speak as though he denied in his logical papers what he affirmed in his published writings. His correspondence with Arnauld shows that he was conscious of the fact that his subject-predicate theory, when applied to human actions, was unlikely to meet with a favorable reception, were it clearly set forth in a work like the Monadology. And he may have allowed readers to attach a meaning to terms like freedom which they would hardly have been able to attach to them, had they been aware of his logical views. But though Leibniz may have exercised a certain prudence, it does not follow that he considered his esoteric philosophy and his popular philosophy to be incompatible. It simply means that in some works he withheld the full explanation of what he meant. He was afraid of being accused of Spinozism, but it does not follow that he was secretly a Spinozist. Nonetheless, it is difficult to see how, on Leibniz's logical principles and given his notion of possibles as pressing forward, as it were, to existence, God was not compelled by his very nature to create the best possible world. Presumably the predicate, God's decision to create this world, was contained in the subject, and it is not easy to understand how, on Leibniz's principles, God's choice was anything else but necessary. It is true that for him existence is not comprised in the notion of any subject save God, but what precisely does it mean to say that God was under a moral necessity, and not under an absolute necessity, of choosing the best possible world? God's choice of the principle of perfection, the principle of contingency, must itself have had its sufficient reason in the divine nature. If so, it seems to me that the principle of perfection must be in some sense subordinate to the principle of sufficient reason. Possibly one of the reasons why some people seem inclined to think that Leibniz had his tongue in his cheek when he spoke as though contingency is not simply relative to our knowledge is that they regard unpredictability as being essential to the notion of free choice. Leibniz spoke of choices and decisions as being a priori certain and yet free. These two characteristics are incompatible, and Leibniz, as a man of outstanding ability, must have seen that they were incompatible. Therefore we must take it that his real mind was revealed in his private papers and not in his published writings. This view ignores the fact, however, that Leibniz was by no means alone in regarding predictability as compatible with freedom. The Jesuit Molina, d. 1600, had held that God, and God alone, knows man's future free acts through his supercomprehension of the agent, while the followers of the Dominican Bene, d. 1604, had held that God knows man's future free acts in virtue of his decree to predetermine the free agent to act, though freely, in a certain way in certain circumstances. One may think that neither of these views is true, but the fact remains that they had been put forward and that Leibniz was well acquainted with scholastic controversies. Like the scholastics, Leibniz accepted the traditional view that God created the world freely and that man is free. In his analysis, however, of the meaning of these propositions he approached the matter from a logical point of view and interpreted them in the light of his subject-predicate logic, whereas the Benzians, for example, had approached the matter from a predominantly metaphysical point of view. We can no more say that Leibniz denied freedom than we can say that the Benzians denied freedom, but if one understands by freedom something which they did not understand by the term and which Leibniz called chimerical, one can say that it is difficult to see how their analysis of freedom does not amount to an explaining away. In this sense one can speak of a discrepancy between Leibniz's logical studies and his popular writings. But this discrepancy is no more a proof of insincerity than would be an exhortatory sermon by a follower of Bene in which no explicit mention was made of God's predetermining decrees, or by a follower of Molina who did not refer to the supercomprehension of the infinite mind. 5. The foregoing remarks are not meant, of course, to deny the influence of Leibniz's logical studies on his philosophy. And if we turn to his general idea of substance, we find a clear instance of such influence. Leibniz did not obtain his idea of substance from the analysis of propositions, nor did he think that our conviction that there are substances is a result of the forms of language. I believe that we have a clear but not a distinct idea of substance, which comes, in my opinion, from the fact that we have the internal feeling of it in ourselves, who are substances when it is not, I think, true to say that Leibniz derived the idea of substance or the conviction that there are substances by arguing from the subject-predicate form of the proposition. At the same time he connected his idea of substance with his logical studies, and these in turn reacted on his philosophy of substance. We can say, then, with Bertrand Russell, that Leibniz definitely brought his notion of substance into dependence upon this logical relation, namely the relation of subject to predicate, provided that we do not understand this as meaning that for Leibniz we are led simply by the forms of language into thinking that there are substances. In the new essays 3 Philolates gives Locke's view that because we find clusters of simple ideas, qualities, going together but are unable to conceive their existing by themselves, we assume a substratum in which they inhere and to which we give the name substance. Theophilus, that is, Leibniz, replies that there is reason for thinking in this way, since we conceive several predicates as belonging to one and the same subject. He adds that metaphysical terms like support or substratum mean simply this, namely, that several predicates are conceived as belonging to the same subject. Here we have a clear instance of Leibniz connecting the metaphysic of substance with the subject-predicate form of the proposition. An allied example is cited in the following paragraph. A substance is not simply the subject of predicates, it also pertains to the notion of substance that it is an enduring subject of which different attributes are successively predicated. Now, our idea of an enduring substance is derived primarily from inner experience, that is, of a permanent self. But there must also be, according to Leibniz, an a priori reason for the persistence of substance as well as the a posteriori reason provided by our experience of our continuing self-identity. Now, it is impossible to find any other, a priori reason, except that my attributes of the earlier time and state, as well as my attributes of the later time and state, are predicates of the same subject. But what is meant by saying that the predicate is in the subject, if not that the notion of the predicate is found in some way in the notion of the subject? Leibniz thus connects the persistence of substances under changing modifications or accidents with the virtual inclusion of the notions of successive predicates in the notions of the subjects. Indeed, a substance is a subject which virtually contains all the attributes which will ever be predicated of it. Translated into the language of substance, this theory of the inclusion of predicates in their subjects means that all the actions of any substances are virtually contained in it. This being so, we may say that the nature of an individual substance or complete being is to have a notion so complete that it suffices to comprehend, and to render deducible from it, all the predicates of the subject to which this notion is attributed. To the quality of being a king, which belongs to Alexander, does not give us a complete notion of the individuality of Alexander, and, indeed, we cannot have a complete notion of it. But God, seeing the individual notion or hekiide of Alexander, sees in it at the same time the foundation and the reason of all the predicates which can truly be attributed to him, as for example, whether he would conquer Darius and Porus, even to knowing a priori, and not by experience, whether he would die a natural death or by poison, which we can know only by history. 3 In fine, in saying that the individual notion of Adam involves all that will ever happen to him, I mean nothing else. But what all philosophers mean when they say that the predicate is in the subject of a true proposition. For a substance, then, is a subject which contains virtually all the predicates which it will ever have. But it could not develop its potentialities, that is to say, it could not pass from one state to another while remaining the same subject, unless it had an inner tendency to the self-development or self-unfolding. If things were so formed by the mandate of God, as to render them fit to accomplish the will of the legislator, then it must be admitted that a certain efficacy, form, or force was impressed on things from which proceeds the series of phenomena according to the prescription of the first command. One activity, then, is an essential characteristic of substance. In fact, though a different system of things might have been created by God, the activity of substance is rather of metaphysical necessity and would have had a place, if I am not mistaken, in any system whatever. 2. Again, I hold that naturally a substance cannot exist without action. 3. I do not mean to suggest that Leibniz derived his notion of substance as essentially active simply from reflection on the virtual inclusion of predicates in their subjects, but he connected his theory of substance as actively self-unfolding with his theory of the subject-predicate relation. And in general it is not so much that he derived his metaphysic from his logic as that he brought the two into connection with one another, so that the one influenced the other. They form different aspects of his philosophy. 6. Leibniz tried to deduce from the principle of sufficient reason the conclusion that there cannot be two indiscernible substances. I infer from the principle of sufficient reason, among other consequences, that there are not in nature two real, absolute beings indiscernible from each other, because if there were, God and nature would act without reason in ordering the one otherwise than the other. 4. By absolute beings Leibniz means substances, and his contention is that each substance must differ internally from every other substance. In the total system of substances God would have no sufficient reason for placing two indiscernible substances, one in one position in the series and the other in a different position. If two substances were indistinguishable from one another, they would be the same substance. The principle of the identity of indissimibles was important in Leibniz's eyes. Those great principles of sufficient reason and of the identity of indissimibles changed the state of metaphysics. 5. The principle was for him bound up with the notion of universal harmony, implying a systematic and harmonious unity of different beings, any two of which are internally different from one another, even though the difference may in some cases be infinitesimal and imperceptible. But the precise status of the principle is not very clear. According to Leibniz, it is possible to conceive two indiscernible substances, though it is false and contrary to the principle of sufficient reason to suppose that two indiscernible substances exist. 1. This seems to imply that the principle of the identity of indiscernibles is contingent. Abstractly or absolutely speaking, two indiscernible substances are conceivable and possible, but it is incompatible with the principle of sufficient reason, interpreted in the light of the principle of perfection, which is a contingent principle, that they should exist. God, having freely chosen to act for the best, would have no sufficient reason for creating them. Elsewhere, however, Leibniz seems to imply that two indiscernibles are inconceivable and metaphysically impossible. If two individuals were perfectly alike and equal and, in a word, indistinguishable in themselves, there would be no principle of individuation, and I even venture to assert that there would be no individual distinction or different individuals under this condition. 2. He goes on to say that this is why the notion of atoms is chimerical. If two atoms possess the same size and shape, they could be distinguished only by external denominations. But it is always necessary that besides the difference of time and place there should be an internal principle of distinction. 3. For different external relations implied for Leibniz different attributes in the related substances. He may have thought that a substance can be defined only in terms of its predicates, with the consequence that two substances could not be spoken of as two and as different unless they had different predicates. 4. But the difficulty then arises, as Bertrand Russell points out, of seeing how there can be more than one substance. Until predicates have been assigned, the two substances remain indiscernible, but they cannot have predicates by which they cease to be indiscernible, unless they are first distinguished as numerically different. 5. If, however, we assume that Leibniz's real view is that two indiscernibles are conceivable and metaphysically possible, though it is incompatible with the principle of perfection that they should actually exist, this difficulty might be overcome. But it is difficult to see how two indiscernibles are conceivable within the framework of Leibniz's philosophy of substance, predicates, and relations. 7. In a letter to Bell, Leibniz speaks of a certain principle of general order, which is absolutely necessary in geometry but also holds good in physics, since God acts as a perfect geometrician. He states the principle in the following way. When the difference of TWO cases can be diminished below any magnitude given in the data or in what is posited, it must also be possible to diminish it below any magnitude given in what is sought, in quaesitus, or in what results. Or, to express it more familiarly, when the cases, or what is given, continually approach each other and are finally merged in one another, the results or events, or what is sought, must do so too. This depends again on a more general principle, namely, when the data form a series, what is sought does so also, datus ordinatis entium quisita sunt ordinata. 1 Leibniz gives examples from geometry and physics. A parabola can be considered as an ellipse with an infinitely distant focus or as a figure which differs from some ellipse by less than any given difference. The geometrical theorems which are true of the ellipse in general can then be applied to the parabola, when considered as an ellipse. Again, rest can be considered as an infinitely small velocity or as an infinite slowness. What is true of velocity or of slowness will then be true of rest when considered in this way, so much so that the rule of rest ought to be considered as a particular case of the rule of motion. Leibniz thus applied the idea of infinitesimal differences to show how there is continuity between, for example, the parabola and the ellipse in geometry and between motion and rest in physics. He applied it also in his philosophy of substance in the form of the law of continuity, which states that there are no leaps or discontinuities in nature. Nothing is accomplished all at once, and it is one of my great maxims, and one of the most completely verified, that nature makes no leaps, a maxim which I called the law of continuity. 3 This law holds good not only of transitions from place to place but also of those from form to form or from state to state. For changes are continuous, and leaps are apparent only, though, says Leibniz, the beauty of nature demands them so that there can be distinct perceptions. We do not see the infinitesimal stages of change, and so there seems to be discontinuity where there is none in reality. The law of continuity is complementary to the principle of the identity of indiscernibles. For the law of continuity states that in the series of created things every possible position is occupied, while the principle of the identity of indiscernibles states that every possible position is occupied once and once only. But as far as the created world of substances is concerned, the law of continuity is not metaphysically necessary. It is dependent on the principle of perfection. The hypothesis of leaps cannot be refuted except by the principle of order, by the help of the supreme reason, which does everything in the most perfect way. 1/8. It can hardly be denied, I think, that there is a close connection between Leibniz's logical and mathematical reflections on the one hand and his philosophy of substances on the other. As we have seen, it is legitimate to speak, in regard to certain important points at any rate, of a tendency to subordinate the latter to the former and to interpret, for example, the theory of substance and attributes in the light of a particular logical theory about propositions. There is a close connection between the logical theory of analytic propositions and the metaphysical theory of windowless monads or substances, that is, of substances which develop their attributes purely from within according to a pre-established series of continuous changes. And in the law of continuity, as applied to substances, we can see the influence of Leibniz's study of infinite analysis in mathematics. This study is also reflected in his idea of contingent propositions as requiring infinite analysis, that is, as being only infinitely analytic and not finitely analytic like truths of reason. On the other hand, Leibniz's panlogism is only one aspect of his thought, not the whole of it. He may, for example, have connected his idea of substance as essentially active with his idea of a subject as that in which an infinity of predicates are virtually contained, but this is not to say that he actually derived his idea of activity or force from logic. It is difficult to see how any such derivation would be plausible or possible. Moreover, apart from his own reflections on the self and on the existent world, Leibniz was acquainted not only with the writings of men like Descartes, Hobbes, and Spinoza but also with those of Renaissance thinkers who had anticipated several of his leading ideas. The fundamental idea in Leibniz's philosophy was probably that of the universal harmony of the potentially infinite system of nature, and this idea was certainly present in the philosophy of Nicolas of Cusa in the 15th and again in that of Bruno in the 16th century. Further, the ideas that no two things are exactly alike and that each thing mirrors the universe in its own way had both been put forward by Nicolas of Cusa. Leibniz may have brought these and allied ideas into relation with his logical and mathematical studies. He could hardly do otherwise, unless he was prepared to admit a fundamental dichotomy in his thought. But this does not justify us regarding him as simply a panlogist. For the matter of that, even if one can show how certain metaphysical theories were derivable from Leibniz's logic, it does not necessarily follow that they were actually so derived. And though there may be inconsistencies between some of Leibniz's logical theories and some of his metaphysical speculations, and even though he may have consciously refrained from publishing some of his conclusions to all and sundry, it is rash to conclude that his mature published writings contain only a popular and edifying philosophy in which he did not really believe. He was a complex and many-sided figure, and even if his logical studies form in some ways the characteristic note of his thinking, the other aspects of his thought cannot be simply disregarded. Moreover, if we remember that he never worked out a system in the way that Spinoza had tried to do, it becomes easier to understand his inconsistencies. It may very well be the case that, as Bertrand Russell has maintained, some of Leibniz's logical reflections would more readily lead to Spinozism than to the monadology, but it does not follow that Leibniz was not sincere in his rejection of Spinozism. He was convinced, for example, that Spinozism is not supported by experience and that his own monadology did gain some support from experience. To this monadology I shall now turn. Simple substances or monads entelechies and prime matter extension body and corporeal substance space and lime the pre-established harmony perception and appetite soul and body innate ideas. Leibniz connected the psychological origin of the idea of substance with self-consciousness. To think a color and to observe that one thinks it are two very different thoughts, as different as is the color from the ego which thinks it. And as I conceive that other beings may also have the right to say I, or that it could be said for them, it is through this that I conceive what is called substance in general one, and it is also the consideration of the ego itself which furnishes other metaphysical notions, like cause, effect, action, similarity, etc., and even those of logic and ethics. There are primitive truths of fact as well as primitive truths of reason, and the proposition I exist is a primitive truth of fact, an immediate truth, though it is not the only one. These primitive truths of fact are immediate internal experiences of an immediacy of feeling. 2. They are not necessary propositions but propositions founded on an immediate experience. 3. I am certain, then, that I exist, and I am aware of myself as a unity. Hence I derive the general idea of substance as a unity. At the same time, the connection of the idea of substance with the self-consciousness of the ego militates against the Spinozistic conception of a unique substance of which I am but a mode. However much some of Leibniz's logical speculations may have pointed towards Spinozism, his lively awareness of spiritual individuality made it impossible for him to entertain seriously the general metaphysic of Spinoza. He was not prepared to follow Descartes in making the cogito the one fundamental existential proposition, but he agreed that the Cartesian principle is valid, though it is not the only one of its kind. For it is not possible to demonstrate by any argument giving absolute certainty that the external world exists, one, and the existence of spirit is more certain than that of sensible objects. 2. We certainly discover between phenomena connections which enable us to predict, and there must be some cause of this constant connection, but it does not follow as an absolutely certain conclusion that bodies exist, for an external cause, like Berkeley's God, might present to us orderly successions of phenomena. 3. However, we have no real reason to suppose that this is the case, and we are morally, though not metaphysically, certain that bodies exist. Now, we observe that visible bodies, the objects of the senses, are divisible, that is to say, they are aggregates or compounds. This means that bodies are composed of simple substances, without parts. There must be simple substances, since there are compound substances, for the compound is only a collection or aggregatum of simple substances. For these simple substances, of which all empirical things are composed, are called by Leibniz monads. They are the true atoms of nature and, in a word, the elements of things. 6. The use of the word atom must not be taken to mean that the Leibnizian monad resembles the atoms of Democritus or Epicurus. The monad, being without parts, does not possess extension, figure, or divisibility. 6. A thing cannot possess figure or shape unless it is extended, nor can it be divisible unless it possesses extension. But a simple thing cannot be extended, for simplicity and extension are incompatible. This means that monads cannot come into existence in any other way than by creation. Nor can they perish in any other way than by annihilation. Compound substances can, of course, come into existence and perish by aggregation and dissolution of monads, but the latter, being simple, do not admit of these processes. In this respect there is, indeed, a certain resemblance between monads and the atoms of the philosophers, but the atoms of Epicurus possessed shape, even though they were asserted to be indivisible. Moreover, whereas the atomists first conceived atoms and then interpreted the soul in terms of the atomic theory, as composed of smoother, rounder, and finer atoms, Leibniz may have been said to have conceived the monad on an analogy with the soul. For each is in some sense a spiritual substance. But though monads are without extension and without differences of quantity and figure, they must, according to the theory of the identity of indecimables, be qualitatively distinguishable from one another. They differ, in a sense to be explained later, in the degree of perception and appetition which each possesses. Each monad differs qualitatively and intrinsically from every other monad, yet the universe is an organized and harmonious system in which there is an infinite variety of substances combining to form a perfect harmony. Each monad develops according to its own inner constitution and law. It is insusceptible of increase or diminution through the activity of other monads, since the simple cannot have parts added to it or subtracted from it. But each one, being gifted with some degree of perception, mirrors the universe, that is, the total system, in its own way. Leibniz thus reaffirmed the existence of a plurality of individual substances, and on this point he agreed with Descartes. But he did not agree with the latter's conception of matter as geometrical extension. Corporeal mass is an aggregate, and we must postulate real substantial unities. Bodies cannot be composed of the geometer's points. If there were not real substantial unities, there would be nothing substantial or real in the mass. It was this which forced Cordemoy to abandon Descartes and to embrace Democritus' doctrine of atoms in order to find a true unity. One Leibniz himself had toyed for a time with the atomic theory. At first, when I had freed myself from the yoke of Aristotle, I occupied myself with consideration of the void and atoms too, but he became convinced of the unsatisfactory character of the theory. For the atoms of Democritus and Epicurus were not true unities. Possessing size and shape, they could not be the ultimate factors discoverable by analysis. Even if their physical indivisibility were postulated, they would still be divisible in principle. The ultimate constituents of things must, therefore, be points, though not mathematical points. They must be, then, metaphysical points, distinct both from physical points, which are indivisible in appearance only, and from mathematical points, which do not exist and cannot together form bodies. Further, these metaphysical points, which are logically prior to body, must be conceived after the analogy of souls. There must be some internal principle of differentiation, and Leibniz decided that these substantial units are distinguished from one another by the degree of perception and appetite which each possesses. He frequently called them souls, therefore, though in order to be able to distinguish between souls in the ordinary sense and other substantial units he came to employ the word monad as a general term. Monas is a Greek word which signifies unity or that which is one two. It is necessary to introduce here a point which is of the greatest importance for an understanding of Leibniz's theory of monads. Each substance or monad is the principle and source of its activities, It is not inert but has an inner tendency to activity and self-development. Force, energy, activity are of the essence of substance. The idea of energy or virtue, called by the Germans Kraft and by the French la force, and for the explanation of which I have designed a special science of dynamics, adds much to the understanding of the notion of substance too. Indeed, substance can be defined as being capable of action. 3. Substance is not simply activity itself, activity is the activity of a substance. This means that there is in the monad a principle of activity or a primitive force, which can be distinguished from the actual successive activities of the monad. Leibniz thus reintroduced the idea of Endlichkeit or substantial form. When he had reached his conception of a substantial unit containing some kind of active principle, it became necessary to recall and, as it were, reinstate the substantial forms so much decried nowadays, but in a way which rendered them more intelligible and distinguished the use to which they should be put from the abuse which they had suffered. I found, then, that the nature of substantial forms consists in force. Aristotle calls them first entelechies. I call them, perhaps more intelligibly, primitive forces which comprise in themselves not only the act or complement of possibility but also an original activity. For again, the name of entelechies might be given to all simple substances or created monads, for they have within themselves a certain perfection revoir to forties egg. There is a certain sufficiency, avraquheia, which makes them the source of their internal actions and, so to speak, incorporeal automata. 5. This Endlichkeit or substantial form is not to be conceived as a mere potentiality for acting, which requires an external stimulus to make it active. It involves what Leibniz calls a conatus or positive tendency to action, which inevitably fulfills itself unless it is hindered. It is, indeed, necessary to distinguish primitive active force from derivative active force, the latter being a tendency to some determinate motion, by which the primitive force is modified. One and mention of the primitive force does not suffice for the explanation of phenomena. For instance, it is absurd to think that it is a sufficient explanation of any given phenomenal change if we say that it is due to the substantial form of the thing, and Leibniz declares that he is agreed with those who say that the doctrine of forms should not be employed in determining the particular causes of events and of sensible things. General metaphysical notions cannot provide us with adequate answers to scientific questions. At the same time, abuse of the theory of forms by some scholastic Aristotelians is no reason, said Leibniz, for rejecting the theory in itself. The inadequacy of rival philosophies makes it necessary to reintroduce the Aristotelian theory, provided that it is interpreted in dynamic terms, that is, in terms of force or energy, and provided that it is not used as a substitute for scientific explanations of causal events. In reintroducing substantial forms or entelechies, Leibniz did not turn his back on the modem mechanical view of nature, though he considered it insufficient. On the contrary, he insisted that the finalistic and the mechanistic views of nature are complementary. Though each monad contains a principle of activity or substantial form, no created monad is without a passive component which Leibniz calls prime or first matter. Unfortunately, he uses the terms matter, prime matter and secondary matter in several senses, and one cannot always assume that the same term has the same meaning in different places or contexts. However, prime matter, as attributed to every created monad, must not be understood as involving corporeality. For prime matter does not consist in mass or impenetrability and extension, although it has an exigency for it too. It pertains to the essence of created substance and is more akin to the scholastic potentiality or potency than to matter in any ordinary sense. Although God can by his absolute power deprive substance of secondary matter, he cannot deprive it of prime matter, for he would then make it to be pure act, which he alone is one. To say that there is prime matter in every created substance is to say that the created substance is limited and imperfect, and this imperfection and passivity is shown in confused perceptions. Monads are not pure forces, they are the foundations not only of actions but also of resistances or passivities, and their passions lie in confused perceptions. 2-3. Reality thus consists ultimately of monads, each of which is an unextended metaphysical point. These monads combine, however, to form compound substances. But how is it that extended body results from a union of some sort between unextended monads? Leibniz's answer to this question seems to me extremely obscure. Extension, he says, is a reducible and relative notion. It is reducible to plurality, continuity, and coexistence, or the existence of parts at one and the same time. These concepts, however, differ formally. Existence and continuity are distinct. Extension is, therefore, derived and not primitive. It cannot be an attribute of substance. It is one of the primary errors of the Cartesians that they conceived extension as something primitive and absolute, and as what constitutes substance, for extension is thus more the way in which we perceive things than an attribute of things themselves. It belongs to the phenomenal order. It is nothing but a certain indefinite repetition of things in so far as they are similar to each other or indiscernible. 6. As we have already seen, no two monads are indiscernible, but to represent multiplicity one must represent them as similar and to that extent as indiscernible, that is, one must repeat them. This supposes, however, that they possess some quality which is repeated or, as Leibniz also puts it, diffused. And this quality is resistance, which is the essence of matter and implies impenetrability. Here Leibniz is using the term matter, that is, prime or first matter, in a rather different sense from that in which we have already found him using it. He is now using it to mean the passive principle in substance. The resistance of matter contains two things, impenetrability or antitypia, and resistance or inertia, and in these I place the nature of the passive principle or matter. 1. Again, passive force properly constitutes matter or mass. Passive force is that resistance by which a body resists not only penetration but also motion. Thus there are in it two resistances or masses. The first is called antitypia or impenetrability, the second resistance, or what Kepler calls the natural inertia of bodies. 2. If we start with the conception of many substances or monads, we can consider simply the passive element in them, or what Leibniz calls prime matter, consisting in impenetrability and inertia. By considering this quality alone we consider substances so far as they are indiscernible, we consider the quality as repeated. And extension is the indefinite repetition of things in so far as they are similar to one another or indiscernible. We are here in the sphere of abstraction. The conception of prime matter is already an abstraction, for passivity is only one constituent principle in substance. And extension is a further abstraction, for the conception of extension as indefinite repetition presupposes the abstraction of prime matter. 4. The idea of prime matter is not the same thing as the idea of body. Prime matter is passivity, but body comprises active force as well as passivity. If the two are taken together, that is, if the active and passive principles are taken together, we have matter taken as a complete being, that is, secondary matter in distinction from primary, which is something purely passive and consequently incomplete. 3. Secondary matter is thus matter considered as endowed with active force. It is also the same thing as body. Matter is that which consists in antitypia or that which resists penetration, and so naked matter is merely passive. Body, however, possesses besides matter also active force. 4. Secondary matter is also called mass by Leibniz. It is an aggregate of monads. One can say, then, that secondary matter, mass, and body mean the same thing, namely, an aggregate of substances or monads. Leibniz also refers to it as an organic body or an organic machine. It is made into an organic body, however, that is, into a truly unified body instead of a mere aggregate or accidental collection of monads, by possessing a dominant monad which acts as the entlecheity or substantial form of its organic body. This compound of the dominant monad and an organic body is called by Leibniz a corporeal substance. I distinguish, the primitive entlecheity or soul, 2, primary matter or primitive passive force, 3, the monad, completed by these two, 4, mass or secondary matter or the organic machine, to which innumerable subordinate monads concur, v, the animal, or corporeal substance, which is made into one machine by the dominant monad. One If one looks to Leibniz for an absolutely consistent use of terms, one will look in vain. However, certain points are clear enough. The ultimate realities are monads or simple substances. These, of course, are invisible. What we perceive are aggregates of monads. And when an aggregate has a dominant monad, it is an organic body and forms, together with the dominant monad, what Leibniz calls a corporeal substance. A sheep, for example, is an animal or a corporeal substance, not a mere aggregate of monads. What it means for a monad to dominate over an organic body can hardly be considered apart from the theme of perception, and I postpone treatment of this for the moment. But it is worthwhile pointing out here that in each corporeal substance, and indeed in every mass or aggregate, there is, according to Leibniz, an infinite number of monads. In a sense, then, Leibniz affirmed the existence of an actual infinite, or rather, of actual infinities. I am so much in favor of the actual infinite that instead of admitting that nature abhors it, as is commonly said, I hold that it affects it everywhere in order better to work the perfections of its author. So I believe that there is no part of matter which is not, I do not say divisible, but actually divided, and consequently the least particle must be regarded as a world full of an infinity of different creatures too. But Leibniz did not admit that the conclusion follows that there is an actually infinite number of monads in any aggregate. For there is no infinite number. To say that there is an infinity of monads is to say that there are always more of them than can be assigned. Notwithstanding my infinitesimal calculus, I admit no true infinite number, though I confess that the multitude of things surpasses every finite number, or rather every number 3 from the statement, therefore, that in any aggregate there is an infinity of monads. One cannot draw the conclusion that every aggregate is equal, on the ground that each is composed of an infinite number of simple substances. For there is no sense in speaking of equal infinite numbers. The aggregate is not an infinite whole made up of an infinite number of parts. There is only one true infinite, and this is the absolute, which is anterior to all composition and is not formed by addition of parts. 1. And Leibniz refers to the distinction made by the schools between the syncatagormatic infinite, as they call it, and the catagormatic infinite. 2. The former is the indefinite, not the true infinite. Instead of an infinite number we ought to say that there are more than any number can express. 3. It should also be noticed that substances in the sense of aggregates of monads are for Leibniz phenomenal. For everything except the component monads is added by perception alone, from the very fact of their being simultaneously perceived. For but to say that aggregates are phenomena is not to say that they are dreams or hallucinations. They are well-founded phenomena, their real basis being the coexistence of the monads of which they are aggregates. What is meant is that stones and trees, for example, though they appear to the senses to be unitary things, are really aggregates of simple unextended substances. The world of everyday life, so to speak, the world of sense perception, and indeed also of science, is phenomenal. The monads or ultimate realities are not phenomenal. They do not appear for perception but are known only by a process of philosophical analysis. 5. Space and time, Leibniz insists, are relative. As for my own opinion, I have said more than once that I hold space to be something merely relative, as time is. I hold it to be an order of coexistences, as time is an order of successions. For space denotes, in terms of possibility, an order of things which exist at the same time, considered as existing together, without inquiring into their ways of existing. And when one sees various things together, one perceives this order of things among themselves. 6. Two coexisting things, A and B, stand in a relation of situation, and indeed, all coexisting things stand in relations of situation. If we now consider things simply as coexisting, that is, as standing in mutual relations of situation, we have the idea of space as the idea of an order of coexistence. And if, further, we do not advert to any actually existing things but conceive simply the order of possible relations of situation, we have the abstract idea of space. Abstract space, therefore, is nothing real, it is simply the idea of a possible relational order. Time is also relational. If two events, A and B, are not simultaneous but successive, there is a certain relation between them which we express by saying that A is before B and B after A. And if we conceive the order of possible relations of this kind, we have the abstract idea of time. Abstract time is no more something real than is abstract space. There is no real abstract space in which things are situated, and there is no real abstract and homogeneous time in which successions occur. Both, then, are ideal. At the same time coexistence and pre- and post-existence are real. Time is neither more or less a being of reason, that is, something ideal or mental, than space. To coexist and to pre- or post-exist are something real. This can be expressed by saying that if space and time are phenomenal, they are nonetheless well-grounded phenomena, phenomena bene fundata. The abstract ideas have some objective foundation or basis, namely, relations. Leibniz does not give any very detailed considerations to time, but he gives an account of the way in which men form the idea of space. First of all, they consider that many things exist at once, and they observe in them an order of coexistence. This order is their situation or distance to now, when one of these coexistent things, A, changes its relation to a number of others, B, C, D, which do not change their mutual relations, and when a new arrival on the scene, X, acquires the same relations to B, C, and D which A formerly had, we say that X has taken the place of A. And, in general, the places of coexistence can be determined in terms of relations. It is true that no two coexistents can have identically the same relations, for a relation supposes accidents or affections in the related things, and no two things can have the same individual accidents. In strict accuracy, therefore, X does not acquire the same relations which A formerly had. Nevertheless, we consider them as the same and speak of X occupying the same place which A formerly occupied. We thus tend to think of place as being in some way extrinsic to X and A. Now, space is that which results from places taken together. 3. It is that which comprehends all place, the place, one might say, of places. Considered in this way, namely as extrinsic to things, space is a mental abstraction, something existing only in idea. But the relations which form the basis of this mental construction are real. In view of the fact that Leibniz maintained a relational theory of space and time, it is only natural that he was a vigorous opponent of the theories maintained by Newton and Clarke, who regarded space and time as absolute. For Newton, space was an infinite number of points and time an infinite number of instants. He also used a rather queer analogy by speaking of space and time as God's sensorium, apparently meaning that there is some analogy between the way in which God, everywhere present, perceives things in the infinite space in which they are situated and the way in which the soul perceives the image formed in the brain. Leibniz made rather heavy weather of this analogy, pressing it in a manner which Clarke considered unjustifiable. There is hardly any expression less proper upon this subject than that which makes God to have a sensorium. It seems to make God the soul of the world. And it will be a hard matter to put a justifiable sense upon this word according to the use Sir Isaac Newton makes of it. As for Clarke's own view, that infinite space is a property of God, namely the divine immensity, Leibniz remarks, among other observations, that in this case there would be parts in the essence of God. Quite apart, however, from these theological speculations of Newton and Clarke, Leibniz roundly rejected their conceptions of absolute space as being an idol of some modern Englishman. 3. The word idol being used in Francis Bacon's sense. If space were an infinite and real being in which things are situated, it would appear that God could have placed things in space otherwise than they are, and that one might speak of the universe, if finite, moving forward in empty space. But there would be no discernible difference between one position of the universe in space and another position. God, therefore, would have no sufficient reason for choosing one position rather than another. And the notion of a finite universe moving forward in empty space is fantastic and chimerical, for there would be no observable change whatsoever. Mere mathematicians, who are only taken up with the conceits of the imagination, are apt to forge such notions, but they are destroyed by superior reasons, for absolutely speaking, God could have created a universe of finite extent, but, whether it is finite or infinite, there is no sense in speaking of it as occupying or as capable of occupying different positions. If it were finite and if it were turned round, as it were, in infinite space, the two imagined positions would be indistinguishable. According to the law of sufficient reason, then, it would not occupy one position rather than the other. In fact, it is nonsensical to speak of two positions at all, and the temptation to speak in this way arises only when we frame the chimerical notion of infinite empty space as an assemblage of points, no one of which would be in any way distinguishable from any other. A similar argument can be used against the idea of absolute time. Suppose that somebody asks why God did not create the world a year or a million years sooner, that is, why he applied, as it were, successive events to this rather than to that succession of instants in absolute time. No answer could be given, since there would be no sufficient reason for God's creating the world at one moment rather than another, if the succession of created things is assumed to be the same in any case. This might seem to be an argument in favor of the eternity of the world, were it not for the fact that in proving that there would be no sufficient reason for God's creating the world at instant x rather than at instant y, one also proves that there are no instants apart from things. For the fact that there would be no sufficient reason for God preferring one instant rather than another is due to the instants being indistinguishable. And if they are indistinguishable, there cannot be two of them. The notion of absolute time as composed of an infinite number of instants is thus a figment of the imagination. 1. As for Clarke's idea that infinite time is the eternity of God, it would follow from this that everything which is in time is also in the divine essence, just as, if infinite space is the divine immensity, things in space are in the divine essence. Strange expressions, which plainly show that the author makes a wrong use of terms to absolute space and time, extrinsic to things, are therefore imaginary entities, as the schoolmen themselves have acknowledged. 3. But though Leibniz doubtless succeeded in his object of drawing attention to the paradoxical character of the views on space and time put forward by Newton and Clarke, it does not follow that his own theory is, I do not say adequate, since the last word on space and time has scarcely been said even in the post-Einstein era, but self-consistent. On the one hand, monads are not points in space, and they have no real relative situation extending beyond the phenomenal order. 1. There is no spatial or absolute distance or propinquity of monads. To say that they are massed together in a point, or disseminated in space, is to make use of certain fictions of our soul to space, therefore, belongs to the phenomenal order. On the other hand, space is not purely subjective, it is a phenomenon bene fundatum. Monads have an ordered relation of coexistence to other things, and the dominant monad or soul is in some sense, never clearly defined by Leibniz, in the organic body which it dominates. It is all very well to suggest that the position of the dominant monad is defined in some way by the organic body which it dominates, the fact remains that this body is itself composed of monads. And how are their positions defined? If the order of coexistent phenomena which is space and the order of successive phenomena which is time are simply due to the mutually conspiring perceptions of monads, 3. Space and time are purely subjective. But Leibniz evidently felt that this would not quite do. For the different points of view of different monads presuppose objective relative positions. And in this case space cannot be purely subjective. But Leibniz does not appear to have worked out successfully the relation between the subjective and objective elements in space and time. Kant was particularly influenced, of course, by the former aspect of Leibniz's theory of space and time, namely its subjectivist aspect. It is true that even Kant admitted on occasion that there must be an objective ground, itself unknown, for actual spatial relations, but his general theory of space and time was more subjectivist, and hence possibly more coherent even though more paradoxical and less acceptable than that of Leibniz. Moreover, though space was subjective for Kant, it resembled more the absolute empty space of Newton than Leibniz's system of relations. 6. The ultimate realities are, then, monads, simple substances conceived according to an analogy with souls. Leibniz was a convinced pluralist. Experience teaches us, he said, that there are individual egos or souls, and this experience is incompatible with the acceptance of Spinozism. The notion that there is but one substance, namely God, which thinks, believes and wills one thing in me, but which thinks, believes, and wills exactly the contrary in another, is an opinion the absurdity of which M. Bell has well shown in certain parts of his dictionary. One and no two of these monads is exactly alike. Each has its own peculiar characteristics. Moreover, each monad forms a world apart, in the sense that it develops its potentialities from within. Leibniz did not, of course, deny that on the phenomenal level there is what we call efficient or mechanical causality. He did not, for example, deny that it is true to say that the door slammed because a gust of wind exercised pressure on it. But we must distinguish between the physical level at which the statement is true and the metaphysical level at which we speak about monads. Each monad is like a subject which virtually contains all its predicates, and the primitive force or entelecheity of the monad is, as it were, the law of its variations and changes. Derivative force is the actual present state while tending to or pre-involving the following state, as everything present is big with the future. But that which persists, in so far as it involves all that can ever happen to it, has primitive force, so that primitive force is, as it were, the law of the series, while derivative force is the determination which designates a particular term of the series. The monads are, to use Leibniz's term, windowless. Further, there is an infinity of them, though this statement must be understood in the light of Leibniz's denial that there can be an actual infinite number. Instead of an infinite number, we ought to say that there are more than any number can express 3. But though there are innumerable monads or simple substances, each of which pre-contains all its successive variations, they do not form a chaotic agglomeration. Though each monad is a world apart, it changes in harmonious correspondence with the changes in all other monads according to a law or harmony pre-established by God. The universe is an ordered system in which each monad has its particular function. The monads are so related to one another in the pre-established harmony that each reflects the whole infinite system in a particular way. The universe is thus a system in the sense that if one thing were taken away or supposed different, all the things in the world would have been different from those which now are. For each monad or substance expresses the whole universe, though some, as will be seen later, express it more distinctly than others as they enjoy a higher degree of perception. But there is no direct causal interaction between monads. The union of soul and body, and even the operation of one substance on another, consists only in this perfect mutual agreement, purposely established by the order of the first creation, in virtue of which each substance, following its own laws, agrees with what the others demand, and the operations of the one thus follow or accompany the operation or change of the other one. According to Leibniz, this doctrine of a pre-established harmony between the changes and variations of non-interacting monads is not a gratuitous theory. It is the only theory which is at once intelligible and natural too, and it can even be proved a priori through showing that the notion of the predicate is contained in that of the subject. 8. According to Leibniz, then, God pre-established the harmony of the universe in the beginning of things, after which everything goes its own way in the phenomena of nature, according to the laws of souls and bodies. For speaking about the relation between soul and body, he compares God to a clockmaker who so constructs two clocks that they ever after keep perfect time without there being any need for repair or adjustment to make them synchronize. 6. The simile can be extended to the pre-established harmony in general. Common philosophy supposes that one thing exercises a physical influence on another, but this is impossible in the case of immaterial monads. The occasionalists assume that God is constantly adjusting the clocks which he has made, but this theory, says Leibniz, involves a deus ex machina unnecessarily and unreasonably. There remains, therefore, the theory of the pre-established harmony. One might be inclined to conclude from this that God sets the universe going, as it were, and then has nothing more to do with it. But writing to Clarke, Leibniz protests that he does not maintain that the world is a machine or clock which goes without any activity on God's part. It needs to be conserved by God and it depends on him for its continued existence, but it is a clock which goes without needing to be mended by him. Otherwise we must say that God bethinks himself again. 8. It should be noted that in the doctrine of the pre-established harmony Leibniz finds a reconciliation of final and mechanical causality, or, rather, he finds the means of subordinating the latter to the former. Material things act according to fixed and ascertainable laws, and in ordinary language we are entitled to speak of them as acting on one another according to mechanical laws. But all these activities form part of the harmonious system pre-established by God according to the principle of perfection. Souls act according to the laws of final causes, by apetitions, ends and means. Bodies act in accordance with the laws of efficient causes or of motion. And the two realms, that of efficient causes and that of final causes, are in harmony with each other. 1. Finally, history moves towards the establishment of a moral world within the natural world. 2. And so towards harmony between the physical kingdom of nature and the moral kingdom of grace. 8. Thus nature leads to grace, and grace, while making use of nature, perfects it. 4. 7. We have seen that each monad reflects in itself the whole universe from its own finite point of view. To say this is to say that each monad enjoys perception. For Leibniz defines perception as the internal state of the monad representing external things. 5. Further, each monad will have successive perceptions corresponding to changes in the environment, more particularly in the body of which it is the dominant monad, if it is a dominant monad, or in the body of which it is a member. But owing to the lack of interaction between monads, the change from one perception to another must be due to an internal principle. And the action of this principle is called appetition by Leibniz. The action of the internal principle which causes the change or the passage from one perception to another may be called appetition. 8. As this is present in every monad, we can say, therefore, that all monads have perception and appetite. 7. But this must not be taken to mean that for Leibniz every monad is conscious or that every monad experiences desires in the sense in which we experience them. When he says that every monad has perception, he simply means that owing to the pre-established harmony each monad reflects internally the changes in its environment. It is not required that this representation of the environment should be accompanied by consciousness of the representation. And when he says that each monad has appetite, he means fundamentally that the change from one representation to another is due to an internal principle in the monad itself. The monad has been created according to the principle of perfection, and it has a natural tendency to mirror the infinite system of which it is a member. Leibniz draws a distinction, therefore, between perception and apperception. The former, as already mentioned, is simply the internal condition of the monad representing external things, while apperception is consciousness or the reflective knowledge of this internal state. 1. The latter is not enjoyed by all monads, nor at all times by the same monad. There are, therefore, degrees of perception. Some monads possess simply confused perceptions, without distinctness, without memory, and without consciousness. Monads in this condition, the dominant monad of a plant, for example, may be said to be in a state of slumber or swoon. Even human beings are sometimes in this condition. A higher degree of perception is found when perception is accompanied by memory and feeling. Memory furnishes souls with a sort of consecutiveness which imitates reason but which ought to be distinguished from it. We observe that animals, having the perception of something which strikes them and of which they have had a similar perception before, expect, through the representations of their memory, that which was associated with it in the preceding perception and experience feelings similar to those which they had at that time. For instance, if we show dogs a stick, they remember the pain it has caused them and whine and run. To the living corporeal substance which enjoys perception accompanied by memory is called an animal, and its dominant monad can be called a soul to distinguish it from a naked monad. Finally, there is apperception or perception accompanied by consciousness. At this level perception becomes distinct, and the perceiver is aware of the perception. Souls which enjoy apperceptions are called rational souls or spirits, to distinguish them from souls in a wider sense. It is only rational souls or spirits which are capable of true reasoning, which depends on a knowledge of necessary and eternal truths, and of performing those acts of reflection which enable us to conceive the ego, substance, monad, soul, spirit, in a word, immaterial things and truths. 1. These reflective acts furnish the principal objects of our reasonings. 2. In attributing apperception to human beings, Leibniz did not, of course, mean to suggest that all our perceptions are distinct, still less that true reasoning is habitual. Even in conscious life many perceptions are confused. There are 1,000 indications which lead us to think that there are constantly numberless perceptions in us, but without apperception and without reflection. 3. For example, the man who lives near a mill generally has no distinct awareness of his perception of the noise. And even when he is aware of one global perception, as it were, though this is composed of a multitude of confused perceptions. Similarly, a man walking by the seashore may be conscious of the sound of the waves in general, but he is not conscious of the petites perceptions of which this general perception is composed. Again, in 3/4 of their actions, men act simply as brutes. For few people are in a position to give the scientific cause why there will be daylight tomorrow. Most people are led simply by memory and the association of perceptions to expect daylight tomorrow. We are simple empirics in 3/4 of our actions. 6. Further, although appetite in the rational soul reaches the level of will, this does not mean that we are devoid of the passions and impulses which are found in animals. Leibniz opposed this theory of varying degrees of perception to the sharp distinction drawn by Descartes between spirit and matter. In a sense all things are living for Leibniz, since all things are ultimately composed of immaterial monads. At the same time there is room for distinctions between different levels of reality in terms of degrees of clarity of perception. If we ask why one monad enjoys a lower degree and another a higher degree of perception, the only answer can be that God has so ordered things in accordance with the principle of perfection. Thus Leibniz says that when conception takes place in the case of human beings, the monads which before were sensitive souls are elevated to the rank of reason and to the prerogative of spirits. 9. Again, souls are not rational until by conception they are destined for human life, but when they are once made rational and rendered capable of consciousness and of society with God, I think that they never lay aside the character of citizens in the Republic of God. 1. In a sense Leibniz's theory might seem to lend itself to interpretation in an evolutionary sense. In a letter to Ramond, 1715, he remarks that since one can conceive that by the development and change of matter the machine which forms the body of a spermatic animal can become a machine such as is necessary to form the organic body of a man, the sensitive soul must be capable of becoming rational owing to the perfect harmony between the soul and the machine. 2. He adds, however, that as this harmony is pre-established, the future state is already in the present, and a perfect intelligence would recognize long before in the present animal the future man in the case of both soul and body. Thus a pure animal will never become man, and human spermatic animals which do not arrive at the great transformation by conception, are pure animals. One can say that there are hints of an evolutionary theory in Leibniz, but he was thinking in terms of a monadology which was foreign to the mind of the pioneers of the scientific hypothesis of transformistic evolution. 8. The relation of soul to body is that of a dominant monad to an assemblage of monads, but it is not at all easy to give a precise account of what is the relation for Leibniz. Certain basic ideas must, however, be presupposed by any interpretation. First, the human soul is an immaterial substance, and the human body also consists of immaterial monads, its corporeality being a phenomenon bene fundatum. Secondly, and this statement follows from the first, there is no interaction in the sense of direct physical influence between the monads composing the human being. Thirdly, the harmony or agreement between the changes in the individual monads composing the human being is due to the pre-established harmony. Fourthly, the relation between the human soul or dominant monad and the monads composing the human body must be explained in such a way as to make it possible to attach a meaning to the statements that soul and body form one being and that in some sense the soul rules the body. According to Leibniz, the creature is said to act externally in so far as it is perfect and to suffer from another, that is, to be acted upon by another, in so far as it is imperfect. Thus action is attributed to the monad in so far as it has distinct perceptions, and passion in so far as it has confused perceptions. 3. Thus in so far as the human soul has distinct perceptions it is said to be active, and in so far as the monads composing the human body have confused perceptions they are said to be passive. In this sense the body is said to be subject to the soul and the soul to dominate or lie the body. Again, although there is no interaction in the strict sense between soul and body, the changes in the inferior monads composing the human body take place, according to the pre-established harmony, with a view to or for the sake of the changes in the soul, which is a superior monad. The human soul or spirit acts in accordance with its judgment about the best thing to do, and its judgment is objective in proportion as its perceptions are clear and distinct. It can be said, then, to be perfect in so far as it has clear perceptions. And the changes in the inferior monads composing the body are correlated by God with the changes in the superior monad or human soul. In this sense, therefore, the soul, in virtue of its greater perfection, can be said to dominate the body and to act upon the body. This is what Leibniz means when he says that one creature is more perfect than another in that there is found in it that which serves to account a priori for what takes place in another, and it is in this way that it is said to act upon the other. 1. In establishing the harmony between monads God correlates the changes in the inferior monads with the changes in the more perfect monads, and not the other way round. It is legitimate, says Leibniz, to speak in ordinary language of the soul acting on the body and of interaction between them. But philosophical analysis of the meaning of such phrases reveals that they mean something rather different from what they are popularly taken to mean. If we speak, for example, of the body acting on the soul, what is meant is that the soul has confused and not clear perceptions, that is to say, the perceptions are not clearly seen to proceed from an internal principle but appear to come from without. In so far as the soul has confused perceptions, it is said to be passive rather than active and so to be acted upon rather than to rule the body. But this must not be taken to mean that there is any physical interaction between soul and body. Now, it is quite clear that it is not always the same monads which compose the human body, the latter is always, as it were, shedding some monads and gaining others. And the question arises, in what sense can one legitimately speak of this changing assemblage of monads as a body? It scarcely seems sufficient to say that the monads form one body because there is a dominant monad, if one simply means by dominant monad a monad enjoying clear perceptions. For the dominant monad or soul is distinct from the monads which form the human body. It will not do to say, for example, that the monads composing the body of an individual A are (4's body because the monad which is the soul of A has clearer perceptions. For the monad which is the soul of B also has clearer perceptions than the monad composing the body of A. Yet the latter do not form the body of B. What, then, is the peculiar bond which unites the monads composing (4's body to (4's soul and which makes it necessary to speak of the former as A's body and not as B's body? We must at least have recourse to an idea mentioned above and say that a certain changing set of monads form the body of A in so far as the variations occurring in those monads have their a priori reasons in the variations occurring in the monad which is the soul of A. One can also say perhaps that the monads composing the human body have points of view or perceptions which, according to the pre-established harmony, resemble or approximate to, though confusedly, the point of view of the dominant monad, and that they thus have a peculiar relation to it. But it would seem that the chief reason for saying that these rather than those monads compose A's body must be that the changes in the one set of monads, though not in the other set, are explicable, in terms of final causality, through reference to the changes occurring in A's soul. In his letters to Father de Bosses, Leibniz speaks of a substantial bond, vinculum substantiate, which unites monads to form one substance. But this suggestion cannot legitimately be used to show that the philosopher was dissatisfied with his account of the relation between monads which are said to form one thing. For he made the suggestion in response to a question how the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation could be stated in terms of his philosophy. In a letter written in 1709 he suggested that your transubstantiation might be explained in my philosophy by saying that the monads composing the bread are taken away as far as their primitive active and passive forces are concerned, and that the presence of the monads composing the body of Christ is substituted, though the derivative forces of the monads composing the bread remain, to allow for the dogma that the accidents of the bread remain after transubstantiation. But in later letters, he put forward the theory of the vinculum substantial. Thus in a letter written in 1712 he said that your transubstantiation can be explained without supposing that the monads composing the bread are removed. One might say instead that the vinculum substantial of the bread is destroyed and that the vinculum substantial of the body of Christ is applied to the same monads which were formerly united into one substance by the substantial bond of the bread. The phenomena of the bread and wine will, however, remain. It is to be noted, however, that Leibniz speaks of your transubstantiation and that he says that we who reject transubstantiation have no need of such theories. One cannot, therefore, conclude that he himself held the doctrine of the vinculum substantial. He did, however, declare that he made a distinction between an inorganic body, which is not properly a substance, and an organic natural body which, together with its dominant monad, forms a true substance or unum per se2, and it is difficult to see how this use of scholastic language is really warranted by the theory of monads. 9. It is well known that in the New Essays Leibniz criticized Locke's attack on the doctrine of innate ideas. Indeed, given his denial of interaction between monads and his theory of the pre-established harmony, one would naturally expect Leibniz to say that all ideas are innate, in the sense that they are all produced from within, in virtue, that is, of a principle internal to the mind. As a matter of fact, however, he used the term innate in a special sense which enabled him to say that only some ideas and truths are innate. For example, he says that the proposition, the sweet is not the bitter, is not innate according to the sense we have given to the term innate truth. 3. It is necessary, then, to inquire how Leibniz understood the terms innate idea and innate truth. The reason given by Leibniz for saying that the proposition, the sweet is not the bitter, is not an innate truth is that the feelings of sweet and bitter come from the external senses. For now, he obviously cannot mean by this that the feelings of sweet and bitter are caused by the physical action of external things. In other words, the distinction between ideas which are innate and ideas which are not innate cannot be a distinction between ideas which, to put it crudely, are impressed from without and ideas which are born from within. There must be some intrinsic difference between the two kinds of ideas. And in order to discover this difference one has to refer back to what has already been said on the subject of interaction. The mind or dominant monad can have clear perceptions, and insofar as it has clear perceptions it is said to be active. But it can also have confused perceptions, and insofar as it has them it is said to be passive. The reason for calling it passive is that the a priori reasons for the confused perceptions in the dominant monad are to be found in changes in the monads composing the human body. In ordinary language, however, we can say that certain ideas are derived from sensation and are due to the action of external things on the sense organs, just as Copernicans are entitled to speak in ordinary language of the sun rising and setting. For phrases of this kind express the phenomena or appearances. Leibniz also implies that ideas of sense, that is, ideas which are not innate, are marked by externality in the sense that they represent external things. For the soul is a little world in which distinct ideas are a representation of God and in which confused ideas are a representation of the universe. But this statement has to be qualified. It may seem that the idea of space is marked by externality and that it is thus a confused idea of sense. But Leibniz explicitly says that we can have a distinct idea of space, and also, for example, of motion and rest, which come from common sense, that is to say, from the mind itself, for they are ideas of the pure understanding and are capable of definition and demonstration. 2. In speaking of confused ideas of sense, Leibniz is thinking rather of ideas of scarlet, sweet, bitter, and so on, that is, of ideas of apparently external qualities which presuppose extension and spatial externality and which cannot in their phenomenal character belong to monads. Sweet and bitter, therefore, are confused ideas, and the proposition, the sweet is not the bitter, is not an innate truth, since these confused ideas come from the external senses. Certain ideas, however, are derived from the mind itself, and not from the external senses. For example, the ideas of squareness and circularity are derived from the mind itself. Again, the soul comprises being, substance, unity, identity, cause, perception, reason, and many other notions which the senses cannot give. 8. These ideas are derived from reflection and are thus innate ideas. They are, moreover, presupposed, and here Leibniz approaches the position of Kant, by sense knowledge. To make the matter clearer, attention should be drawn to the following point. In the proposition, the square is not a circle, the principle of contradiction, which is an innate truth of reason, is applied to ideas derived from the mind itself and not from the senses. It is applied, in short, to innate ideas. The proposition can, therefore, be called an innate truth. But it does not follow that the proposition, the sweet is not the bitter, is also an innate truth, on the ground that the principle of contradiction is here applied to the ideas of sweet and bitter. For these ideas are not innate. The proposition is a mixed conclusion, hybrida conclusio, in which the axiom is applied to a sensible truth. 1. In spite, then, of the fact that in the proposition the sweet is not the bitter, an application is made of the principle of contradiction. This true proposition is not an innate truth in Leibniz's technical sense. If logic and mathematics are innate, the obvious difficulty arises that children are not born with a knowledge of the propositions of logic and mathematics. But Leibniz never imagined that they were. Innate ideas are innate in the sense that the mind derives them from itself, but it does not follow that every mind starts with a stock, as it were, of innate ideas and truths, or even that every mind ever comes to an explicit knowledge of all those truths which are derivable from itself. Further, Leibniz did not deny that experience may be necessary in order to attend to or come to a conscious awareness of innate ideas and truths. There are truths of instinct, which are innate and which we employ by a natural instinct. For example, everybody employs the rules of deduction by a natural logic without being aware of it. 2. We all have some instinctive knowledge of the principle of contradiction, not in the sense that we all necessarily possess an explicit knowledge of the principle, but in the sense that we all instinctively use the principle. For an explicit knowledge of the principle, it may very well be that experience is required, and we certainly come to learn geometry, for example. In this way, we do not possess an explicit knowledge of geometry from the start. But Leibniz refused to admit that every innate truth is known always and by all eight, or that all that one learns is not innate. For a child may come to have an explicit knowledge of a geometrical theorem on the occasion of a diagram being drawn on the blackboard, but this does not mean that it acquires the idea of, say, a triangle, through the senses. For a geometrical triangle cannot be seen, the figure on the board is not a geometrical triangle. For Leibniz, therefore, innate ideas are virtually innate. This does not mean simply that the mind has the power to form certain ideas and then to perceive the relations between them. For the opponents of innate ideas would admit this. It means in addition that the mind has the power of finding these ideas in itself. 1. For example, by reflection on itself the mind comes to conceive the idea of substance. To the philosophic axiom that there is nothing in the soul which does not come from the senses, one must accordingly add except the soul itself and its affections. Nihil est in intellectu quod non fuerit in sensu, excipe, nisi ipsi intellectus tu. Leibniz therefore rejects the idea that the mind is originally a blank tablet or tabula rasa, If this means that truths would be in us as the figure of Hercules is in the marble when the marble is wholly indifferent to the reception of this figure or of some other. 3. It is more like a piece of marble which is so vain that the figure of Hercules can be said to be virtually contained in it, although labor is required on the sculptor's part before this figure can be revealed. Thus it is that ideas and truths are for us innate as inclinations, dispositions, habits, or natural propensities and not as actions, although these potentialities are always accompanied by some actions, often insensible, which correspond to them. For one of the ideas which Leibniz asserts to be innate in the sense described is the idea of God. I have always held, as I still hold, to the innate idea of God, which Descartes maintained. 6. This does not mean that all men have a clear idea of God. What is innate is not at first known clearly and distinctly as such. Often much attention and method is necessary in order to perceive it. Students do not always do so, still less every human being. 6. To say that the idea of God is innate thus means for Leibniz, as it meant for Descartes, that the mind can arrive at this idea from within and that by internal reflection alone it can come to know the truth of the proposition that God exists. But Leibniz's arguments for God's existence can be left to the next chapter. The ontological argument, the argument to God's existence from eternal truths, the argument from truths of fact, the argument from the pre-established harmony, the problem of evil, progress and history. Leibniz recognized the validity, or possible validity, of several lines of argument for the existence of God. You will remember that I have shown how ideas are in us, not always in such a way that we are conscious of them, but always in such a way that we can draw them from our own depths and make them perceivable. And this is also my belief concerning the idea of God, the possibility and existence of which I hold to be demonstrated in more than one way. I believe also that nearly all the means which have been employed to prove the existence of God are good and might be of service, if we would perfect them. I shall consider first of all what he says about the so-called ontological argument. It will be remembered that the ontological argument, if taken as a purely formal argument, is an attempt to show that the proposition God exists is analytic and that its truth is evident a priori. That is to say, if anyone understands the notion of the subject, God, he will see that the predicate, existence, is contained in the subject. The notion of God is the notion of a supremely perfect being. Now, existence is a perfection. Therefore existence is comprised in the notion of God, that is to say, existence belongs to the essence of God. Therefore God is definable as the necessary being or as the being who necessarily exists. He must therefore exist, for it would be a contradiction to deny existence of the being who necessarily exists. Thus by analyzing the idea of God we can see that God exists. Kant later objected against this line of argument that existence is not a perfection and that existence is not predicated of anything in the way in which a quality is predicated of a subject. But Leibniz believed that existence is a perfection too, and he spoke of it as a predicate. 3. He was thus favorably disposed towards the argument, and he agreed that it would be absurd to speak of God as a merely possible being. For if the necessary being is possible, he exists. To speak of a merely possible necessary being would be a contradiction in terms. Assuming that God is possible, he exists, which is the privilege of divinity alone. 1. At the same time Leibniz was convinced that the argument as it stood was not a strict demonstration, since it was assumed that the idea of God is the idea of a possible being. To say that if God is possible, he exists, does not by itself show that God is possible. Before the argument can be conclusive, it has to be demonstrated that the idea of God is the idea of a possible being. He therefore spoke of the argument without this demonstration as imperfect. For example, the scholastics, not accepting their Doctor Angelicus, have misunderstood this argument and have taken it as a paralogism. In this respect they were altogether wrong, and Descartes, who studied the scholastic philosophy for quite a long time at the Jesuit College of Law FISCHE, had great reason for re-establishing it. It is not a paralogism, but it is an imperfect demonstration, which assumes something that must still be proved in order to render it mathematically evident, that is, it is tacitly assumed that this idea of the all-great or all-perfect being is possible and implies no contradiction to. According to Leibniz, there is always a presumption on the side of possibility, that is to say, everything is held to be possible until its impossibility is proved. 3. But this presumption is not sufficient to turn the ontological argument into a strict demonstration. Once, however, it has been demonstrated that the idea of a supremely perfect being is the idea of a possible being, it could be said that the existence of God was demonstrated geometrically a priori. In Leibniz's opinion, the Cartesians had paid insufficient attention to demonstrating the possibility of the supremely perfect being. No doubt he was right, but as has been already mentioned in connection with Descartes, the latter did make some attempt in his reply to the second set of objections to show that God is possible by arguing that there is no contradiction in the idea of God. And this is the line of argument which Leibniz himself adopted. It is true, however, that Descartes had made the attempt as a kind of afterthought, when faced by objections. The possible was for Leibniz the non-contradictory. In undertaking, therefore, to prove that the idea of God is the idea of a possible being, he was undertaking to show that the idea does not involve any contradiction. This really means showing that we have a distinct idea of God as supreme and infinite perfection, for if the idea proved to be self-contradictory, it might be questioned whether we ever had any idea, properly speaking. We can, for example, use the word square circle, but in what sense have we an idea of a square circle? The question is whether analysis of the idea of God shows that it consists of two or more incompatible ideas or not. Leibniz accordingly asserts that we must prove with all imaginable accuracy that there is an idea of an all-perfect being, that is to say, of God. One writing in 1701 to the editor of the journal De Trivium, Leibniz first asserts that if necessary being is possible, it exists. He then equates necessary being with being of itself and proceeds as follows: if being of itself is impossible, all beings by others are so also, since they exist ultimately only through being of itself. Thus nothing could exist. If necessary being is not, no being is possible. It seems that this demonstration has not been carried so far up to this time too. This may seem like a switch over to an a posteriori argument. But Leibniz does not argue, so far as words are concerned, from existent contingent being to being of itself, but from the possibility of a contingent being. It might, of course, be said that we know its possibility only because we are acquainted with existent contingent beings, that is, because we know that there are true affirmative contingent propositions. And the sentence "thus nothing could exist" suggests the further sentence "but something does exist" with the conclusion "therefore contingent being is possible." Verbally, however, Leibniz keeps within the sphere of possibility. Still, he adds to this piece of reasoning the statement, however, "I have also labored elsewhere to prove that the perfect being is possible." This last sentence presumably refers to a paper entitled "That the most perfect being exists," which Leibniz showed to Spinoza in 1676. I call every simple quality which is positive and absolute or expresses whatever it expresses without any limits a perfection. 3. A quality of this sort is indefinable or irresolvable. Therefore the incompatibility of two perfections cannot be demonstrated, since demonstration would require the resolution of the terms. Nor is their incompatibility evident per se. But if the incompatibility of perfections is neither evident nor demonstrable, there can be a subject of all perfections. Existence is a perfection. Therefore the being which exists in virtue of its essence is possible. Therefore it exists. This argument presupposes that existence is a perfection. It also seems to be liable to an objection seen by Leibniz himself, namely, that it does not follow that a thing is possible because we do not see its impossibility, our knowledge being limited. This objection might also be brought against the argument for God's possibility adduced by Leibniz in the Monadology. God, or the necessary being, alone has this privilege that he must exist if it is possible. And since nothing can hinder the possibility of that which possesses no limitations, no negations, and consequently no contradiction, this alone is sufficient to establish the existence of God a priori. To this line of argument, namely that the idea of the supremely perfect being is the idea of a being without any limitations, and that this is the idea of a being without contradiction and so of a possible being, is fundamentally the same as the argument in the paper which Leibniz showed to Spinoza. And it is open to the same line of objection, namely, that one is not entitled to equate negative possibility, that is, absence of discerned contradiction, with positive possibility. We should first have to possess a clear, distinct, and adequate idea of the divine essence. 2. Another a priori argument for God's existence given by Leibniz is the argument from eternal and necessary truths, which had been the favorite argument of St. Augustine. Mathematical propositions, for example, are necessary and eternal, in the sense that their truth is independent of the existence of any contingent things. The statement that given a figure bounded by 3 straight lines it has 3 angles is a necessary truth, whether there are any triangles in existence or not. These eternal truths, says Leibniz, are not fictions. 8. They therefore require a metaphysical ground, and we are forced to say that they must have their existence in a certain subject absolutely and metaphysically necessary, that is, in God. For God therefore exists. This is a rather difficult argument to understand. We are not to suppose, says Leibniz, that eternal truths depend on the divine will. The reason of truths lies in the ideas of things, which are involved in the divine essence itself. 1. Again, the understanding of God is the region of eternal truths or of the ideas on which they depend. 8. But in what sense can eternal truths be said to exist in the divine understanding? And if they do exist in the divine understanding, how can we know them? It may be said that the eternal truths are hypothetical. For example, given a triangle, the sum of its 3 angles is 180, and that they belong to the sphere of possibility, so that Leibniz's argument from necessary propositions is a particular case of the argument from possibles to God as their ultimate ground. And such an interpretation seems to gain support from the statement that if there is a reality in the essences or possibilities or in the eternal truths, this reality must be founded in something existing and actual, consequently in the existence of the necessary being in whom essence involves existence or with whom it is sufficient to be possible in order to be actual. 3. But some clear statement is required of what it means to say that analytic propositions possess reality and of their precise relation to the divine understanding. 3. Leibniz also uses the principle of sufficient reason to argue from truths of fact to the existence of God. For any given event or for the existence of any given thing in the series of finite beings, an explanation could be given in terms of finite causes. And the process of explanation in terms of finite causes might proceed to infinity. In order to explain A, B and C it might be necessary to mention D, E, and F, and to explain these latter one might have to mention G, H, I, and so on without end, not only because of the infinite series going back into the past but also because of the infinite complexity of the universe at any given moment. But as all this detail only involves other contingents, anterior or more detailed, each one of which needs a like analysis for its explanation, we make no advance, and the sufficient or find reason must be outside the sequence or series of this detail of contingents, however infinite it may be. And thus it is that the final reason of things must be found in a necessary substance, in which the detail of changes exists only eminently, as in their source. And this it is that we call God. Now this substance being the sufficient reason of all this detail, which also is linked together throughout, there is but one God, and this God suffices. 1. This, Leibniz observes, is an a posteriori argument. 2. In his paper on the ultimate origin of things, Leibniz remarks that truths of fact are hypothetically necessary, in the sense that a posterior state of the world is determined by a prior state. The present world is necessary, physically or hypothetically, but not absolutely or metaphysically. 8. In considering his theory of propositions, we saw that for Leibniz all truths of fact or existential propositions save one, namely, the proposition God exists, are contingent, that is, not metaphysically necessary. The ultimate origin of the chain of states or series of things, the aggregate of which constitutes the world, 4 must therefore be sought outside the series. We must pass from physical or hypothetical necessity, which determines the posterior states of the world by the prior, to something which is absolute or metaphysical necessity, the reason for which cannot be given. 5. By the last remark Leibniz means that no extrinsic reason, or cause, can be given for God's existence. The necessary being is its own sufficient reason. If by reason is meant cause, God has no cause, but his essence is the ratio sufficiens of his existence. According to Kant, this argument depends upon the ontological argument. Kant's statement has been frequently repeated, but frequent repetition does not make it true. It is, of course, true that if the world can only be accounted for by the existence of a necessary being, then there must be a being whose essence involves existence, for this is what is meant by a necessary being. 8. But it does not follow that the possibility of a necessary being is presupposed by the line of argument based on the existence of finite and contingent things. Leibniz himself accepted the ontological argument, as we have seen, provided that a missing link was supplied, but his a posteriori argument for God's existence does not involve the ontological argument. 4. Leibniz also argued a posteriori to God's existence from the pre-established harmony. This perfect harmony of so many substances which have no communication with each other can only come from a common cause. 7. Thus we have a new proof of the existence of God, which is one of surprising clearness. 8. The argument to God's existence simply from the order, harmony and beauty of nature appears to possess only a moral certainty, though it acquires a necessity wholly metaphysical by the new kind of harmony I have introduced, which is the pre-established harmony. 1. If Leibniz's theory of windowless monads is once accepted, the harmonious correlating of their activities is certainly remarkable. But Leibniz's new proof of God's existence is so dependent on the previous acceptance of his denial of all interaction between monads that it has never won wide support in the form he gave it. 5. As has been mentioned in the last chapter, God, according to Leibniz, always acts for the best, so that this world must be the best of all possible worlds. Absolutely speaking, God could have created a different world, but, morally speaking, he could create only the best possible world. This is the metaphysical optimism of Leibniz, which excited the ridicule of Schopenhauer, for whom this world, so far from being the best, is rather the worst of all possible worlds and a standing objection to the existence of a beneficent creator. And, given this optimistic position, it was clearly incumbent on Leibniz to explain how it is that the evil in the world does not constitute its refutation. He gave considerable attention to this subject, and in 1710 he published his Theodicy, Essays on the Goodness of God, the Freedom of Man and the Origin of Evil. Leibniz distinguished three kinds of evil. Evil may be taken metaphysically, physically, and morally. Metaphysical evil consists in mere imperfection, physical evil in suffering, and moral evil in sin. What he meant by metaphysical evil will be explained presently. At the moment I wish to draw attention to two general principles enunciated by Leibniz. First of all, evil itself consists in a privation, not in a positive entity. Hence it has, properly speaking, no efficient cause, for it consists in that which the efficient cause does not bring about. That is why the schoolmen are wont to call the cause of evil deficient. St. Augustine has already put forward this idea. For secondly, God does not will moral evil at all but only permits it, while physical evil or suffering he does not will absolutely but only hypothetically, on the hypothesis, for example, that it will serve as a means to a good end, such as contributing to the greater perfection of the sufferer. Metaphysical evil is imperfection, and this is the imperfection involved in finite being as such. Created being is necessarily finite, and finite being is necessarily imperfect, and this imperfection is the root of the possibility of error and evil. We, who derive all being from God, where shall we find the source of evil? The answer is that it must be sought in the ideal nature of the creature, in so far as this nature is contained in the eternal verities which are in the understanding of God independently of his will. For we must consider that there is an original imperfection in the creature before sin, because the creature is limited in its essence, whence it follows that it cannot know all, and that it can deceive itself and commit other errors. 1. The ultimate origin of evil is thus metaphysical, and the question arises, how God is not responsible for evil by the mere fact that he created the world, thus giving existence to limited and imperfect things. Leibniz's answer is that existence is better than non-existence. Insofar as we are entitled to distinguish different moments in the divine will, we can say that God willed antecedently simply the good. But since the imperfection of the creature does not depend on the divine choice but on the ideal essence of the creature, God could not choose to create without choosing to create imperfect beings. He chose, however, to create the best possible world. Considered simply in itself, the divine will wills simply the good, but consequently, that is, once given the divine decision to create, it wills the best possible. God wills antecedently the good and consequently the best too, but he could not will the best without willing the existence of imperfect things. Even in the best of all possible worlds, creatures must be imperfect. In treating the problems of physical and moral evil, Leibniz presupposed his metaphysical position. This, of course, he had every right to do, for it was precisely his metaphysical position which gave rise to the problem. He might, however, have given more consideration to the fact that the doctrine of the pre-established harmony makes these problems even more acute than they are in any case in a theistic philosophy. Presupposing that the world is the best possible, he observes that one must believe that even sufferings and monstrosities are part of order. 3. They all belong to the system, and we have no reason to suppose that another world would be a better world. There is, moreover, more physical good than physical evil in the world. Further, physical sufferings are results of moral evil. 1. They serve many useful purposes, for they act as a penalty for sin and as a means of perfecting the good. As for animals, one cannot reasonably doubt the existence of pain among animals, but it seems as if their pleasures and their pains are not so keen as they are in man, for animals, since they do not reflect, are susceptible neither to the grief that accompanies pain nor to the joy that accompanies pleasure. 2. Leibniz's general contention is, however, that there is incomparably more good than evil in the world, and that the evil there is in the world belongs to the whole system, which must be taken as a totality. The shadows set the lights in clearer relief. From the metaphysical point of view, Leibniz tends to make evil necessary. Now, since God made all positive reality which is not eternal, he would have made the source of evil, imperfection, if that did not lie rather in the possibility of things or forms, which God did not make, since he is not the author of his own understanding. 8. When treating of concrete physical evils, he writes in a way which to many minds would seem superficial and edifying in a pejorative sense. Indeed, in the preface to the Theodicee he says, I have endeavored in all things to consider edification, for the chief problem considered by Leibniz is, however, that of moral evil. In the Theodicee he writes diffusely about this subject, with many references to other philosophers and to the scholastic theologians. Indeed, he shows an astonishing knowledge of scholastic controversies, like that between the Thomists and the Molinists. This diffusiveness makes it somewhat difficult to sum up his position, in spite of the fact that he wrote an abridgment or summary of the Theodicee. But a more important reason for the difficulty one finds in stating Leibniz's position in succinct form is that he appears to combine two divergent points of view. One of the difficulties confronting every theist who tries to grapple with the problem of evil is that of showing how God is not responsible for the moral evil in the world which he created and which he conserves in existence. In answering this difficulty, Leibniz employs the scholastic theory of evil as privation. The Platonists, St. Augustine and the Schoolmen were right in saying that God is the cause of the material element of evil which lies in the positive, and not of the formal element which lies in privation. 1. Moral evil is a privation of right order in the will. If a murders B by shooting him, his action is physically the same as it would have been if he had shot B in legitimate self-defense, but in the first case there is a privation of right order which would not have been present in the second case. This privation is then connected by Leibniz with what he calls metaphysical evil. And when it is said that the creature depends upon God in so far as it exists and in so far as it acts, and even that conservation is a continual creation. This is true in that God gives always to the creature and produces continually all that is positive, good, and perfect in it. The imperfections, on the other hand, and the defects in operations spring from the original limitation which the creature could not but receive with the first beginning of its being, through the ideal reasons that restrict it. For God could not give the creature all without making it a God, therefore there must needs be different degrees in the perfections of things, and limitations also of every kind too. This implies that a man's evil actions are the unfolding, as it were, of the imperfection and limitation of his essence as contained in the idea of him in the divine understanding. In this sense they would seem to be necessary, even metaphysically necessary. They do not, however, depend on the divine will, save in the sense that God chose to create. And though he created the best possible world freely, he could not create even this world without creating imperfect beings. Further, if Leibniz had pressed his idea of possibles as demanding existence and as competing, as it were, for existence, he might have gone on to say that the existence of the world is necessary and that therefore God cannot be held responsible for the evil in the world. But these developments of his thought would have taken Leibniz very close to Spinozism. And in point of fact he never did develop his ideas in this way. He chose instead to emphasize divine and human freedom and to find place for human responsibility and for sanctions after death. God created the world freely, but he willed positively the positive element, not the element of privation or evil, so far at any rate as moral evil is concerned. This last is to be ascribed to the human agent who will be justly rewarded or punished after death. Writing against Descartes' idea of immortality without memory, Leibniz asserts that this immortality without memory is altogether useless. Viewed ethically, for it destroys all reward, all recompense, and all punishment. In order to satisfy the hope of the human race, it must be proved that the God who governs all is wise and just, and that he will leave nothing without recompense and without punishment. These are the great foundations of ethics. But if eternal sanctions were to be justified, freedom must be asserted. Yet here again Leibniz was involved in great difficulty. According to him, all the successive predicates of a given subject are virtually comprised within the notion of that subject. Now, a substance is analogous to a subject, and all its attributes and actions are virtually contained in its essence. All a man's actions are therefore predictable in principle, in the sense that they can be foreseen by an infinite mind. How, then, can they properly be called free? In the Theodicee Leibniz stoutly asserts the reality of freedom, and he points out that certain scholastic writers of great profundity developed the idea of God's predetermining decrees in order to explain the divine foreknowledge of future contingents, and that they asserted freedom at the same time. God predetermines men to choose this or that freely. He then adds that the doctrine of the pre-established harmony will explain the divine knowledge without there being any need either to introduce further immediate predetermination by God or to postulate the scientia media of the Molinists. And this doctrine is perfectly compatible with freedom. For even though it is a priori certain that a man will make a certain choice, he will choose not out of constraint but because he is inclined by final causes to choose in that way. It would be profitless to discuss at greater length the question whether freedom is compatible with Leibniz's logical and metaphysical premises unless one first define freedom. If one understands by freedom liberty of indifference, it is inadmissible in Leibniz's system, as he himself several times asserts. He calls it a chimerical idea. According to Leibniz, there is always a prevailing reason which prompts the will to its choice, and for the maintenance of freedom for the will it suffices that this reason should incline without necessitating. Two metaphysical and moral necessity must be distinguished, and determination must not be identified with the former. There can be a determination which is compatible with freedom but which is not the same as absolute necessity, since the contrary of what is determined is not contradictory and logically inconceivable. Where some would speak of psychological determinism, Leibniz speaks of freedom. And if one defines freedom as spontaneity joined to intelligence, this is doubtless compatible with Leibniz's logical and metaphysical premises. but it may be doubted whether it is compatible with his acceptance in the theodicy of the ideas of sin and eternal sanctions. The plain man at least is inclined to think that there can hardly be question of sin and of retributive punishment except in the case of agents who ought to have acted otherwise and who could have acted otherwise, not merely in the sense that another course of action would have been logically possible but also in the sense that it would have been practically possible. It is difficult, therefore, to avoid the impression that there is a discrepancy between the implications of Leibniz's logical and metaphysical premises and the orthodox theological pronouncements of the theodicy. On this matter I must confess that I agree with Bertrand Russell. At the same time there is not, I think, any good ground for accusing Leibniz of insincerity or of suggesting that his theology was dictated simply by motives of expediency. After all, he was well acquainted with certain theological and metaphysical systems in which the term freedom was interpreted in a peculiar sense, and it is not as though he was the first among non-Spinozists to regard freedom as compatible with determination. The theologians and metaphysicians in question would have said that the plain man's notion of freedom is confused and needs clarification and correction. And Leibniz doubtless thought the same. Whether the distinction he draws between metaphysical and moral necessity is sufficient to enable one to attach an unambiguous meaning to the term freedom is matter for dispute. 6. By saying that the world is the best of all possible worlds, Leibniz did not mean to imply that it has at any given moment attained its maximum state of perfection. It is constantly progressing and developing. The harmony in the universe makes all things progress towards grace by natural methods. In speaking of progress towards grace, Leibniz seems to have in mind the elevation of certain sensitive souls, according to the plan of the pre-established harmony, to the rank of spirits or rational souls, a rank which makes them images of the divinity itself, capable of knowing the system of the universe and of entering into a sort of society with God. The harmonious union of spirits composes the city of God/a moral world within the natural world. One God considered as architect of the mechanism of the universe and God considered as monarch of the city of spirits is one and the same being, and this unity is expressed in the harmony between the physical kingdom of nature and the moral kingdom of grace. 8. Just as Leibniz envisaged the possibility of a given monad ascending the scale of monads in the progressive fulfillment of its potentialities, so he regarded the system of monads as progressing towards an ideal term of development. This development or progress is unending. Speaking of the next life, he observes that supreme felicity, by whatever beatific vision or knowledge of God it be accompanied, can never be full, for, since God is infinite, he cannot be wholly known. Therefore our happiness will never, and ought not to consist in full joy where there would be nothing to desire, rendering our minds stupid, but in a perpetual progress to new pleasures and to new perfections. 8. This conception of unending progress and self-perfection is found again in Kant, who was also influenced by Leibniz's idea of the city of God and of the harmony between the moral kingdom and the kingdom of nature as the goal of history. These ideas represent the historical element in Leibniz's philosophy. He emphasized not only the timeless truths of logic and mathematics but also the dynamic and perpetual self-unfolding and self-perfection of individual substances linked together in a bond of harmony. He tried to connect the two sides of his philosophy by interpreting his monads as logical subjects, but the fact remains that it was through the historical side of his philosophy rather than through the logical and mathematical that he breaks through, as it were, the bounds of the rationalist enlightenment. Yet the historical aspect of his thought was at the same time subordinate to the mathematical. Nothing new ever emerges, all is in principle predictable, all development is analogous to the working out of a system of logic or mathematics. It is true that for him history is governed by the principle of fitness or perfection rather than by the principle of contradiction, but the tendency to subordinate the former to the latter is always present.